But you don't give it in silence. Birth that child in silence. Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Sulaiman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant, Breaker 7 Seals. Short presentation today, brothers and sisters. A review of yesterday's presentation. The false vision, decision, an American empire. Empire. Loss of empire. What's the signs? Signs are clear, brothers and sisters. But if you're blind, right, it doesn't matter how bright the light is, you can't see. And that's the state our people in right now. But something's going to happen in a minute. You'll be forced to see now what you do. That's sight. That's no question altogether. But you will see. The people sitting in darkness will see a great light. You'll see it. And what you do with it, that's no story altogether. That's your decision. Because we're not here to convince you. I'm not here to convince you. If others want to try to take time to convince you, fine, that's their business. I don't tell people what to do. I'm not here to convince you. I'm just getting you information. That's the promise to you. A promise to you was information right? And information on how to get out of here, return home, about the covenant, the promise made to you, and information you need to take advantage of that promise. Right? Somebody remind you of the Abrahamic covenant that was made, that was part of the covenant that you've been made to, because we know you'll be in darkness. That's why I said people sit in dark, see the great light. You be sitting in darkness. But that's the light. The light is the covenant. Abrahamic covenant. Your identity. Right? Your mind, if you accept it. But you have to wait, you have to seek it and go for it. If you read on Mark, right? You had to go to Christ to get it. You came to him. You came and bowed down. Right? But he had to be present for you to do that. And you came to him and says, you bowed down. Can I have my mind back? You had to want it. He didn't come to you and grab you and say, here, you're mine. You had to want it. It means you had to go to him and get it. So nobody's going to force you or make you anything. Okay? And then once you got it, right, those of you that get it, it's still your choice, because you have to spread that to your people. Because in Mark, the Christ leaves and said, no, you got to stay here. You got to spread that mission to the rest of your people. See? I got the light to you, and you have to go spread it to them. It's up to them during tribulation, where they want to come out of tribulation as, right, some everlasting life, everlasting shame and atonement. It was a choice. You see, there's two types that come out of there. Right? You chose the light, and those that didn't get through. Some get through to darkness. They chose darkness, so they stay in darkness forever. They chose darkness, they stay in darkness. They still delivered. They chose darkness, they stay in darkness. It's a big choice, brothers and sisters. In other words, everlasting life. Two groups come out of there. Out of tribulation. It's choice, brothers and sisters. I'm not here to force you, convince you. Just here to give you the light. It says, people sit in dark, see the great light. They see somebody come in begging them, convincing them, and fighting with them. No, they see a great light. Now what do they do with that light? They choose the light or choose the darkness. Choose the darkness, then everlasting shame and atonement. Some will choose the darkness. So come on, brothers and sisters. In the false vision, decision, an American empire, and Amalek. It's more on brothers and sisters. Okay. Amalek. Now, this question about Amalek, he keeps talking about, in false Israel, Amalek. They said, see, if you look up Amalek, they told, well, let's go ahead and read it, brothers and sisters. So keep this short. This one, what I did yesterday, right? It's a follow-up. This is what it said about Amalek. Remember what Amalek did unto thee by the way, when ye were come forth out of Egypt. Remember, you come out of Egypt. How you come out of bondage. How he met thee by the way and smote the highmost. No, they attacked you. They attacked the weakest of you. Right? Even all that were feeble and behind thee, when thou wast faint and weary, and he feared not God. He just came after you. When you was on, by the way, when you were come forth out of Egypt. See, but now there's two stages here. Come forth out of Egypt, right? First, you got to come out mentally, and then physically. So it starts while you're still in Egypt. So when you recognize, when you get the vision, that's what we're talking about. When you get the vision to leave, because right now you don't have the vision to leave. Farrakhan tell you ain't going anywhere. And anybody with Farrakhan, they deem us or outright fools. Because right there, he's calling God a liar. The Abrahamic covenant said, you will, right, here, sojourn, look up sojourn, means temporarily, and land not yours. Now they got all kinds of stupid fools out trying to make this the promised land here. See? They can twist it, turn all they want to. The Abrahamic covenant is one of the clearest, it's the clearest verse in the Bible, the clearest. There's no, you don't have to use a computer, AI, anything. It's the clearest. It's clearest. Even to the fact they refer to as Abram. So why do they call him Abram? Anybody have to tell you that? Only place in the Bible called A-Y. Was Abraham. What happens to Ham part? Well, who's Ham? That's supposed to be us. Remember, if you read the story, Ham, Southern Africa. So Africa's our Ham. You see? So why do they leave the Ham part off? Because that's the part they'll be lost. And land not theirs. And they'll be calling them Ham. That's what they call us Ham. Being enslaved. Ham was supposed to be enslaved. We've been enslaved for 40 years. See? That's simple. But, oh no. And so that's why they don't call Abraham, because his seed will be separated from him. That's what he said. Be separated until the land not theirs. It's right there. It's just a simple little puzzle right there. Abram, and Ham. That's whole. But Ham is the seed of Abraham, ain't it? Ain't it the seed of that word? And it's separated. And then later, in the covenant, he's referring back to Abraham. That means they come back together again. But during the vision, they were separated. Right there, look all the wisdom right there. See, that's why I tell you, you just can't say anything. Because then and no one noticed that before I told you. You don't heard that anywhere. And then you look at it and say, well, that's right. That proves that we just see Abraham. The one that called, the people that call Ham. They're going to say, oh, well, those people call by my name and repent and seek I will heal that land. And Farrakhan says us. Well, we're not the ones called by God's name. False Israel is. Come on down. We don't have a land. Where's our land at? We'll heal that land. We have to have a land to be healed. You see, that's right there. That's bullshit he's talking. That's talking about them. They're the ones called by name. They're the ones that's filthy and sick and need to repent. Not us. We need to repent. All we got to do is decide to want to go home. Accept the light. Accept the heritage. It's yours, a free gift, like it says in the Revelations. It's all yours. You earned it already. You earned it. And you're not guilty of anything. Because you told submit, you did. Submit to people who said, make mission, shed blood. That means you be doing stuff, you be obeying somebody who make mission, shed blood. That means you be acting inordinate on yourself. Because if you submit to them, you do what they want you to do. And then the whole nature is evil, wicked. So have you acted wicked and evil? So how are you going to tell you submit to that and then blame you for doing it? It says though your sins be black as coal, they be white as snow. I'm not paraphrasing, right? But that's what it says. You're not guilty of anything. If you understand, Israel says, bless those keep their God. You're not guilty of anything. It says, accused of who is accusing us of being sinful? That's Farrakhan. The accused of our people are cast down. So who's accused? I'm not accusing you. Elijah Muhammad didn't accuse you. And that's Muhammad didn't accuse you. You're righteous people. It's Farrakhan that's accusing you. You're sinful. You're wicked. The son of a devil. And those with him, if you want to argue with them, fine. They come and tell you, oh, his father's a devil, period. Just Google it. Well, I ain't going to Google it. Well, then tell. That's your problem. See, He got him. So if he hold on to him, right? You choose him, fine. The one, the robber of the nation. What does he produce? Nothing. But he's rich. He's cursed, ain't it? And he don't have cancer. Cut all insides out. When you call that a curse, what man would not call that a curse? You cut off from your heaven. You cut from females the rest forever. You're not gonna get no transplant when you get home. We don't do that. So if you got eyes, come. You got ears, come. That's why I tell you that. Tell you ain't get no transplant. If your eyes come, we'll make you see. Your ears come, make you hear. You don't come and say, come here and we'll give you some ears. Come here, we ain't no transplant. That's the devil stuff. Right? So if you got what it takes, if you still got your manhood, then we'll get you hooked up with a sister. But you ain't got it. And ain't no transgender stuff going on over there. So you can forget that, you can slip here. So maybe that's what's going on with you and Father Flager. I see you kissing guys, just tongue over his mouth. So I mean, is that your boyfriend, Farrakhan? I think that's your boyfriend. In fact, I think you probably got a little orgy going over there. Him and you, him and the rest of them clowns, Ishmael and, right? I think Father Flager, he's having fun, boy. He's the man. Right? He's the man. Right? And I know, let me leave y'all. Y'all got some heavy days coming, boy. And they're not very far away. I know you can't see them, right? But you'll see them when they get here. And then you have a whole different message then. Oh, boy, you have a whole message then. And we ain't talking about next year either. As soon as the war starts, do the countdown. Don't think that you're going to say, hey, man, I'll just get rid of myself. No, they said they would seek death and not be able to find it. We got news for you, buddy. Right? But anyway, see, it says, Amalek here, it says they will attack you. So it says, therefore, right, it shall be when the Lord thy God hath given thee rest from thy enemies. In other words, you got to be back home and everything. You ain't going to do it while you're here. I try to explain it to you. See, it says, do what anybody has done to you. But see, we have, it explains that, but I'm not going to go to that right now, brothers and sisters. It says, right, when you're home and everything, thou shalt blot out the remembrance of them, and thou shalt, it said, don't, in other words, do what them has done to you. Blot them out terrible, destroy them. Now, that's not false Israel, because they had no history of them ever being in Egypt. There's no history of it. And they said themselves, the scripture says clearly, all you have to follow what scripture says. We follow everything the scripture says. Show me a scripture that nullifies what I'm saying here. Show me a scripture that nullifies it. They told Jesus, we ain't never been in bondage to anybody. And Jesus told me, you ain't to see Abraham. But Jesus lied too, right? Master Muhammad's alive, God's alive, Jesus alive, everybody's alive according to you. Everybody's alive according to you. We ain't going nowhere, you're calling God a liar. That's Farrakhan. It says right there, that was a covenant that God made. But you see, that's where he twisted. He takes the first part where you inflict everything, except that part. But then the part where you get the reward, that's what you see, because it's kind of hard for him to say, because if you're so sinful and everything, why you get a reward for being sinful? Because he said, that's his take. We got in this condition because we're so sinful. Then what that Abraham covenant said, just see. He didn't say he was going to judge us. He said he was going to judge us. He said he was going to judge the nation that did that to us. So when these devils running around, hey man, I ain't got nothing to do with it. He said he's going to judge the nation. He said he's going to judge Jefferson and Washington and Frank and Hamilton and all them clowns. Benjamin. He said he's going to judge the nation that did this. They're all part of the nation. It's democracy, ain't it? So ain't everybody responsible for whatever country do? Yeah? I know someone asked, why is America the only country that's a corporation? That's powerful, if you understand that one. That means they're responsible for everything America does. And if America's a corporation, that means by their law, right, a corporation right? It's like a being. So this corporation is guilty of slavery, genocide, death, and there's no statute of limitation by their law. No statute of limitation means if they catch you 10,000, if they catch Hitler 10,000 years from now, he still got to get him because no statute of limitation. Every time if somebody clone him and bring him alive 10 million years from now, they catch him, he can still be prosecuted for what they claim he did. That's what no statute of limitations mean. It's all clear, brothers and sisters. So if you don't see, that's your problem. You don't want to go through this. You don't want to didn't give him an oxygen. You just man drown. But you know, when the flood came, and everybody, they were saying, I wish I had listened to Noah. They got it right then. But I was the last breath. You don't understand. We ain't here to coddle you. Give you information. Next time your reward, you don't want it. You want. It tells you. You want to sell your reward, like Esau does. Remember, Esau was the rightful heir, right? Rightful heir, right, to the kingdom. The rightful. He was the eldest. Jacob was his twin brother. But Esau didn't care much about that covenant of being the eldest, because that was a covenant. The eldest, right? If you was the eldest, that's what you got. But he didn't care much about it. He sold us out for a bowl of soup. And so then it ended up going to Jacob. Then Esau got mad. But it was too late. And God said, he said, well, you don't care about them covenant. I don't care about you. That's what he told him. I love Jacob. I hate Esau. You don't give a damn about the covenant. That's a sign to you. Right? You want reparation in America? When you got a kingdom that's going to last forever, you got a covenant, you got a promised land that's perfect and pure. It tells you, when you return home, right, you return to houses you haven't built. That stuff they're building on you right now, they're building it for you. That's our land, Arabia. It tells you how stuff will already be built for you when you return. It's all beautiful, but it's up to you. I'm not going to sleep over it, but it says you don't forget it. See, now the Amalek situation, you understand it. They saying that, because remember, it's a revenge thing. It's a revenge. So when did the Palestinians ever do that to the so-called Israelis? When did the Palestinians do that to them? Because they claim that's when they exercised Amalek on them. Read this. See? Palestinians never did that to them. So that's not the revenge. See? And over here, right? When did we ever do that to these devils? Because Amalek has two sides to it. There and here. Happens. That's why I say what they see it happen over there, they know it's coming here. They're going to know us clearly. Because this gospel preaching all the world. That means all resistance is gone. He's broken the resistance. Resonance. Finally broke those walls down. Preaching all the world. Because right now they're doing everything to suppress it. And so they're going to know this clearly. Because this is clear stuff. You have to figure it out. I'm saying everything is totally clear. Right? So he says, their hearts fell for fear of those things coming upon earth. Right? Because they see it. Saying that happened before us is what's going to happen here. Even worse. Get people heart attacks and stuff. Because they don't understand it clearly. Because this gospel being preached all over the place. Clearly. They're going to see it clearly. But for them it's going to be strokes, heart attacks. Right? Burns, 3rd-degree burns and carrying on. Fire. Right? So this is a revenge thing. But it's tell you what it says in chapter 13. Do unto them, no, chapter 18. Do unto them as they done to you. That's vengeance. Vengeance is mine, says the Lord. So when he says mine, but then he tells you to do it, then you must be the Lord. Very clear stuff. Man, even or move from side from that. It's telling you to take vengeance on them. That's what Amalek's all about. And that same will happen over there. That's why I keep saying America and false Israel are writing their own obituary. Because what they're doing right now is especially false Israel, what they're doing right now is they setting up this right here, the vengeance. Because what they're doing right now, it's only going to last a couple more days. That's what's going to happen to them. The worm's going to turn, like they say. Table's going to turn. And the place is going to be under siege. And politicians coming after them. There's going to be no food let in, no water set in. It's going to be told. And it says their sons beating their fathers, and fathers beating their sons. And it says the whole world's going to see it. Because they have those drones flying over with cameras. The whole world's going to see them eating each other in panic, fighting and killing each other. That's how they do it, eating each other. They can't get out and do anything. Eating their babies and carrying on. No water coming in. Eating themselves, eating manure and drinking urine. That's what you're going to see over in a minute. And that's what people see. They'll see us coming here. It's on the way here. At the speed of light. It says that's what's going to be here. It says over here, it's going to be like a woman. That's what a dating woman. You know, some of these devils, they say, oh, so dating, you know. Oh, man, they so like, you know, man, I mean, they can't put lipstick or they got to have a maid and put so, they so dainty, man, I can't, oh, right? They say, if she's pregnant, she's going to deny her husband and her children. In other words, she's going to hide the fact she's pregnant or that she's about to deliver from them. She's going to go to a secret place, that's what the scripture says, secret place, and get that baby birth in silence. Now, I don't know. I'm not a female, so that must be hard because every time I seen her, I got several children. There was no silence. But she will give it in silence. Birth that child in silence. Because she doesn't want to share that baby with her. Probably not children, they probably already gone by then. I know dogs are gone because they will be dogs and cats here in a minute. Oh, now, they're going to. With some people, some people eat probably their children, eat their own dog. That's how sick they are. Right? But she won't share it. And she's going to eat it. Eat that child. That's what's said in the scripture. Let me show you the verse. Then she's doing a secret. I mean, she ain't doing any cooking. Electricity stuff will show up anyway. Eat it raw. That's how hungry she's going to be. Eat it raw. Alive. Now you tell me that's, whoa, you gotta be bad. Well, that's what, and that's just the start of what's happening over here. It says all the 500 years of all the hell, they walk around like they're holy and pure and everything else, and they've been wrecking this place for 500 years, and they've been wrecking us, murdering us, raping us, beating us, torturing us, and they're sodomizing us and everything else for hundreds of years. And you maintain a system like that with terror. They're a terrorist nation. What I'm saying, tell me I'm lying. Tell me this doesn't make any sense. How do you maintain that condition that we was in without terror, 24/7? So who's a terrorist nation? They terrorize us, raped our women. Come on, Sally and Jefferson was lovers. She was a slave. Oh, she had a choice in the matter? Well, I think we should break up. Really? Is that the case? That's where it was. They're sick people. That's what happened. He was raping her. She was a slave with no love affair. What you gonna say? I don't feel good tonight. Can we do something tomorrow? Can we take a break? That's what you gonna say? Whip sitting around in the corner. They're sick people. Jefferson, Washington, rapists, pedophiles, terrorists. Now people was terrorized. 100 years, then you got these fools walking around, fist bumping and talking to them and having. They're going to pay a price for that. That's a sin right there. Because you're ignoring your own people and you're ignoring the promise. Because if you found that means you want to stay. Well, that's the Pharaoh kind of stuff anyway. You understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? Terrorists. So now, for 500 years, what they did, just what they did to us for hundreds of years, that's what come on them in 1 year. All of what they did to us, you can't imagine that. How can you put 40 years into 1 year? 40 years, you know, like I've been punching you every day for a year. Boom, punch you in the face. Boom. One punch a day. Bam, bam, bam. Then end of the year, on 4th of July, or Christmas or New Year, wherever you want, one day that, half a year later, right? I give you one punch that's equal to all the punches, 365. You wouldn't survive that. How can you imagine that? That'd be worse hit with a Mack truck going 1,000 miles an hour. You see what I'm saying? Because you dammed it up. I'm not going to retaliate. See? So every time you hit me with, say you hit me a 10-pound force. 10-pound force. Boom. 10-pound force for every day. Every day. So 365 days times that is 3,650 pounds now. That's how much you build up. 3,650 pounds. So he hit you with a force in the head with 3,000. What do you think that'd be like? What do you think that'd be like? It would be nothing left of you. Like you never existed. Hit you with that kind of force? 365, 3,650 pounds at one time. One punch. Bam. And that's what it's going to be like now. So if you say 400 years, and every day, how many days is that? So, okay, we say they said happened in one year, right? That means what we went through every year, more times 400, that's going to happen all of it in 1 year. 1 year. That's going to be a strange thing. How can you imagine that? That's their punishment. Because you can't escape consequence. So they had no fear of God. That's what it says right here, right? They fear not God. See? Consequence had, but it says they have the full once you're out of it, because they're not going to get the full consequence until you're out of here. That's what it's telling you. After you out of here, then that's going, right? Because if you read the story about the goat, right, and the children of Israel, right, they depart at the same time the goats come in. When Moses got to the river, see, the Red Sea is the goat, and that Daniel. I'm not going into detail about that, right? But when they got to this, then Moses parted the waters. In other words, the goat, they opened up, let you through. And then that's the consequence came in, rolling in, after you left. See, all these things that fit together. And you left, then the consequence was rolling in. And that consequence, it says, because what it says, look what it says, consequence. Famine, death, all that stuff, that's when you're doing them as it's done to you. That's when it happens. When you roll out, and who, you said, well, I thought you was going to do it. Well, you read going to chapter 17, it tells you. They do it because you command them to do it. So they doing it. They like you said, a hitman out there. He doing. I thought you don't kill. I did. I said hitman. That was the difference. He did it for me. So you add these stuff up together. Learn to add, subtract, brothers and sisters. They're our weapon of vengeance. And when they come in, that's when they're going to come in rolling in. And for 1 year, they're going to wreak havoc on this place like you can imagine. There you go. Okay. Here it is. Get back to her. Listen, as double what she did to her, and cup to her and as many glorified. Okay. See, this is all the things that's going to happen. Mourning, famine, or torment. And that's what happened with the goat. Except they're the ones going to, at our command, they're going to do it. Right? So get back there, double. Ooh. So in other words, not only they're going to get the 400 years in 1 year, but it's going to double it. Ooh, with interest. Oh, interest. Why? Because our wrath is so great. See, fuck with the wrong people. Right? Number one, but more than that, our women. And see, we love our women. We're just dumb right now. We're just dumb gorillas right now, but we love our women. Nobody loves original women like the original black man. We love our women right now. We're all messed up. But we love our women. And you know how you know? One way you know it is that I don't know one original black man that don't love his mom. I never. Now I heard them talk about their dad, but they won't talk about their mom. They love their mom. And they love these. We shouldn't go out there with these devils. That's because they ain't original. They demons. And it's a psychological thing there too. Some brothers just feel bad because they feel they can't protect their women, and we don't work on all that. But once we get our mind back, you're gonna find out how much these original black men love these black women, because they're gonna tear this whole goddamn world apart. And you know what the cry gonna be? You shouldn't have fucked with our women. That's what the cry gonna be. That's the battle cry. Yeah, that's the word they're gonna use. You shouldn't have fucked with our women. We love our women. I don't know if anybody loves black women more than black women more than me, but right? They might like me that much. I don't care. I love them. You know, if you love something, you don't care whether they love you or not. If you really love it, right? When I get them home, I understand. And once they understand, once we got our mind back, everybody gonna look around and understand. And they're not going to be blaming each other. They're going to recognize what was done to us. And once that's removed, a seemingly great army. What do you need an army for? Kick ass. It's the battle cry. Okay? That battle cry, for here, the devils, right? Or there's going to be a battle here. Not the battle of vengeance, because they're going to attack us. About defense. But the evil they done to us, we can possibly return it, because our nature's so different. That's why we have to have, let me say this, I never said this before, but it's really hidden in the engine. It's really hidden. I talk about the Mongols and the creation of the devils. Now you understand that these are called what they use, special ed people, whatever these call them, Mongoloids, right? They don't call them that. They say mentally challenged or whatever, and then they call them retarded, whatever. These call them Mongoloids. Now, if you understand the whole thing, right, then you know who they are. Okay? But in the angel, they seem to have it backwards, because they should be on the bottom. See? But they call it death. There's a reason for that. So I'm just going to a little hint on that, right? See? Because if the devils are wicked, they're more wicked than the devils are. They can be more evil than the devils are. If you understand their creation. See? So what's restraining them? Restrain them. The reason why they restrain, because they have less discipline than the devils do. I shouldn't get into this. I shouldn't do this. I want to keep this short. Discipline times energy equals power, right? They're less disciplined. But devils are more disciplined. That means devils can control them. Have more power than them. Do they have more energy than the devils? See all the energy they got putting over there? And they're copycats. They don't have any ingenuity. innovation rather, your will, ingenuity. But the reason the devils have, because they have more discipline, their power keeps them back, holding back. See? But when, and if you understand, here's your key, right? If you understand how the flood came, right, there was a barrier that was holding it back, the flood back. The barrier is a shear. And then once they move, there's nothing to restrain them anymore. And at that time, right, remember the devils at that point, they lost their discipline. They don't have the power to hold them back anymore. So they can do more evil than the devils can do. You get it now? Double. That little secret how you kept myself. I believe really now. Think about it. I say these things, they're more wicked. But the point is, because they have less discipline than the devils, they have less power, even though they have more energy. So the devils ain't even hold them back. You see? But the devil's discipline is falling fast. Right? And then what happens? They get in war with each other, and they move out the way. The barriers holding them back. They're not holding them back anymore. And they have no defense to defend themselves because they're fighting with each other. So they lost their discipline. And these people are worse. That means they can be worse. They can do more evil than the devils do. They can be more evil than the devils themselves, if that's possible. You see what I'm saying? They totally undisciplined. That means they're totally wrecked, havoc. See? The flood. So they can do more evil than even the devils can. That's how it's done. Let them loose on them. That's what I call death. That's right. So I guess I dropped it now. Dropped it on you now. I've been holding that back 30 years. I never. God said people say, well, I don't know if anybody paid attention. Because if you understand the Mongolian story, you say, well, why are they there? They should be under the devils. Okay, hold on. Oh boy, let me move on, brothers and sisters. So much. But see, the Amalek thing, when I said, was talking about his event. So that's what they're doing right now is about to happen now. They setting the stage for it. They talking about Amalek now, right? They creating that situation. They fueling it. Because what they doing, remember, vengeance, a consequence. So there's a consequence of what they're doing. See, they don't believe in consequence because they're stupid. They don't believe in consequence. And we didn't really push consequence on them because then they were going to do what they did, and we wanted them to do what they did for certain reasons. That's no story altogether. We will advance. But the point is that if you understand the consequence, that means there's a consequence of what they're doing over there. There's a consequence of what they're doing. If they believe in consequence, they wouldn't be doing that. It's because they know we're going to backfire on them. In America, there'll be a consequence of all of a sudden, all what they've done, all of a sudden roll back on them. They don't see that coming. That's where hearts be failing and everything else. Just anticipation. Just anticipation. If your heart failing in anticipation, what's going to happen which heart going to do when it actually happens? Hope you understand that, bro. Let's move on. So, and then on this case right here, right? They're talking about the fake vision. Now Elijah came and gave you this vision. Because you had no vision. When Master Prophet came in, you had no vision. And people without vision was perishing. We was perishing. We had no vision. We didn't know where to go. We didn't know what to do. Right? We just doing whatever the Master was doing. We had Zook suits and running around doing all kinds of stupid stuff. We had no vision. We was walking around in circles. We had no vision. It tells you we was perishing. And people without vision we was perishing. And Master Prophet came and found us in that condition. And so he gave Elijah Muhammad the vision to give us. And that's the vision. That's the Abrahamic covenant. A vision. NOI. That was a beacon. NOI was a beacon. A vision to look up to. That's what it was. Elijah came and gave us a beacon. Farrakhan's his job is to get rid of that beacon. We ain't going nowhere. He's trying to steal your vision. Because we ain't going nowhere, what's your vision? And plus why, okay, if you so wicked, then why? He said, if you don't repent for what? His so-called man march. That was a lie in itself. Because it was these Negro preachers that set that up, and he claimed he got it from God. That's why the second was a failure, flop, because they didn't support him on that one. Because 99% of people there was Christian black folks. But he took credit for it, like he's a goddamn liar, thief. That's why the second was a total flop. That's what I'll talk about the second one. If you hit a song out there, everybody's rocking to that song, right? Wow, man, ooh, you rocking, man. And then the guy said, hey, man, Diddy, Mr. Diddy, right? He got another tune out. Oh, you do? And you remember that first one? Man, you could start buying that second one just like that. Bam, because that first was jamming, right? See? So if that first was so great, like Farrakhan said, how come nobody show up on the second one? I ain't buying that. You love that first one. I ain't buying that second one. You heard it yet, but I ain't buying it. Why? No, that don't make no sense. Man, that first was jamming. I'm going to get that second one. Like when Michael, every time he released something, they couldn't wait to get the next one. So Prince couldn't wait because that was jamming. This one got to be a monster. The second one, can't nobody showed up because there was a lot to begin with. Man March. And then when you got there, he did blame you. Well, you got a tone. Tone for what? A tone for what? It's our fault, all this here. Because he's a devil. His father's the devil. He's speaking what the devil's telling him to speak. They own him. His father's the devil. People don't even want to admit that. He says it. He says it himself. We got him saying it. He says his father's parents were white, Caucasian, Portuguese, Jews. This is on his own mouth. To be like, well, man, his father's light-skinned Jamaican. And then all you got to do is Google it, show a picture of his father, and nothing light-skinned about that man. He's white. There's no one, so that's fine. Hold on to that. Hold on real tight. Don't let go. See? So when it burns your ass, I want you to keep holding on. Because we're not going to rescue. We're not going to put any water on your ass. Right? We're that damn stupid. There'll be no stupid people in hereafter. No stupid people. Not in the kingdom. They'll be outside. The dogs, like I said, dogs, the fools and everything else. And out of darkness. But it won't be in the kingdom. So Elijah Muhammad said that. Right? And they said, oh, people start getting the vision. They didn't want that spread. They didn't want it spread around black folks. So he said, the vision. Abraham covenant. And then they had this movement with Martin Luther King, and he told them about it. And he said, and Martin Luther King went and said, hey, man, we got a vision, man. Right there, look at there. Look, see, look. Right? There's a beacon out there. Abraham, Abraham covenant. What was the speech? The promised land. He said, I don't know if I get there with you, but he said, I know I'm going to get there. He was talking about the promised land. We got the picture of him with Elijah. And what happened to him? He was dead the next day. They didn't want you to see that beacon. They didn't want you to have a vision. Because he said, if Martin Luther King see that, he could ask people to see it. That was millions. They didn't want you to see that vision. See? Master Muhammad set that beacon up and told Elijah to fuel it with his blood, his life, his works. Fuel it, keep that light on. Light needs electricity, right? He had to provide the energy to do it. His own, as he gave his life for it. He put his life. I keep telling you, that stuff don't happen. That was his life that fueled that. He made him the fuel for that light. And Elijah Muhammad kept fueling that light with his own energy. And he kept that light on. And then, oh man, we can't shut that light down. So in 1948, that's what he did. See? Shut that thing down. See? So this is what he did. Boom. They shut down, set false news up there. Took the beacon out, put another light in there. So look up there, oh, that's false Israel. Went out beacon. And then followed up by getting the lights Muhammad out of the picture so he couldn't, right? And put Farrakhan there. He supported that same thing. We ain't going nowhere. That beacon ain't for us. You're sinful, you're wicked. Because he wanted them. Son of perdition said, after working Satan, said Satan would cast out Satan. Ain't that what he said, he cast out Satan? He supported that vision. Because if you ain't going nowhere, you can't be seed Abraham, can you? He said, we'll see Abraham, but you ain't going nowhere. I mean, that's a contradiction, ain't it? The whole point of being a seed Abraham is that you're going to inherit the promised land. But he said, we ain't going nowhere. That's what he had to do. Destroy that. Right? But he said, right? The beacon will be gone, right? But you don't see the beacon. You seen it. So you're looking for it. You're still looking for that beacon. That's why you're seeking somebody to turn that beacon back on again. See, they've been seeking the message of the covenant. Right? The original one. They want to see it. They're seeking it. Because they know it's a false, something. They remember the vision. See, they was with Elijah, they remembered the vision, but the vision is gone. They're seeking that vision. They love that vision. They want it. But the vision's been taken away. The light's been out. They want somebody to reignite that vision. Not only reignite it, right? But take and accomplish it. Right? Fulfill that vision. Right? That's what it says, seek the message of covenant. You put these things together, it makes sense. Right? And hold on, I missed something here, bro. Just hold on a second. That wasn't supposed to be like that. Give me a second here. Okay, I'm gonna leave it like that for now. Wow. Yeah, kind of this. How did I do that? Okay, I'm gonna make a. Oops. Yeah. I'll make a slight change here, go on system, but I think I deleted that. Let me do it this way. Okay. And okay. Kind of makeshift process, but you get the message. Okay, put it that way. Okay. Not as smooth as I had it, but I made a mistake, so. But you get the message. So this would, right? And then they be seeking it, and that's what happened. So it's not gonna be smooth, but the message of the covenant will come. Turn that beacon back on and take you home. That's why seeking the message of the covenant. Remember, they said message of the covenant. They're fulfillment of the covenant. It tells you right there in Malachi. That's what's going to take you home. Purify you, get you home. Mm-hmm. Get rid of false Israel. The true beacon. Okay? Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Okay. Let's talk about Paradise and Energy Management. I'm going to close out. Okay. Let me see where we're at here. Okay, hold on for a minute, brothers and sisters. Hold on for a second. Let me. Let's have a trouble here. Hold on. Okay, brothers and sisters, let me check something else here right quick. I just want to explain a couple things, brothers and sisters. See, we got to be real. Okay. Now, Paradise and Energy Management. Let's look into this. You see here? This represents the reality we are. That's the capital, this reality. Right? This reality is energy. Everything is energy. Everything is energy. Right? Force is energy. Everything is energy. And so when you see a reality, it comes out of the minds. I mean, their capital didn't go out the ground. It came out of somebody's mind. This government came out of somebody's mind. This economic system came out of somebody's mind. Right? And they gave form. Everything is energy. They gave form. This is the form they gave to the energy. This is the form they gave to it. But you got to understand, everybody gets energies all over the place. Your energy. Everything is energy. But everybody, if you understand how precious, we have precious, everybody gets the same amount of energy. So say, for instance, everybody gets, if we put it in terms of dollars, everybody gets $1,000 a day. Everybody gets the same amount of energy. It's no if and buts about that. A child's born, he gets $1,000 too. Every living being, one of us, gets the same amount of energy. So you say $1,000 a day, okay, everybody gets $1,000 a day for a child. So if you're a parent, you got 5 children, right? Then you control $5,000 a day worth of energy. You control it. It's theirs, but you control it. So when they tell you shouldn't have children, right? And the more children you have, the more money you control. Because like I said, when I had a whole bunch of children, when I had that mini mansion and everything else, I was rolling in dough because I had plenty of money because I was controlled. But I used that money for their benefit. See, you get somebody, now they control that much money, they use it for themselves instead of doing it for their family. That's another story. But understand that concept. Whether you understand or not, that's the way it works. Right? So devils can save my energy too. But it gets down to how much you need, how much you actually need, and then what they call disposable income. Right? So in other words, you make so much money, and disposable income is how much money that you have beyond paying your bills. So you need so much energy to take care of yourself, and then what's left, you can do other things with it. Right? So we had energy deprivation, all we had enough energy to maintain ourselves, so we could maintain a civilization, a relationship, anything. We had enough energy to maintain ourselves, and very little even that. So we lost control of ourselves. Right? Because we require a lot of energy, because we're the highest form of genetics in the universe, and it requires a lot of energy to maintain that level of structure. But the devils, they low level, so they didn't need that much. We like a Lamborghini, they like a Volkswagen Beetle. So they had enough energy. That's why Adam was given rule, because he had more. He had disposable income. We didn't. Right? So but that energy, you take your energy, and it depends on the level of your structure. So your reality cannot be greater than the structure. So if you got a low structure a brain, your mind cannot be greater than your brain. Right? So if you got a low structured brain, that means what comes out of your mind will be a low structure. And so when you saw the Europeans back in the Dark Ages, low structure. Other nations was more civilized than them. No structure, because they're the lowest. Well, I talk about the Orientals, but forget about that. But they're lower structure. Lower structure. So they build a reality that's low structure. It's going to reflect. It's like a dog. How they build? They build a reality based on the level they understand, like birds and everything else, right? You're going to build reality based on the structure of your brain. That's you understand what I'm saying? So they build this reality. So I'm gonna go into this. That's how kind of difficult to understand this structure, brothers and sisters. I'm kind of jump. Well, I'm gonna get to it. Yeah, I'm gonna get to it in a minute. Let me just do the basic here. So this is the structure. When you look at this America right here, there's a structure that came from them. Now, when you build, remember, everything's energy. So you take and build something, but you got to maintain it. So otherwise, it just disappears. Remember, you built the structure, but you got to fuel it. So you keep getting energy. In other words, you get 1,000 units a day, and so you build your reality, right? And if your reality is like $600, took $600 a day for energy, you got to keep putting $600 in it to keep it going. You got to fuel it. You got to keep. You understand? Otherwise, it dries up, dies. You got to fuel it. You got everything's energy. To keep it this form, you have to keep on giving it energy to maintain the form. So it takes America. They have to keep on the energy they have to keep the form they have right here. But see, one of the problems is that's why they fear us so much, because we're doing the same thing too. But they lose control of us. So that means we're going to cover a different reality than they have. Then you got a conflict between the realities. And when you got a conflict between the realities, what happens? They have to use more and more energy to maintain their reality. So it gets harder and harder to do it. See, so in other words, they got $1,000 a day, for instance, and you $600 made just to maintain that. Right? Okay, fine. There's another reality coming. Okay, now you got to resist. So now you got to pay $300 or $200 to maintain right? Suppress that. So now you only got $300. So you have $600, right? Or say $7. So, and you get $700 a day, right? But it takes $300 a day to suppress the other one. So you only got $4. So now this starts crumbling, right? Because it takes $700 to maintain it. So you only got $400, so it starts diminishing. Hope you understand that concept, right? So I'm getting more into it in a minute. So here it is. This is the reality that the Europeans over here, right? They got to fuel it. See, but it's hard and hard and hard. That's why they're in debt and everything else, because because they got other realities that's a challenge to this, challenging it. So they have to suppress those, because if those came in, that's going to kill this. Earth is not so big. So it'd be one dominant reality, and the strongest reality is the most dominant one. So if other realities start growing, there's going to be a challenge to this one. So then these guys start directing some of this energy to suppress them, which means have less for this, so this start crumbling. Hope you understand the concept, brothers and sisters. Anyway. So then, a challenge comes. In 1990, a new reality comes. That's the angel. Make all things new. Revelation, the great light. He shows up in 1990. That's the beginning of a new reality. That's challenging this reality with the people that they have under control here. So it happens. So now, right, he's starting to build that, fueling that reality, energy. With his own energy coming, using that energy to fuel that. He has to fuel it. So if he gets $1,000 a day, he put $1,000 a day into this reality, new reality. He's feeling. If he only put 200, then 100, then don't that much. But if he put it all in, then you see, start it's like you got a water, a lake, and it's solid, it's smooth, solid, right? It's not moving, motionless. Then you throw a rock in it. Once they got waves, you change the reality of that lake. You understand? But if you want to keep that reality going, you got to keep throwing a rock in there. Because if you don't, you stop. It settles back down again, right? So if you want to keep the new reality come in, right? Got to lake this waves all the time. That's new reality. You got to keep on throwing a rock in there. You got to keep fueling it. Otherwise, you stop. The lake goes back to where it was before. And that's a simple analogy, but that's pretty much the way it works. And boom, it blows away that reality. Because high pressure overcomes low pressure. So if he comes to a new reality that's higher pressure than the old one, he blows away that reality. That's happening right now. Right? And then what? Then his reality comes in. Higher pressure reality overcomes lower pressure reality. Other pressure reality is going, the new reality. Right? What happened here? Okay. Comes the whole planet. It's new reality. Got rid of old reality. Okay? Let's move on, brothers and sisters. I hope you understand that concept. That's what's happening right now. That's the way it always happens. They send one prophet in with a higher reality mind, a higher pressure mind. That's what scriptures are. Scriptures are minds. Like if you got a version 2001 Windows, they come out 2010. They don't support 2001 anymore. 2010 blows away 2001. And a while, one word, you don't support. You got to get rid of it because now you got a new version. Same thing. Scriptures are minds. That's why they give you scriptures revealed, and that's how they send one person. They don't need to send one person. Because the mathematics says high pressure overcomes low pressure, no matter how small low high pressure is. High pressure could be just big as a balloon. But if you put it right, if you put it in water, it's going to move the water out the way because it's higher pressure. If it's high pressure, it's going to move. I don't care if it's a ocean or whatever. If it's high pressure, it's going to move. There's no exception. High pressure overcomes low pressure. And scriptures are minds, and they pressure, their energy, their force. And so they come in with it, and that's why, right, when Moses came in, he was able to remove the empire that existed before that. Jesus came in, right? The Roman Empire, he defeated that. You see the remnants of it in the Catholic religion, but he defeated the Roman Empire. Right? You see? And then Prophet Muhammad came in, right? And he defeated the Catholic Empire. Put it down for 1,000 years. And then Adam came along because in his deprivation, right? The new world earth, he put down all of them. He put down, it was called some Jews that was following Moses. People say they were following Jesus, and people that following Muhammad. He put them all down. Adam put them all down. His presence was higher than theirs. The scripture he had was higher, and he put them all down. That's right. I put rule. They rule. Who been ruling the earth? Who been ruling the earth for 400 years? It ain't been the whole world. They try to say, Newscast said the whole world. No. Only two empires been ruling the world for the last 5 years. That's America and Britain, Gog and Magog. Our chapter 20. That's they would see the whole world, and that's one of the major exceptions right there. The chapter 20 is in the future. No, that's European history. And they came out and they see the whole world. Two empires. Only two world empires you know of in all history. The Mongolians or Genghis Khan wasn't a world empire. Caesar wasn't a world empire. Napoleon wasn't a world empire. Alexander, so-called great, was not a world empire. No people was world empires. Only world empire was first was Britain, like it says, the Ram and Daniel, and then the one that comes last was the greater American empire. Two world empires, as Gog and Magog. Period. See, this stuff is very simple, but it said they're perishing because they refuse to accept the truth. Well, probably because they can't. They got a little brain. The demons, they can't accept it. And if they did accept it, it would be against them. The others, low brain structure. We don't care. Because it says, many will be called and few will be chosen. So you get the light. But we choose you. You don't choose us. And we choose you based on your response to the light. Your response to that's how we choose you. It's your response to the light. Okay? If you're walking around in the light and you're walking around in a circle, you're blind. We don't want you. Understand that. So let's look at this. I'm missing something here, bro. Hold on a second. One second. I think I missed something here. 1 second here. Just give me a second. Where did I put that at? Yeah, I did miss something. Where's it at? Oh, that's why. It was in the right place. Okay. Let's see what happened. Okay, I'm going to just move it around. Over here. I'll go into that. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering what's happening with it. Okay. Okay. Okay, feeling of paradise. But first, before I do that, let me show you this. You see this right here? This is what I'm talking about initially. You know when I said you got to fuel, right, okay. Now I'll show you with your mind, your reality is based on the mind you have. So if you got a weak mind, you have a weak reality. If you got if you got a real low class mind, you're going to be. Maybe I should say this. I don't know. I guess I'm going to get off track here. If I go out with a long explanation, the point is that if you got a low grade mind, right? Say real low grade mind, then your reality is going to be so maybe you're living out on the street someplace. Well, that's not a good analogy. Living out in the woods or something, right? Or like like in Europe, the architecture was really bad. Everything. I mean, they didn't have anything. They had to go out and they went around all the world trying to learn how to do this, learn to do that, because the mind level was low. Architecture and all that stuff. They got them every place else. Remember Marco Polo and all that kind of stuff. I'm trying to a better analogy. If I got good at analogy, but it's going to take me hours to explain it. So in other words, say you got a very simple mind, right? So for you, right, 5 plus 5 plus 2 is 7, right? But more complicated mind might say, well, 2 plus 2 plus 2 and 1. I mean, a little complicated, right? Or maybe 21 divided by 3 is 7. It means more complicated. It'd be more complicated. It still comes to 7, but it's more complicated, right? So therefore, their structure, their technology, everything was on a very low level in Europe, very low level. They didn't take baths, right? There's disease. I don't know about awnings, what awnings came from and stuff like that. It was very low, right? The way he was living, it was very filthy, right? Because in mind, right, everybody else was doing better. So they try to make the Dark Ages was the whole planet. No, it was just Europe, okay? Because remember, they're on the lower level. You got the nations, and they got the simplest mind of all. So therefore, it came out with a simple, their civilization very simple. Just like even the Roman legions, I mean, remember, they had energy and power, but they was very simple. I mean, the way the army set, the squares, the rectangle, and that's why Hannibal was able to defeat him, because he had a more complex mind, and he had a small army, but he was able to they couldn't beat him. People don't understand. Hannibal was an original man out of what's his name? Carthage. And Carthage was in Africa. So they don't tell you that part. And he was beating them with smaller army, and he used mathematics, geometry to do it. If you understand, they still study him at West Point now. See, because they had a very simple way of thinking, but they had power. So if you got power, even if you got power, right? If somebody don't have power, they could be wiser than you, but if they don't have power, then you right? It's like if you're out there and you smart, everything else right. A lion don't ain't smart as you, but he could tear your behind apart if he can get a hold of you. If he has more power than you have. Anyway, I don't want to get too complicated. So what I'm saying is, I don't know, I should go back to that, because this is just out of place here. What I'm saying is that, say for instance, okay, if you got a simple mind, and all you know how to do is build shacks, but you have money, so you hire somebody that knows how to build buildings, and say, okay, I give you money, they'll build the buildings for you. You don't know how to build it, they'll build it for you, because you got the money to do it. So you say, you build it for you. So they come out of your mind, come out of theirs, but you had the money to get them to do it. As long as you got the money to do it, they build a reality that's great in your mind. Didn't come out of your mind, it came out of theirs, but actually it did come out of your mind in a way, because you're the one that hired them to do it. So that's part of your, right? It's still your reality, because it you filled with your money. Okay? But the quality of it is greater than your ability, because you have someone else with a greater quality mind to produce a greater quality reality. You understand that concept? Your reality becomes higher quality than you would have done, because you found someone that had a higher quality mind, and you had enough money to pay them. Remember, you're still fueling it to build a higher quality reality than you would have been able to do. So when you see here, you look at America. America's been able to build a high quality reality than all other Europeans. Now America got youth innovation. Say, well, Americans are so smart, right? Europeans so smart. White folks so smart, and everybody else, right? So sick. But if that's the case, how come Germany's almost all white? How come they don't have an innovation? All of Europeans just copy what they get from here. How come everybody's getting copy what they get from here? So there's something strange about these white people here. They're wise than all the white people in the world. Most of the Europeans that's here, Google it. I was surprised to find it myself years ago. Most are from Germany, not from England. That throws you, but that's the fact. So coming over here made them extra wise or something? They got all this innovation? Because Germany just copied what they got from here. England just copied what they got from here. All these other countries just copied this innovation that comes out of here. So why is that? Everybody's copying what comes out of here. So what's the difference between them and here? Us. We got the high quality mind. See? And they pay us. Oop, did I say that? They pay us. Right? I mean, one of the only secret, Washington D.C. was supposed to have been designed by a black person. That's what they say. Are you Google? That's what they say. A black architect. But see, they have control of our energy. So it's like they paying us, they got control of our, remember they got control of our energy. Because we don't have control of it. So therefore, we work for them. Because actually, when you was in the slaves, you was an employee. You've been an employee the whole time you're over here. They just changed the name now to employee. But when you was a slave, it's the same. You was an employee. You was working for them. They changed the name to make you think you feel better. You're still a slave. But we had a high quality, but they had control of us. So they was able to build all this innovation, everything that came from our minds. But they control us, so they control our minds, right? They gave us their minds, but it came from our brains. Our innovation came from our brains. That's why they don't want us to leave here. That's why Pharaoh says, hey, don't let them leave. See? The whole thing's about creativity, if you understand it. That's what's going on here. As long as they control us, that's why they have an innovation, because it's coming from us. But they control us. And they lose control of us, then we're gone, and all of a sudden they go back to the simple mind stuff. They can't, no more innovation. And now we're over there doing all this great innovation. How do you think we think going to happen? How's it going to work? See, one of the little hints there, they told us that we could no longer make bricks out of straw. You could still have to make it, but you couldn't make it out of straw. That's the scripture telling you, you have to be creative, that you're the creative force here. Who is the creative force to help them survive? Joseph. Joseph was us. Remember they enslaved his people. After Joseph showed them what to do, because they didn't know. They was about to starve to death. And then that's us, Joseph, us. We was in slavery, and then they enslaved his children, his people. We the ones so that's what's happening here. Okay? Because we're taking the energy. Remember, they got to give us energy. They control our energy. They mean control energy. In other words, you get $1,000 a day, but you're under my control, so I give you $1,000 a day. But I don't give you $1,000, I give you $1,000 worth of beans, or still $1,000. I control the nature, quality of that $1,000 I give you. Right? And $1,000 shit farm is equal to $1,000 gold mine. It's still worth $1,000. But I say you can only buy a shit farm. See, so I'm controlling. You still get $1,000 as far as consequence concerned. You get $1,000 for this shit. $1,000 worth of shit. See? So since they control us, they control the nature of the energy that we get. So they give us $1,000 shit farm every day. $1,000 pile of shit worth $1,000. I mean, shit is worth something. What do you think fertilizer is? So you get $1,000 worth of fertilizer, $30 worth of shit every day. Okay? And what you do with fertilizer? You plant and you produce vegetables and stuff with it. You may not understand, you might like it. That's where it happens. Where you think that stuff comes from? They put now they use chemicals and stuff, but that's where before all that, that's where you used put animal dung and everything else in the ground. All your manure put in the ground. That would fertilize the ground, and the seeds that's what seeds grew off, used to grow, and then grow your fruit that you can eat against recycling. You shit in the ground, the seeds turn that shit back into food. You shit again, going around. That's it. That's just the way it is. And so it's a symbiotic relationship, and that's what's going on here. See? Because we're creative. We turn shit into gold, just like, right? The seed turns shit into cabbage, pickles, and cabbage or cucumbers or whatever, right? The seed turns it into that, right? And you eat that stuff and you turn it back into shit. Shit goes in the ground, seed turn it back, What's happening here? That's what he's doing with us. We're the creative force. We're the one that owns innovation. Right? So we turn it into gold for them, and they turn the gold back into shit, and that's what feed us. So we live in the ghettos and everything else. Because we allowed them to control. That's why we got to get the hell out of here. Listen to goddamn Farrakhan, because that's the relationship here. They control our energy, so we keep getting $1,000 worth of shit. We could be getting $1,000 worth of gold, but we get $1,000 worth of shit. That's what they give us. They shit it out, and we give them the gold. They turn this shit. When we was in the field, right? We go out there and we go out there and work our ass off and produce food and all that nice stuff for them, right? And so they sit back eating caviar and steaks and ham, whatever else they eating, right? And what they gave you? Shipments. With this shit from pigs, stuff they used to throw away. They gave you garbage. They gave cow chips. That's where this thing comes from. Taste you stuff from. You don't even know it. Just like you call it chillers now, and Walmart sells it because people still buy it. That's what they called it back then when you was in the fields, chillers, because that's what it is. But then when you got out, they say, these niggas, they might pick up on that. So let's change the S and put a C there. Still the same damn thing. I just gotta change the letter. It's still shillings. Yes, they did. And they give you shit. So you was out there working your ass, and they fed you. You didn't handle this shit. They showed Django. You sitting back in a home. You had a fireplace. That didn't happen that way. I guarantee it didn't happen that way. Even Oprah tell you that to Oprah letters. It didn't happen that way. They lock your ass up in a little closet like room outside where it was cold and everything else. Whole family in there. If you had to go to the bathroom, you did it on each other. So you wouldn't run away at night. You had no fireplace. You had no home. You had none of that. Barely had any clothes. Clothes you had was rags and everything else. They gave you shit, but you was putting caviar and steaks and wine and everything on their plate. And you was getting pissed and shit and everything else on yours. That's relationship. And you're still doing it right now. Because you're still an employee and you're still a slave right now. You go out there, you work at Popeyes, brushing your ass all day long. They sit back on the ocean, on their yacht and everything else, partying, watching video, whatever. And you could barely make enough. Because that's what capitalism, maximum profit, minimum overhead. That means the less they got to pay you, the more profit they make. That's what capitalism is. Capitalism is slavery by definition. So they get you to work, and the less they pay you, and when that slavery, don't pay anything. Just give you enough to keep you alive. In fact, initially, they wouldn't even give you enough to keep you alive. Because if you read the story, they said that the average life expectancy for a black male was like 3 to 4 years. They worked so hard. We saw pictures of old people. That was 30-year-old man. Looked like 90 years old. They worked you to death in 3 or 4 years. Then they had to bring you somebody to replace you. That's how they did it. This is a fact. I'm not making this up. And then you fist bump. They did that to our relatives, our ancestors. You don't give a damn about it. You fist bump. Hey, bro. And calling them bro. God damn. You must be a goddamn demon. You must be one of them. How the hell are you going to take... They rape your mom and you going to be friends with them? Oh, that was my grandma. Oh, sir, they was already been to rape your grandma. Well, what was my great-grandma? Oh, it was all right to rape your great-grandma. Oh, it was great-great-grandma. It's all right to do that, right? And all the stuff they was doing to them. And if you was back there and they was raping your sister, your mama, and raping you, and beating you, working you 24/7, terrorizing you all, you never got no sleep, right? Terrifying you 24/7. They fed you shillings, and not in the plate, in a trough, just like a pig. Even ask Oprah, she got her papers, they tell you the same thing they got from the slaves before they died, they did interviews with them. And you looked ahead and saw, oh, that's Jimmy Jackson. And Jimmy Jackson, that's your future relative, right? I love these. Hey, bro. Hey, what's going on, bro? Hey, bro, what's got the man? Let's hang out, man. Let's go watch the game together. And you get hold of your hands on that nigga? When you crush us to pieces, you look ahead, you doing this and that. You look ahead and see that's how he's carrying stuff after what you going through. What if if you was back there, is that was your reaction? Oh, one day they're gonna get along. One day them and Master gonna be buddies. He gonna marry one of Master's girls, children, girls, daughters. That's how your reaction be? Because if that's your reaction be, you're gonna get a chance to feel it. See? Y'all know about the tyrant. I told you, Elijah Muhammad told me about that, but I ain't a message back, man. This situation right here, brother and sister, and you laying back, man, just satisfied with the shit and producing them gold. Satisfied with getting shit, and you producing gold for him. He turn the gold into shit. That's what you getting. Shit life. Do what they tell you to do. Their laws. Cats make laws for cats. If you're a dog, you in cat land, you're gonna be in trouble. You're a criminal because you act like dogs. The law is made to act like. If you don't act like cats, you're in trouble with the law. You're gonna be oppressed there because you ain't gonna be happy. Because if you try to act like a dog, hey, what you woofing for, man? We got a law against woofing. We got a law against wagging your tail. See, because cats don't do that kind of stuff. So the laws they make is for them. And if you start to act like yourself, you're going to be in trouble here. You're a criminal. That's why you're scared of them. That's why you keep their name. Here it is, they gave you a name. They took your name away from you, beat it out of you. And now you're supposed to be free. And you're a slave to Jimmy Jackson. So they was calling you Michael Jackson, Jimmy Jackson, Jonah Jackson. Means that you was owned by Master Jackson. So now you own them, but you still walk around that damn name? It's like a woman should get divorced from someone. I mean, I divorced from Mr. Johnson. What's your name? My name is Mary Johnson. Well, I thought you divorced from him. Why you still carry his name? Did you divorce him? Why you still carry his name? No, because you're still a goddamn slave. You're still scared of master. That's why you walk them names. Unless you're a demon, then that is your name. That situation, boss, that's where we are right now. That's going to break. Now, those who want to keep eating shit, they're going to stay to keep eating shit. The rest of us getting out here. And we're going to keep the goal that we're making. And get them the shit. Because they wouldn't have this if it wasn't for us. That's what's going to keep us here. That's why all innovations coming out of here. Another sign of this AI, right? All this AI age come in. Now, they know you're best qualified. One of the reasons why I know you're best qualified because I'm going to give you a short version of this here. They got a thing called SIC codes, Standard Industrial Codes. And every time a new innovation comes, a new what I want to use? I'm going to try it. That's what I'm going to use here. A new industry. New industry comes in, right? Like the Industrial Revolution, right? Okay, they had machines they didn't have before. So the industry come in with computers. So the government takes and goes to a demographics to find out what people, like would be women or children, whatever, who'd be best qualified for the industry, so he can start teaching them, so they can be ready for the industry to come in and work on it. But surprise, 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 and this is a fact because I went through the program. They found that black folks was best qualified to do computers, and they connect with music. Now you might think music is nothing, but you know something? It takes a lot of creativity to come to this music. They didn't come. They come with Beethoven and Saint and Beethoven and what was his name? I forget. Right, Santana or whatever. Right. This music, the world of rock to our music. It takes a lot of creativity to come to that music. Look at that music. Somebody that comes so smooth and beautiful, but that's music is mathematics. And so, the black folk music is ruling the planet. And the same mathematics that take the pure music is the same kind of mathematics that takes the right computer code. You didn't know that. I said that was my business for years. Had my own business writing computer code. Didn't have a degree or nothing, and I was killing them. I was the best at what I was doing. Because I'd go to a place and say, man, damn, you got a good record, but you don't have no degree. I said, what do you want? I said, you want somebody with a piece of paper, you want somebody to know how to do it. And that was case closed. And it was always calling me to fix systems that they had white boys build, and then after they left, the damn thing didn't work. So I always had to come and fix it. Because I don't know. And one of the big tells is that that's a new industry. It's a powerful industry, one of the most powerful industries there in the world, right? In the world right now, right? So how come they got to bring Indians over to do it? Because they didn't want you to do it. Reagan shut that program down. Called to the program. I went to the program and started teaching black folks programming. Urban League was the one that sponsored it. IBM was the one that provided the technical stuff, right, and the teachers, right? And they had a contract with the surrounding government, surrounding manufacturers, that the top 10% of that class, they would hire them. That was the deal. I came out first in my class, I went through a program. They actually paid you while you was going. You went for 3 months. And Reagan said, man, we can't have them doing that, because then we lose control of them. All of a sudden, they be running everything, because that's a powerful industry. Called standard industrial codes. Look it up. If you work in a place, you have one. You just don't know it. If you're doing tax, ask your tax guy. He probably tell you what yours is. Standard SIC codes, SIC. So I'm not making this up. I went through it. And Reagan shut that down and started bringing Indians over here. Because they couldn't do it. How come they couldn't do it? How come they can't get their own people to do it? They've been around homeless and walking and doing menial jobs and everything else. Why they got to bring all these Indians to do it? Because they can't do it. They don't have the ability to do it. It's above their ability. Who's beating them? China's beating their ass. Everybody's beating their ass in the computer industry. They got to bring the Indians over to do it because they don't want you to do it. Because I remember when they tried to do it, they said, just like they did with the karate thing, right? See, this is the media. See, they had you, this Bruce Lee thing, they had everybody black. I remember back, every black, man, they was, Chinese, most of them don't know anything about no karate. In fact, they don't even call it karate, they call it boxing over there. But they came and had Bruce Lee. So everybody thinking, man, all the Chinese, and you wouldn't get no argument with China because you thought you were going to get karate. You wouldn't get no argument with no Chinese or Japanese person, you thought you were going to get karate. And 99% don't know anything about no damn karate. But that's the media had you fooled. You were scared. Oh man, you think all them cunts fool you. But now, they got away from that because now all you got to do is be a female and weigh more than 5 pounds and you can wipe out all of China. They said in the movies, you wipe all of them out. You wipe out the Hulk and everybody. You believe that bullshit? Anyway. And so they kept this movie called I'm Alive #5. Look it up. Because they wanted people to think that Indians was the best program in the world. Just before they start bringing them in. See, the media's controlling. They control your image, everything. And you think it's just movies. No, they came this movie, and what the movie's about was this Indian guy. He made a robot that could think, that could talk and everything. He was super. I'm Alive #5. That was the robot was named #5, and he would say, I'm alive. And everybody thought, oh man, these Indians, they're really super, man. And so then start bringing them in. And now this place got millions of them here. And when you look at spelling bees, you know spelling bees, look it up. The one that had this recently, every year, who win it? The Indians win it. This is the English language, ain't it? How come they win it every year? Because they ain't smart as they telling you are. That's the media's telling you that. And the Indians, they smarter than them, but they ain't smart as us. Because I work with them. They're all right, but they ain't as smart as us, because I used to have to quick fix their stuff too. They come and ask me when nobody was looking, man, we show them how to do this. How the hell you get this? How you get in here? Then you take a tech, they take the hell out of me. See, it's another story together. See, you don't know what's going on in the background. A lot of people are the smartest people on the planet. But they got you thinking backwards, and they use your information against you. Right? Remember that hidden figures? How long they hide that? Those sisters, low education, some just high school, and there was PhDs and everything else, and they was wiping the floor with them. That's a true story. I've been telling people that. They the ones put them in space. That's why I was hidden figures. I work with, I know. I had no degree. I ain't have high school. I had GED. Then they finished ninth grade, and I was killing them. And right now they still always send me stuff, especially when COVID came out, because it got me and I'm still in the network. They kept calling me because they said, "Hey man, can you come in?" There's another story to get, because I knew this language that they don't probably use too much anymore. Okay? They don't want you to know that. So they got you with NFL and all this bullshit. And if you try to exert yourself, I want you to get my name back, I want to get my language back, then you know right away you're going to lose that job. Because I'm going there with my name, Raheem, right? And right away, my background was so great, right? So they have to bring me up. They didn't want me around, though. They didn't want to keep me around. They love my work. They didn't love me, because they couldn't control me. I ain't put with their bullshit. So they signed a contract, and they gave me extra reference. They had to do that because they know I did the job. I'm going to give you a short story. I'm going to go. I worked on AT&T. When they broke up AT&T, I was in New York. I worked on that project in 83 and 84. I worked on the project, right? And so AT&T, they had to break all the data up until all of my bells, all the different states, right? Because they couldn't be, they broke it up. So each state had their own communication network. Right, so it'd be New Jersey Bell, California Bell, whatever. Couldn't be, AT&T had all, so they broke it up. So I was working New Jersey Bell. And so in the process, all the data they had, it's like it was tons of data, millions of bytes. And so they had to figure out how to break it down by state. They didn't have to do that with AT&T, right? So they had to break it down. Okay, New Jersey, get all the people in New Jersey, you had to get all the information to the Jersey people. All the people that had information for New York, so forth. But some of it was confused because, they didn't have to separate before, so all the data was all mixed together. So they had to find a way to filter out everything else, right? And then they had to be able to look at it, check it, edit to make sure it was correct. And they didn't have that part. They didn't have like they call CICS and stuff they have right now. They had it back then, right? And they had like IMS, but they had this. Well, I'm not going to detail it. Anyway, bottom line, they didn't have it. And so it was a big backlash. All this data was coming in, but it was going to take them 6 months to a year. And that was cost a lot of money, because they had a deadline, they had to get the stuff out. It was building up, but they couldn't check it, right? And so, hear me, the nigga don't have no degree or anything, right? I'm on the project. And so I'm looking at the situation. I says, wait, hold it. I said, you got a testing system here that you could use to do that, what you're trying to do. Because they brought some people in, and they was trying to design this new system so they could do that. They said, it's going to take 6 months a year to develop this system. So that means all that battle of building. The government said, you got to get this thing broken down. I said, hey, you can use this product right here. And all you got to do is make these modifications. And looked at me. So I went, before I told them that, right, I went and I made the modification, everything in the background, right? I tested to see if it worked. It did. Then I told them about it. They tried it. Damn. It worked. So now they had a means of doing it. It wasn't perfect, but it would allow them to do what they needed to do. Because the other system would be faster because, it was designed for that. But this would allow them to do what they want to do and start, get people then start getting this process going. They can start getting this data out. I say the millions and millions, maybe $1 billion. Show them how to do that because that stuff was building up. So after they got in there, first thing they did, they let me go. I know they let me go because they didn't want to report to their superiors. This nigga that don't have no degree or nothing, he came in, showed all these PhDs, his bachelor's degrees and master's degree clowns, white folks right here, this, and they didn't see that. That would have been very embarrassing. And I know it's a fact because it's the weirdest thing you ever know. I was there, and later, after that, not too long after that, I moved to Florida, right? So I was working at the place called GTEDS, right? It's Verizon now. I had a contract there. So one day I'm driving there, right, and there's a gas station. I never went to this gas station before, but I was like, oh man, I was so early. So let me go to this gas station and get some gas, right? It's the weirdest thing. And the supervisor that I had been that was supervisor in New Jersey on that, on the AT&T thing, right? He's in the gas station. He said, he just moved to Florida. After all this, man, how a coincidence like that? I mean, I didn't even go to this gas station. That's a hell of a coincidence, right? And so I was talking to him. I said, hey, what's happening? He says, oh man, I got a big promotion, man. And now they got me, I was able to get, because I got the promotion, right? I was able to get transferred to this thing down here in Florida, right? You're going to take charge of this thing down here, right? Got the promotion and everything because he took credit for everything I did. They had to get me out of there. So they can say that came from them. It's the weirdest thing. I said, how the hell? I mean, the time had to be perfect. He wasn't living in Florida at the time. He just got into Florida. He stopped at a gas station on his way because he said, man, I'm going to down this new position. I'm going to take, How the hell does that happen? That was the weirdest thing, right? So that showed me that's exactly why they got rid of me, because they want to take credit for it. They do it all the time. I don't know if you know about plasma, blood plasma. Check it out. Who invented that was a black man. He invented blood plasma. How to separate how you do it. You know how he died? He was from Chicago. He died because he needed a transfusion, and they wouldn't let him in the hospital because he was black. It's a fact. See, and you listen to these people like Jackson and Sharp and all these clowns, the demons and Farrakhan's bullshit. See, they distract you. We need to get the hell out of here. Because when you be a great nation, because all this innovation in the world right now is you. You got the best music, and music itself takes a lot. You got to be very smart to develop that kind of music. But you don't know it. And you just do it naturally. So if you're thinking about it, let's move on, brothers and sisters. That's the situation we're right now. Let's move on. And I'm going to close out. Okay, look at this right here. Here's the angel. All right? And someone looking on. And see, this is our situation right here. See, this is the bullshit. Like I said, they control our energy. So they control our minds. We have their mind they gave us. So your mind just gives information to the brain. And then your brain just calculates information. So if the information is bad, you're going to make bad decisions. So people act like that because the information they give us is wrong. But that's all information we have. Until Elijah Muhammad came on the scene, the Master Muhammad came on the scene and measured the covenant, this give you proper information. If you get through, they're blocking it because they want to keep giving this, so that's why you acting like that. But what happens? Okay. Once that's gone, then they don't want that. See, because that information is overriding your nature. That's why you act other than yourself. Master Muhammad's getting ready to destroy all that. When that war takes place over there, that's going to destroy the economic system, which the American people will follow right behind it, and then you won't have it exposed anymore. Now you got to decide what you want to do with it. You want to go back to being what you were before. I like being nigger, so you go back, or you going to be a warrior, kick ass, and go home. Now, fueling up, see, this is energy right here, energy you're getting. Some energy, everybody gets some energy a day, right? So what are you going to do with this energy? What do you do with the energy? Remember, you get so much energy, what you do with it? How you do it? You're going to take an exercise? You're going to take it watching the veil? It takes energy to bat your eye, to wipe it behind. It takes energy for all that. So you get so much every day. So if you use all your energy for what, then you have energy for anything else. It takes energy to keep your heart beating, to think. So how you use your energy? So here's your energy coming in. So now what you gonna do with it? That energy taking that's your reality based on your energy. That's what you did with it. So if you did that way, you created paradise for yourself, right? Or you created hell for yourself. The devils, you create hell for yourself because the devil's controlling your energy. They control how you use your energy. Or you got to work here, or you live here, or you do this. See, that's where we got to get away from them, because the reality you're creating is not for you, it's for them. So you're creating a gold reality for them and they're giving you hell reality back. But if you control your energy is going to reflect your nature. So that's how you create your paradise, and you got to keep fueling it. Because the energy you get, you keep on putting it in, and your paradise gets better and better and better. But if you stop, the paradise goes down. See, like our paradise, we went from paradise down to hell because we had no energy to keep fueling our paradise. Energy deprivation, we got less energy, we have no energy to fuel our paradise no more, so it went away. We lost control because you got to fuel it. But now we get energy now, but now somebody's controlling it, so we don't have a paradise because we got hell when we could be in paradise. That's why Elijah Muhammad, Master told we could be in heaven overnight. But as long as we sit around here and listen to Farrakhan and them, they control it. So now we live in the ghetto, we live in here, we're working 9 to 5, all this bullshit, because they control the nature of our energy. Once we get away from that, then we control it, and then we're going to give it, it's going to be consistent with our nature, so it's going to be paradise, because we're going to be happy, because you're going to be happy being somebody else. You can't be happy being Michael Jackson. You can't be happy being Denzel. How are you going to be happy being other than yourself? I'm a fan, I'll be like him. I'm going to be like Jay-Z. Why don't you be like you? Doesn't matter how much, be yourself. Then you're in paradise. You can't be in paradise being like, how can, by definition, be like somebody else? But you got to fuel it. You got to get it, and then you got to fuel it. And that's what angels here for, to show you how to fuel it. How to fuel your own, not my paradise, not her paradise, not his, yours. Because when you get home, it says, home you return as gods. That means no one's going to control you. You're going to control your own paradise, and it's going to be exactly like you want it. That's what paradise is going to be, exactly like you want it, because no one can make it like you want it. I can't make your paradise like you want it. You can't make it like I want it. See? And the devil's got you making it like they want it. See, because the paradise you make is like they want it, so that means you making their paradise. And that's hell for you. Because that's a white man's heaven, white man's heaven is a black man's hell. That's true. Because you use your energy to create that paradise, which is hell for you. That's why I said you're working, you're fighting, you're beating yourself up in Bemar. Use your energy to defeat yourself. So man was beating yourself up. Use your energy to beat yourself up. As long as we stay in that's the situation. See? And then see, they're gonna have using out the better Sunni paradise. They got our land. Now it wants to follow their idea, their idea of things. We'll follow our idea of things. God damn them. We want to follow our idea. We don't follow Sunni idea. We don't follow Hindu idea. We don't follow Arab idea. We don't follow our idea. You get it? I don't want Sunnism. I don't want Hinduism. I don't want Buddhism. I don't want Christianity. I want our Islam. Our history. Our nature. Our paradise. Not theirs. You get it? We got to follow the Sunnis. No, I don't want to follow the Sunnis. In fact, they live in our land anyway. They are brothers, but they turned against. They sold us into slavery. Yes, they did. They enslaved us too. We used to talk about Joseph and his brothers. I don't want I want my paradise, but you're part of my body. So if you're in paradise, if my heart's working fine, that means my lungs gonna be happy. My lungs working fine, my heart's gonna be happy. But I don't want my heart to act like a lung. I want my lung to act like a heart. I want my heart to be happy being heart cells. I want you to be happy being who you are, not you trying to be like Jay-Z. Then you're a cancer cell. I want you to be like who you are. I want you trying to be like Michael Jackson. You be who you are. You're paradise. Then our body's happy and whole. That's the message of the covenant's job, to get you home and be yourself. And nobody's going to tell you, I don't have to tell my heart what to do. I just tell them what we need done. And it says, okay, it cooperates. The whole body cooperates, so we stay healthy. Nobody's going to tell you a goddamn thing when you get home. You turn home and say, let's make man likes our image. Means male and female. So you be happy being who you are. And I'm be happy I'm happy that you being who you are. If my foot's happy, I feel good. If my foot hurt, man, my whole body's upset. So I'm going to take care of my foot. I ain't going to step on my foot. You know, dictators. Therefore, they're so-called Jesus dictator. America's a dictator. You win, right? But everybody has to do what they tell them to do. You got a veto. That's dictatorship. And they're Jesus, right? If you don't do what he say do, you're going to hell forever, never, never. And you don't vote for him. And you do exactly what he tell you to do. They put your dumb ass in hell. He's a dictator. But they hate dictators. You don't get this stuff? He's a dictator. And they're dictators. And we're going to put it in and when so-called Jesus come back, he's going to get rid of all. Remember, Satan says he controls all the nations. He said, I'll control all about America. He said, he told you, I'll control all of them. And Jesus didn't control. He said, all nations. I mean, Sunnism too, he controlled. The only way he didn't control was Jesus. And the nation he was building. Think about that one. The only way he didn't control was Jesus. He couldn't get Jesus. He couldn't get control of Jesus. But he got control of all other nations. So I got all of them. I'll give you a few bounds. He said, no, hell with you. That's the message of the covenant. The Nation of Islam cleaned up. Because remember, he had to come back with philosophy clean up. Why? Because Farrakhan had turned into shit. Simple stuff, brothers and sisters. You understand? Do you understand? Do you really understand? So they worship Satan. What is Satan's works? What would Satan's works be? Genocide, murder, rape, terror. Isn't that American history? Isn't that American history? Tell me otherwise. Isn't that American history? Genocide, rape, murder, terror, 24/7, hundreds of years. Isn't that the works of it? Isn't that what Jesus said? No, your father's the devil. You do his works. Ain't that the word? So that's the God they worship. Because he said, that's why he says he's a God. I swear he will be a God. The people, he couldn't control him. He said he had all the nations except one. That's the one that Jesus, message of the covenant, is building. He had that, couldn't get that one. Think about it. Come on, brothers and sisters. I'm going to leave it there. Hope you got it. Hopefully I can get back to doing my project on the angel. But I don't know. Hell's about to break loose any minute now, brothers and sisters. When it does, and that war starts, hell breaks loose. Farrakhan gets cast down. Read that chapter. The accused of brother get cast down. All the demons get thrown out. Nation of Islam rises. Get prepared for steps. They come to me. I don't have to go there. They come to me. Get their mind. He prepares them for the tribulation, purification process. Goes and bring the elect, take his land back. Prepare. Say, I go. What it says? I go to prepare a place for you, my Father's house. I'm going home to prepare a place for you. Take the elect. We're going to prepare a place for you. We're going to take them, get them, kick their ass out of there and take back our land. So when you get finished your tribulation, bam, I'm going to prepare a place for you. Then you got a place to come to, buildings already built and everything else. That's the promise. It's all true. It's all come together, brothers and sisters. I'm going to prepare a place for you. In my Father's house are many mansions. If it wasn't true, I wouldn't have told you. All it's been coming together, brothers and sisters. So when that war takes place, that vision returned, that false vision torn down, the true, the beacon comes on bright. Man, that beacon, they're waiting for that beacon to come back on. It's got a false light on there. I'm seeking it. Oh, bam, oh, that blink, oh man. His light's on again. Let's go over there and see, check it out. Oh, there's Mess of the Covenant. Tell me, what did you do? Good. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Sulaiman Rahim here. Let's the covenant, break our 7 seals. Special presentation for today, brothers and sisters. And if everything goes well, it'll be a while. Here, a little technical issue just now, but I think it's resolved. So we're going to talk about a few things. Right? One is this Amalek story. But first, those who consider all the books that Allah has revealed and take a small price, they had nothing but fire in their bellies. Allah will not speak to a day of resurrection and purify them. There's a painful chastisement. See, if you going to talk the scripture and not reveal the whole thing, those who consider all the book. What book are they talking about? Talking about the Quran, the Bible? Because the Quran says you have to believe in both. So you have to believe what's revealed to you and what's before you. They tell you it's corrupt, but yes, they use it when they want to use it. Say, well, that's what they're talking about. Those that have erred from guidance and chastised for forgiveness. How bold they are to challenge the fire? They think they can just say anything they want to say. And those people are with Farrakhan. They don't feel any consequence. They sure don't believe in Allah. That we can prove that. Okay? Every time there's change, Allah changes every 5 minutes. First of all, it's the originator, and it's Master Muhammad. Then Master Muhammad is making babies in everybody's womb. Really? Master Muhammad does that? You know? And you can't worship him because he's flesh. And then he's the God. You got to pray to him. And it's, this called Allah reveal the book with truth. It's sure those who disagree about the book go far in opposition. Allah is going to reveal the book, the Bible, and tell you must obey it. But it's corrupt. So how can you obey something that's corrupt, and then it's corrupt, then you obey it, and then you get chastised for for your actions, but you was following the book that, Allah can't protect this book. One brothers and sisters. Actual facts. Amalek and the false vision decision. Talk about both of these, right? Before we get to our main topic. But Amalek, let's look at this Amalek. See, they keep talking about Amalek over there. That's what those false Jews over there talk about. It's Amalek. What they do is Amalek. They follow the Amalek prophecy. Are they? Yeah? Amalek. Who's Amalek? What's Amalek all about? Have anybody take a chance? See, they say things. Do you go and look and find out what they're saying, what it means? What they're talking about? Let's look at Amalek. Now, I'm going to show you now. Well, let me go ahead and do it and then come back. Here's Amalek. Remember what Amalek did unto thee, by the way, when you were come forth out of Egypt. Remember that? How you was coming out of Egypt. How he met thee by the way and smote his most of thee. In other words, those in the end back. He was kicking you in the butt. And just fleeing the ones that's, in the back, right? And even all those were feeble behind thee, so the weak, and the ones in the back, he was taking them out. Without this fainting, wherein he feared not God. Therefore it shall be, when the Lord thy God hath given thee rest from all thy enemies round about in the land which the Lord hath given thee for an inheritance to possess it. Oh, who is talking about? This was it. Mention covenant. Remember they going out? See? Rest from enemies around about in the land. See? Not this land. Right? Arabia. But it says, for inheritance possess it, that thou shalt blot out the remembrance of Amalek and from under heaven, and thou shalt not forget it. That's in other words, remember, vengeance. Vengeance is mine, said the Lord. So they're going to take vengeance on them. But when you do it, you don't do it while you're in the land. You do it after you get out of the land. See? It says, remember, after all these, when you're home and everything else, then you wipe them out. Just wipe them out. Right? Now, what's that over there said? That means it's vengeance, something. Remember they did to you, you do it to them. But now they saying, see, that's like falsehood was a lie to begin with. But look at this lie. That couldn't apply to them. Because for them to apply to them, that means the Palestinians have done what they doing to them, have done to them. That wasn't the case. They was living peacefully with them for 1,000 years or whatever. They didn't ever oppress them. They never killed their women, children, and that stuff. Right? They said, well, see what they're doing, Hamas and all that kind of stuff, right? See? Right. But that's not what they saw about here. That's news leaving out of Egypt. And we know that doesn't apply to them because they said they was never in bondage. You got them saying it. See, the scripture is so clear. It says, this be made so clear in the food and earth. Everything I'm telling you is clear. He's researching easy. So if you misled and you deceived or you fall, or you don't make it, that's so totally, you cannot blame anybody. Because everything I'm telling you is very simple. It's very clear. So that couldn't be applied to them because, first of all, they said specifically, we've never embodied. I told you we've never embodied any man. And they weren't. Those story, that's future story. That story's happening now. We don't want in bondage for 400 years. That's a fact. So that show, oh well, we destroyed. We doing God's will. We destroying them because they never did those things to you. And you was never in Egypt anyway. You wasn't fleeing out of there. They never did those things. You was there to show you a goddamn lie right there. See? But see, remember, you got to this takes place. See, there's some confusion about this. Now, that where we check Farrakhan's lies. You can't do unto them. God, look, it says, give you back to her as she or as also she have back, and double you the double according to the works of her, in the cup of which you mingle you to her double. Right? So as many as she glorified herself and lived unreigned luxury, so much give you to her torment mourning, because, right? In other words, give them double what they did to you. That's command. Not suggest command. So everybody, we can't do it, man, they did to us. What he's saying is, that was his people. He's a devil. He started as a sperm. He came from his father's a devil. We got him, he admitting it. We got pictures of him, just Google it. So he don't want to take vengeance on his people. The murderers, the liars, the rapists, the terrorists, the devils. Right? So it says, vengeance is mine, said Lord. So you must be the Lord then, because it says they're telling you you take vengeance. Right? But if you look at the Amalek way, it says you do it afterwards. You see? So how you put this thing together? It says wipe them out totally. So, but how do you do them as done to you? Right? See? So let's go back and look at that again. You have that double, right? Coordinate, right? But it says, come out, hurt my people. So you don't take of her plagues. But you're the one that's plaguing her. So that means you will not be here doing this. And you got to connect the dots. Read chapter 17 is you inspiring people to do it. So you inspire the 10 horns to do it. To take out the harlot. And to do these things they say about where it says it, toward morning, it says give her torment in morning. There's other things there too, right? See what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? Those are going to be your weapons. Because when they come in, they're going to tear this place apart. It says, we inspired her to do this. We inspired the 10 horns to hate the harlot and to make her desolate, right? You see what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? And then eventually just wipe them all out. Eventually, at the end of it, just rid of all of them, just wipe them totally out. Right? Not while you're here. Because they was doing that while you was here on the way out. It's hard costs on the way out. Okay? Like I said, you're gonna be fighting a defensive war on the way out. They're gonna attack you. And it says the weak ones. What do you mean the weak ones? That's weak-minded ones. The ones in the back and can't keep up. That's what they tell you. Those ain't going to make it. Because they don't have the protection. They don't have the angel mind. And they don't have the 5 pillars. That's what it's talking about here. You got to be read between the lines here, brothers and sisters. Like he told Exodus, Moses came to the camp. Well, we know that's not actually Moses. We know when showing the angel key, that's that 4th wind. We can get to that in a minute. So that shows a line over there, Amalek. It says, wipe them out. But you're not going to do it personally. Right? One of your main weapons is going to be the goat. And they're going to come in raping, killing, murdering. And they hate the heart. That's China. India would be with them. They don't see it now. Japan would beat them too. See, all the enemies going to all their lovers are going to turn against them. No, when this happens, America can find some isolated. Satan is going to be in America. Everybody's going to sink it. No. Nobody's going to help them. It says none will help them. It says tides will come out of what? East and north? I forget exactly how it says it. They'll trouble them. It says you don't go out to try to destroy everything, trying to hold on. But he gets defeated and says no one helps him. Everybody's going to turn against him. Because America's done evil to everyone. There's no way America has. Now it's even turning on his own friends over in Europe. That would be Armageddon. That's Amalek. It's vengeance. Terrible vengeance. You're not going to do it personally. See? It's the consequence of what they're doing. It's the consequence of what they've done to you. See, because that's why it says, wipe them out. I mean, this is the consequence of what they did to us personally. Because we wipe them out. And there's no other consequence to anybody else for doing anything to them, right? It's their destruction. That's why I said, do not touch that tree. Because we'll wipe them out totally. Totally break them. But we got those going captive. We talk, that's still in there. We're going to talk about that a little more later too. You understand, brothers and sisters? That's Amalek. I said, now we give her double, but you're not going to do it because it says come out of my people. So you're not going to be doing the plays personally. You're going to do it after. So in other words, this is hell. Once you're out of here, you're going to then rain down hell on them. You're going to spiral. Now, you're not only going to inspire the enemies, but you want to assist the enemies in destroying them. What do you mean assist? Right? Master Muhammad will nullify all their so-called nuclear weapons. They will not be able to use them. That's how you assist. We're not going to do it personally. That's Amalek, brothers and sisters. So remember, so just wipe them out. Thou shalt blot the remembrance of them. From under heaven, thou shalt not forget it. Don't forget, you're going to do this. This is a command. Therefore, it shall be when the Lord have given thee rest, small right, and inheritance, that thou shalt blot out the remembrance of Amalek. Blot out. Mother heaven. That's their future for what they did, fate for what they did to us. And let's talk about the false vision decision. See, Elijah came, the God came and provides the vision that we're lost. Right? Tell us about the covenant. And Elijah prepared a way for the message of the covenant. But see, it's still been a time of winter. Still a time. So Elijah had a double job. He had to prepare a way for the message. But how was he preparing you for it? It's like if you're preparing for the spring, you're still in the winter. If you're preparing for the spring, you're still in the winter. So if you're preparing for it, that means the message of the covenant. Now this, so you're still in the condition you were before he shows up. He's the one who's going to take you home. So that means you still be here. Right? So he has prepared you. So that means you have to succeed here to get there. You have to succeed here to get there. Because when Master Muhammad came out, people was on, I'm sure later, right? Was on E. It was collapsed. They have knowledge. There was mind against them. They were destroying themselves. They didn't know about discipline. They didn't know anything. They was following what devils taught them. Following devils. And if you follow the devil's path, that's even destructive for you. Because see, they have low discipline, but it has some discipline. Discipline times energy equals power. Now they had low discipline, but had a lot of energy. That was the whole idea of putting them in charge. We had a lot of discipline, but no energy. So I don't know how much discipline you got, right? But ain't 10 times 0 is still 0. But then we start getting energy, but by following the devils. Remember, they got low discipline. We didn't have any. We had natural discipline. We just wasn't developing it. Like a man has natural strength, but he has to develop it. Man has natural strength, has to develop it. I mean, you have ability, you have to develop it. So we have natural, but we was taught not to, based on we found devils, right? Eating 3 meals a day, eating pork, drinking, and everything else. We found an example of no discipline. So therefore, we was on the way out. We was on the way to being destroyed. Because their power was still crushing us. Because we didn't have any power. We had energy, but no power. Energy times discipline is power. So we was practicing no discipline. That's the whole thing. There was no discipline. What Christianity said, you have to have discipline. Christianity tell you don't need this. Why you got to call on Jesus? That's what the Catholic Church told you the same thing too. You didn't need any discipline. You was on the grace. You just had to believe in Jesus. And so they had people thinking that. You don't have to have any discipline. You do everything you want. Because the Catholic Church, you can do everything you want. All you got to do is go and ask the priest, tell the priest you did it. And you get 3 Hail Marys and you're done. You see, it's a whole movement of religion about no discipline. The Protestant religion practice some discipline, right? See, because they said, because they was before in the Catholics, you don't have to have, in Catholicism, you don't have to have any discipline whatsoever. All you got to do is confess to the priest and boom, 3 Hail Marys. But in Protestant, you had to follow some discipline. That's how they got power, because they start applying they start following some of the laws in there. They follow some of the laws, and if you go check Christianity, right, 500 years ago, they start following laws like that. So now they found the guidance of Scripture Bible, sealed Bible. So therefore, they was practicing some discipline, so they became powerful because they had more energy, and when applying their discipline, they become more powerful in the Catholic Church, even Sunnism. You see, but they started declining in that discipline. They started falling away by the time the 20s came in, right, 1920s. It was pretty much everything gold. I don't know if you know that Coke. That's why they call it Coke. That's what it was. It was a drug initially. They don't tell you it was in Greece anymore, but it was cocaine. Coke. That's why they call it Coke. This plan was rapidly falling. So they started the wars kicking off. World War I, World War II. But the bottom line is, black folks were on the way out because they wasn't applying any discipline. They was following the devil's. And so, and they had less energy, so if they had any power at all, it was still less than the devil's had. So the devil still controlled them. And if greater power, greater pressure, crushes lower pressure. Our people were being crushed until Master Muhammad showed up and started teaching discipline, to Elijah discipline. Okay? Eating properly, fasting. Restraining from fornication and pork and all that kind of stuff. So I teach them discipline. So Elijah. We'll talk more about that later. Right? Okay, so our people start getting strong. Because see, if Elijah had high pressure overcomes low pressure, so if the pressure increases, they would never take over the country. Because they would have higher pressure than devils. The devils saw that coming. They saw that coming. See? And then the fact that Elijah Muhammad, remember, what he's speaking, what he's teaching is higher pressure mind. See? So therefore he was overcoming the pressure that they was putting on our people. He was overcoming the pressure. He was overcoming, because by teaching them, they was overcoming the pressure. They started coming out of that crushing mode. Because our people were being crushed before Master Muhammad showed up. Raised Elijah. Okay, Elijah gave us the vision, because we didn't have a vision. Our people without vision perished. We had no vision. We had no vision. Right? We was Ham. We was doomed to be cursed. We couldn't be slaves all our lives. And we prayed to pray, Master prayed, he asked Master, would he pray for us if we died, that we go to heaven and still serve Master in heaven. But that was the thinking. He had no vision. Our vision was tied to the devils. And they was cruel about it. Because you be on your deathbed, you don't work, you're 30, 40, 35 years old, and you look 90 years old, because they said your life expectancy for a male slave was about 4, 5, 6 years. That's why he brings somebody over. They work you to death. And then you die at 4 or 5 years, they had to replace you. You didn't have no long lives like us. They showed in the movies. They showed old people, those people, go and check it out. Those old people, look at old people. Oh, man, he's about 80 years old. No, he's about 30 years old. They work so hard, they look like he was 80 years old. And then when you're in work, they work 24/7, relentlessly, no matter what kind of weather anything was. And then here you are, and now you can't make it anymore, and you're about to die on your deathbed, and they go, Master, please, Master, tell Jesus I was a good nigga. Yeah. Because now you don't want to go to hell. And you're already in hell, don't know it. But Master told you this is worse than this. And you say, damn, I don't know anything worse than this. Because you know how bad this is. Master really got you. You're going to worse than this. You're going to put your hell, and it's going to be forever. Forever. You ain't get no rest or nothing. Oh, man, Master, please tell me, Jesus, I was a good nigga. I worked, And Master, cruel. He had all the stage right. Nah, man, you didn't work hard enough. I ain't going to tell Jesus that. You're on your deathbed, and you're just looking for a little, work this fool, work this devil for 5, 6, 7 years, relentlessly, 24/7, no rest, nothing. They fed you shitlings. They fed you it all. Beat you all the time. You're lucky if you got 2 or 3 hours sleep a night. If you're a female, you're just raped constantly. And they raped the men too. And now burnt you out. And then, please, Master, Jesus, I was a good nigga. Nah, you wouldn't. They put them up to other slaves. So now they can't work as hard as they are. I mean, when you work as hard as you can, how can you work any harder? But they try, because they want Master to say some good stuff. Master had no intention of doing it. So I keep the slaves in line. But all they can do is work. See, because they don't keep their head, they don't keep that cotton. See, because maybe Master say some good Jesus for me, because that's the situation they had our people in. Terror. And now you sitting there bumping, fist bump with these folks? That's horrible. That's horrible. And that's not even the worst of it. And so Elijah Muhammad gave me the vision after Master Muhammad raised him up. He gave us the vision right there. Abrahamic covenant, nation of Islam. And they was like, hey, you can't have the people with discipline. Because they overcome us. This tells you there. That was their fear. That you would fight against them and lead the country. So they said, man, we got to take that vision away. Because that vision was inspiring their discipline. And we're going to talk more about this a little while later, right? We're going to be here for a little while, I think. So what happened? So 1948, they said, we got to destroy this vision. So what they do? Blew it away. They got their man Farrakhan. He's one of them. See? So it had no vision. That vision belonged to them. And Farrakhan ain't telling you he's telling you he's agreeing with that vision. Because he don't tell you you're going home. You ain't going nowhere. You stand here. Devils ain't devils no more. But it's just like all demons, all wolves sheep clothing, he disguised himself as one thing. I'm with Elijah. I'm representing Elijah. But he's doing something, but he's really inwardly, because he's duplicit by nature. He follows the devil. But his mother's is black. I don't know if she's original or not, but she's black. But no matter how much you disguise yourself as a lamb, if you're a wolf, you still gonna sound like a wolf. You may look like a lamb, you sound like a wolf. So how do he sound? He sounds like a damn wolf. We ain't going nowhere. Devils ain't devils no more. We are one. Because he's one of them. He's not singing Elijah Mama's song. Oh, the synagogue sing something all right. He's singing the wolf song. He's singing the devil song. False Israel song. See what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? As they did. They blew away the vision. Let's look at it again real quick on the look, brothers and sisters. They blew away the vision. Blew it away. 1948, blew it away. And he's come 1975. He said to establish it and make sure it was totally blown away by 1975. The nation was gone. Until that later again. Okay, the commentary, brothers and sisters. To my paradise, to my energy management. Okay, so look at this. See here? And watch this. You got this then. This is reality here. This reality here. In the 1990s, Schumann comes on the scene, having broken the 7 seals of the angel, the gospel. And I explain. When they give you a scripture has 2 folds. It's a gym, because if you want to develop a muscle, you got certain equipment allow you to do that. I mean, you got a leg machine, you have to do leg muscles, right? So scriptures is build this, and this is force. Thought is pressure. And so how to increase that pressure, increase your power of thought. If it's greater than the pressure around you, then you grow. If it's less, then you're being crushed. So he sends it to your situation, and you apply that. You start studying it, because that's how you do. You go lift weights. You have to lift it. You can't just look at it. You have to lift it. And same scripture. You have to study the scripture. And when you study it, that's how you think. That's the same for the brain. Studying is the same thing like lifting with your arm. And you get confused. That means, just like if you get sore, that means the muscle's building. If as soon as you get sore, say, hey, you stop, then it means you don't get anywhere. When you get sore, hey, that means that muscle's building. So when you get confused, that means now you're learning. Because once the soreness goes away, you got a stronger muscle. And once confusion goes away, the smarter you was before, you're more elevated mentally. But people don't know that. Oh, man, that's too confusing. Well, that means it's hard. That means, oh, that weight's too heavy. Yeah, but that's the one that's going to make you give a big muscle. The heavy one. But you say, oh, man, that's too heavy. Well, it's no benefit for you. And, oh, it's too confusing. Well, it's supposed to be. That means the more confused it is, that means the stronger you're going to be once you get it. The heavier it is, that means the stronger you're going to be once you lift it. Same concept. So he said a measure of profit in. With that gem, that's the scripture. Show you how to increase. Apply it. Yes, you apply it, study it, and then you put your high zone, high pressure zone. Once you do that, then you overcome the reality, because the reality is pressure. This reality is pressure that came out of somebody's mind, came out of Adam's mind. God made God's mind. This reality is pressure, itself is pressure, and it came out of minds of pressure minds. God can make God. And so when one understands this pressure, then a greater pressure will blow it away. What happened is that in 1990, angel was given. He got what was given. He got the angel and started studying it. Right. By studying it, right, he started increase his brain power. That means he created a high pressure zone, and they tell you that no one was able to do that. Because you had to break the seals. You had to have enough pressure to break the seals, enough discipline to break the seals. It took discipline to break the seals. So he had to have enough discipline to break seals. No one had it. So that means he's a very disciplined person right there. Nobody had it. So he was able to do that. And then now start working on that machine, working on it, It creates high pressure zone. Right? And once high pressure zone becomes greater than this reality, it starts growing. As reality is into resistance mode. Because you're crushing it, it's trying to keep it being crushed. If you go in the elevator and it's full and you start expanding, then you put everybody's gonna resist because you're taking up more space and they have less space, and now and the more you do it, the greater resistance coming to it. Maybe a fight or something, or you crush them. You understand, brother? So in 1990, Suleiman came along, the son of man. That's what Suleiman means, Suleiman. With the angel and start working out on it. Creating a high pressure zone. Okay? So what's the how that happens? He pops up, he studied it, right? High pressure. He's vocalizing. He's putting it thought process. But got to activate it, right? So he thought process is stronger. So now he's got. If it's spreading out, that means the pressure is greater. If the pressure was less, then the circuits be going inward. So now he's got pressure waves going that's bigger than the pressure around him. Bringing this reality. See what happens. Here we go, sister. Boom. It's blowing away this reality because high pressure blows away low pressure. At some point, it blows away this reality. And pressure comes. See? That gets back to Farrakhan. He's either keeping on the same level of pressure as society or less. We'll talk that later. It's greater, it's spent. So it blows away. That's the process happening now. I just haven't got there yet. It's almost. And there you go. So you bring in a new reality. Blow away the old one. Now this reality can handle greater pressure than the old one. So blow it away. New reality coming in. Because high pressure zone, so I cannot come back in because it's lower pressure, and plus it has an ability to become any greater pressure anyway. See, the demons and the devils, they have a limit to how much discipline they can have. Remember, discipline times energy. Since they're weaker, their discipline is less. They're limited how much discipline they have. I mean, you tell me 1 million 2 days, and they panic. They have less discipline. That's why they couldn't open the engine, and they can't. They try and resist it. They can't. The whole point is they're trying to resist. They're trying. They're resisting. They're in the process of resisting, but it's not going to work. I explained that earlier. Because you, like I said, you were taught discipline, so now, but that's a caveat there. I'm going to get to that in a minute. You see what I'm saying, Brown says? So now, pressure is greater, expands, and lower pressure is always defense. One brown sisters. Nothing will stop it. High pressure. Let's talk another subject. Now we'll get back to it another way in a minute, but feeling your paradise. See, these things you not get this information. No, it's lacking. Nobody even understand it. You never heard any of this stuff before. You know nothing about it. I know you didn't know anything about it because you never heard it before because it wasn't revealed until now. The preacher ain't talking about this. Farrakhan, he doesn't know. Remember, he's grafted brain. He could understand stuff even if he wanted to. It's for improved mind. In the process of getting that mind. The thing is, like I said, you don't get this information, anything like it. I mean, it explains everything. So say it's your energy coming in right here. Fueling your paradise. See, everybody gets the same amount of energy. Nobody ever told you that before either. It's a fact. See? Everybody's the same amount of energy. It matters with you. Do you control it? Someone else controlling your energy. The energy will not just lay there. Somebody it's controlled by something or somebody. So here, fuel for paradise. So you get so much energy. And so how you manage your energy? How you manage the energy you get? Because you look in the mirror, you see the result of your investment. Look in the mirror, you see the result of your investment. Because you are an investment that you made with your energy you get. Everybody gets some energy. So you use your energy all day watching NFL, and you don't have energy for anything else. You need energy to breathe, think, hear, see, interface with your family, your friends, energy for everything. You have to prioritize your energy. How you want to use it? If you knew this, you don't know this. You didn't know this to do that. You think I got energy. You never thought about where you get it from, how much you get. You know, I got energy. Maybe I got a good night's sleep. I spoke to crap. Well, no, that's not how you get energy. We all get the same amount. When interest in heaven, earth comes all of a sudden. Every 50 years. So your reality around you. See, right now, we're part of this reality. But what part of this reality, how do we fit in this reality? Because as long as our pressure is lower than theirs, then we're part of their reality. But we're being oppressed in it because higher pressure overcomes lower pressure. Nothing you can do about it. If you're in their reality and their pressure is greater than yours, you're oppressed. You may not realize you're oppressed, and most of you are oppressed. Because you're employees. You're still a slave. You're industrial age slave. This industrial age now. Well, we're slave like industrial age. We know how to look at agricultural age. You have to pick cotton, being rape, and everything else. What we look like in an industrial age. That's an employee. You're still a slave. Now you call it an employee. Then you have certain perks and stuff. Because before you came here, there was no such thing as employee. When you was home in Africa, if you was in a tribe or you was in a city, a part of a family or whatever, there was no employees. No such thing. No such thing. See? So now over here, I'm employed because you're still a slave. And capitalism is, by definition, a slavery system. What's the maximum benefit from capitalism? Maximum profit, minimum overhead. So unless they have to pay you, the more profit they make. So if you go out and make $10,000 for them, say, I want you to go out but you made it for them. So, and they come and say, well, I'm going to give you $1,000. Well, why do you get the whole thing? If you made it, that's what you're worth. They can't pay it. They wouldn't make a profit. It's an exploitation system by definition. And we've been the most exploited. Because my maximum profit, minimum overhead, that means we was in the fields. How come overhead was no more, come on, man, minimum than that? Yeah, but they was benefiting all the work we was doing for them. Maximum profit, minimum overhead. So they had to pay for our. They do us in a little shack at night. My uncle told me, that people, he got old, but their shack, they take and put you in a room like a closet, attached to the house, and lock you in there. You and your whole family. If you're defecating, they got to eat on each other. You're going to get out and lock you in there all night. As long as 2 or 3 hours sleep you'll be able to get. Mm-hmm. That's what he was doing. So you had energies, but there was magic energy used for that purpose. They have children, they have the same amount of energy you have, but you control the energy. You say, well, you can do this, you do that, you go here, whatever. You control the energy. You understand, brothers and sisters? So, you part of this reality here because your energy, the reason why you're part of this reality, because your pressure level, your thought pressure is lower than theirs. They have you, they'll seal Bible, Jesus, all that kind of stuff. They make sure you stay there because they have control over you. You have control over something when you control that which is lower pressure than you. Higher pressure controls lower pressure. So if we're still under control of them, that means we have lower pressure in them, lower thoughts, and they want to keep it that way. See? And as a result of that, right, that means you have low pressure, but the quality of pressure is still under their control. See? They say, well, I got $1 million. Okay, well, I want to buy, well, you can buy a shit farm. You ain't buying no gold mine. Even though it both cost $1 million. That's controlling the nature of energy. They control energy. They say, well, you can live here, you can do this. See, they control that energy, the quality of it. Right? They control the magnitude of it by, as found in the example, no discipline. So they keep us a low discipline, so that means they can still control us. You understand? And also control the quality of our energy. So we're still call it employees or whatever. So the only solution is increase your pressure was greater than theirs, or get away from it. And so Elijah came and was increasing your pressure. Remember, we wasn't creating so be great in theirs up to be equal. That's why I say things be money, good homes, and walk of life. Be equal to master. So the master won't be oppressor anymore. So now you can he break their oppression of you by making your oppression equal to theirs. He couldn't take and make it greater because that would be the message of the covenant will come and do that. So what's the result of that? If you're in your paradise. So here's Master, here's my watch, breaking seals. Studying the engine. Remember, you got to study it. It's the same thing as lifting. You got to study it. It's going to be confusing. That means you're growing. The more confusing, that means the heavier it is. Once you get it, look how strong you'll be. You can't go to the gym just look. Have a personal trainer do everything and you sit and watch her. You won't get strong doing that. And many of your lessons condition your mind. Okay. Okay. So look at this. See, this is, right? He's in a low pressure zone. This is the pressure that's putting on him. They're grading his mind. So he's oppressed by these. He's acting foolish, stupid. Because all these pressures exposed to keep his mind less than the pressure these devils here run it. This is their reality. Yeah. So it's the quality of the pressures. But Master Muhammad embraced that. Okay. Let me cut to the chase here. You have to fuel your reality. Remember, you get your energy. Everybody can say my energy. What you do with it? What you're doing is you create your reality, because you're giving the form to the energy you're getting. You're giving form to it, and that's your reality. Okay? That's what the devils did. They took the energy they was getting and gave it form based on what they understand the angel Bible, the seal Bible, and this is what the reality they come up with. So when you come in, but they get the same mind they have, so the best you can do is come here, but that reality is going to be lower pressure there, so you're still going to be employed in subjection to them. Because you're going to build your, remember, they control the quality of it. So now, because you still, remember, you're still being oppressed by them because your power is less than theirs. Your thought pressure is less than theirs. So not only you're in oppressed mode, you employee, you got to work 9 to 5, you got whatever because we're still under their control. Remember, higher pressure controls lower pressure, so we're still under their control. That's another way of looking at it. We're still under their control. We're employees, we're still under their control. And then they try to change the quality of it because it's under their control. They can affect the quality of our energy. So now they keep it less by teaching us lack of discipline. They don't hang out, do your thing. I think I'm gonna identify as a girl, whatever. Kill your discipline. So keep your pressure lower than theirs. Pressure times discipline, or energy times discipline equal power, or pressure times discipline. Either one you're gonna put there. Energy is force. See? So I say keep your discipline down. And then they control the quality. It's like you got $1 million, right? And so if you're in Japan, then you can buy things that you can't buy in Germany, or you can't buy them. See what I'm saying? So being in that environment determines the quality of your energy. You got energy, but it's not just what you got to buy. So here, they say you can't move here. That's why I have this whole, what do you call this thing? In the community zones, whatever. Right, where you want to move this neighborhood, but you got to go to the community thing. That's actually illegal. Just keep your ass out. I already been down that road. Come time we was gonna move to them place, and everything went down. Boy, everything was covered. And they said, "Well, what do they call it? Community, whatever it is, right? how we they call it? They got an acronym for it, right? And they they won't allow it. And so if they don't, I don't want to be anyway. I don't want to be around to begin with, right? But the thing is that you can sue them, but you ain't got the money to be suing them. Because how can they tell you can't move in this community? That's it, isn't it? So now you can live in the ghetto. That's why it started. When I was a child, they didn't have suburbs. Didn't have them. That came up after the so-called 60s when the so-called civil rights, they fled out, started building up houses out of the city. They were living in the city, started moving out. Or farms. They started actually building up suburbs. That means cities outside of the town. Suburbs is not just farms, they're cities basically, right? Urban cities, not urban cities, but country cities basically, because they build communities out there. And they make sure you don't get out there. I don't give what they call that, right? Community something, whatever. You understand, brothers and sisters? So, by following the example, make sure you keep your discipline stays low. So that means your power stays low in this. That means they self-control you. And they've been losing control over you since so-called. Why? Because you have natural discipline. It's just you're not developing it. And you don't know how to develop it. Like a man can naturally strong as a woman, but he don't know about a gym, no, he's that kind of stuff. So he never developed it. He got natural ability. He just walk around. You see him walk around, no muscles or anything. Like olive oil or something, like a spaghetti stick or something. Yet they have all the potential. They could look like the Hulk. But because they don't know anything about developing muscles, and they walk around, and some got arms and everything smaller than females. Now, they don't know it, they don't care, but the point is, you see what I'm saying? They have to develop it. So you got you walking around, you got all this discipline power, and it's not developed. And so they make sure you never develop it. Like I tell people, if women got control of the world, the first thing they would do that was wise to ban gyms for men. You would not be allowed to gym, and exercise would be forbidden. Then but they could go to the gym. And so you could never overpower them, because the only thing you could overpower them with is your strength, and you wouldn't have any, because they would never let you develop it. It's like they told us you couldn't read. Now, would you make a law that a dog couldn't read? Why? It don't make any sense. What's the point of making a law that a dog couldn't read? Well, that's why they made a law that you couldn't read, because if you start reading, right, you start developing this here, and you overpower them. That's why they made the law, because they knew that if you start reading, you start exercising this, they're through. And now people are not exercising this. They're not doing it. The NFL, NBA, they know all this stuff, right? Partying, hanging out, drugs, they're exercising this. They're not doing it. And so therefore they keep control over you. Because you start exercising this, that's their ass. The men start going to the gym, secretly going to the gym, that's why they come out, boom. It's all over for the females. They can't compete with them in stress contests. So execute, man, if y'all catch you going to the gym, that's a felony, That's murder. Execute your ass. They can't allow you to do it, because they will lose. You take control. Understand, brothers and sisters? They don't. And some of you, after a while, guys so thin and everything else, man, and then he got so weak and everything else. He found out about the gym. He said, "Man, I can't go in there." He just gave up. Because now he's a little stick, arms like big as a spaghetti stick, and he can do it, but hell, man, woo, it'd be years before he could, right? And 4, 5, 6 hours a day at the gym. He said, man, woo, because he let himself get down so weak. Now people with the drugs and everything else, that's why I say you had the 40 years in the wilderness, because it was just too late. There's too far gone. They don't know anything. Someone can't eat ass or track. And I keep, every time I run to the brother, somebody tell me, they tell me, I mean, I don't know about, I can't deal with math. I wasn't good at math, man. I hate math. And you're the mathematical genius. You are math. I tell you, I said part of the reason why you don't know math. First of all, you ain't. They teach it confusing. They teach it in a confusing way anyway. Then you don't know what to do with it to begin with because you don't know what it is. And plus, the math they give you is mostly theoretical stuff because they don't teach you how to apply it. Now some people like the so-called synagogue of Satan. Now they don't know how to apply it universally. They don't know how to do that. That's what Angel does. But they know how to apply it in their reality. So you got this guy. He goes in there and they got this capitalist system, right? Finance. So he goes to school, man. He learn all about finance. So they apply calculus and all to that. Remember, that's not the universal thing. That's just their particular slice of reality that they develop. And so when his son comes, he sees the relevance of learning math. Because now, look at all these things I got, man. All the quality of life I got. Look at the quality of life that Daddy got. If I learn math, I had a quality too. Then they have incentive to do it. But you say, what the hell I need that for? Why need to learn calculus for? You don't see a way to use it for anything. You don't know what. Because see, they see a practical application. But you don't have a father that knows anything about this. You don't even know what it do for you. See, that kid knows. He knows, oh man, if I learn calculus, I can do this. If I learn trading, I can do this. But you say, if I learn calculus, what am I going to do with it? So that makes sense. One will learn something, spend time doing something, I don't know what the hell to do with it. What can I do with it? I can tell you, I got people in my own family that went and got these stupid ass degrees that never worked one day, and they got all this money owed, haven't worked one day in it. I got several people in my family that's done that. I try to tell them, they didn't listen. Got a big connection to it. And you don't know how to do that. So therefore, it's meaningless to you. So you don't do it. Okay? But everybody's talking NFL, so hey, if I learn the NFL, if I know about NFL, I can talk to people, I got a social life. So that means that's relevant to you then, that's relevant. But it's worthless. See, about energy management. So you have to go to the gym, but how you fuel, it takes you have to use your energy to do it. You can't go beyond that. So in other words, you go, you get the machine, and how you start development. The energy you have, you apply it to that function. And so the result is, you come out of the hole. Well, that's your creation. That was your investment of your energy. That's your reality now, right? From your energy, you create that reality from your energy. You got just as much energy as everybody else, but you use for that. Somebody else used their energy for something else. You develop this, you might use develop muscle. Whatever, how you use it. So when you look in the mirror, what you see is how you invest your energy. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. You see here? Now, we didn't have any energy. We had enough energy to maintain ourselves. That's our energy deprivation, because we didn't have enough energy to maintain civilization. The Earth was in a state of low energy, because all the energy was out there, building stars, constellations, all that kind of stuff. So it got to a point of energy deprivation here, right? Low energy. And so we didn't have enough energy. You take energy to think, energy to walk, energy to talk, energy to see, energy to blink your eyes, energy to go to the bathroom, take energy, everything takes energy. So if you need 1,000 units of energy a day just to maintain your heart, your lungs, right? The digestive system, it takes 1,000 units, that's all you're getting. You have no energy for intimacy. You have no energy to talk to other people. You have no energy to do other things. You have energy to maintain civilization. It takes energy to do those things. To maintain a family, to create a family, to take energy for that. You don't have enough energy. So everything fell apart for us. So the solution was, if we can make a being that requires less energy. So if you're Lamborghini, man, everybody got Lamborghinis, right? But they don't have enough money to maintain, so everybody's got them, but they're sitting in the garage, right? They take $1,000 a month to maintain it, to buy insurance and everything else, but you had the money for gas. So everybody's got them. Man, we got them, but nobody's moving them. Because nobody had the money for it to move them, to buy the gas. So then you go out and say, well, can you make a car that don't need as much? How about you, how if you make a Volkswagen Beetle? Oh, well, make a car low, they don't need that much maintenance. And it only takes $200 a month to maintain. I got $100 left. So you do that. And everybody's got one of those guys, they're moving and grooving. Right? You sitting there with nowhere. You can't go anywhere because you ain't have money, because all your money is just to maintain the thing. But they're moving and grooving, they're partying and everything else. And that's what we did with Yakub. So okay, that's with devils. And the biology tells you they're recessive, they have less, they came out, even science tell you, they came out of us. Their genes are recessive. Our genes don't ride there. That's why if you get a black and a black and a white person together, if just on skin level, if you have genetics, the baby's most likely to come out dark. Because our genes are more powerful. That means it takes more energy to maintain them. So now they don't require as much energy. So the Adam, but he's been weaker though, weaker structure. That's why he make mixture shed blood, but he get control. He make mixture shed blood, but he get control though, because he requires much energy. But now he can rule. You couldn't rule. That's why I told him, hey, you can't rule. You gotta submit. You get the story now? Yeah, you can't rule. You gotta submit. Baby, listen, well, that's another story altogether, right? Because Adam could rule, but he'd be weak. He'd weaker virgin, but he didn't require as much energy. That's the math of it, brothers and sisters. But now universes can start contracting, and energy start coming back. It's momentous in the heavens and earth, but it comes above a sudden. So it's all by the earth. Anybody who knows physics know, for that state to be true, the earth has to be the center of the universe. And it's all by the earth, momentous in the heavens and earth, and once earth converts to form we can use, and then we suddenly experience it. And we're in the process right now, because every 50 years it happens. Because the first ones, we start breaking out of our captivity 20 years ago. No, not 20 years ago, 150 years ago. 1860s. Okay? Because start getting energized. 50 years later, the 20s. Remember, because we had the blues back then. See, the music reflect that. I don't want to get too detailed here, brothers, but the music is a hint. We had the blues group. We had very little energy, but at least we broke our chains. And then 50 years later, right? 20s, hey, now jazz. Start feeling jazzy. Start Eurocentric. Start thinking about Africa and stuff. We didn't know anything about that before. Then 50 years later, right? Rock. What else they call Motown, rock. When just rap came out of all that, right? Now, black and I'm proud. She's black and I'm proud. Energized. See, so I ain't putting up y'all shit no more. Civil rights, all that kind of stuff, right? And now we're 50 years later. What kind of music is about to come on the scene now? Victory, because now we're about to break all chains at this point. But now, because they have more energy. See, in 50 years we gained more energy than we had before. So now we got more energy. So now we got enough energy now to maintain, right? Family, tribe, a basic civilization that gets more complicated because we don't need them anymore. But you don't know that, because you don't have the right mind. So you remember the quality. So they tell you, hey, use your mind, use your energy. NFL, so mismanagement. Instead of using it to gain power, go in that gym and envelop this, because that's what defeats them, because it's a mind war. It's your mind against theirs, and they keep yours low. Low pressure, the pressure low. Maintain control of you. So you're misusing it, and that's what it got you doing. Low discipline. I think I'm identify as a girl, I'm identify as a guy, I'm identify as a dog, whatever. Right? Party, drugs. put in movies where no discipline, children don't discipline anything. They teach you. They're doing that purposely to make sure you never, because if you do, you overcome them. And so that's what Elijah came, right? And to give you enough, to show you where you have enough discipline to stop from being oppressed. That's all he could do. Not for you to gain power over them, just come to the same level as theirs. That's why I said money, good homes, all friendships, all life, right? Because remember the ultimate of getting rid of them all together. So it's 2 stages there, because why would you want friendship if you're going to destroy them? During that period of time until the message of the covenant come, money, good homes, and friendships for all local life here, because the 400 years wasn't be over until the message of the covenant came, and that would be when he came, and then he started the process, but it wouldn't be over until 2020, 2019. So you had to survive until that, because we're being crushed. We're being crushed out of existence, because there was all these programs and everything to keep our mind, and so that's what Master Prophet did to Elijah, right? So if you follow what they told you to do, right, then you had enough discipline to offset. Well, there was so equal there, so they wasn't questioned anymore. So now you could survive here until the spring came. Because we're still in the winter. You understand? But I'm just showing you. I'm going to talk more about that later. I'm probably jumping the gun over here. But see, now you got enough energy. You got enough energy to put gas in that car now. Put it that away. Now you can drive a Lamborghini. But here's the energy coming in. So what are you going to do with it? Okay. What are you doing with the energy? How you develop it? Okay. You got energy, so this is what message coming is. See? Get you to do. What happened here? Okay? You bring your paradise. Once you discipline, you bring it into the reality. Remember, your paradise is when you break reality consistent with yourself, your nature, you. Extension of you, not somebody else. You're like, I want to be like Michael Jackson. That's not paradise. I'm like Denzel. I ain't paradise. I'm like Beyonce. Paradise, when your reality is exactly like you want it. Not like being like them. Everything like you want it. Or she like chocolate, I like chocolate, she like chocolate. No. That totally, it's like, it's come a part of you. It's like your heart. Your lungs, it's part of you. I don't want Beyonce's lungs. No. Your reality becomes part of you. It is you. It was created by your energy. Okay? That's if you have control of it. Your paradise, this situation where they create their paradise because they control their energy, they manage it properly and have control of it, the quality and the quality of it. So they manage it, they have control of it, not the devils. Because the devils, if you was the devil here, now you, okay, I got me a job, I got me a condo. That's the quality they gave it. Paradise is when you have the quality you want it, exactly like you want it. Not like somebody, because right now I can buy this car, I can't do this, I can't lease this, right? I have to work here, I have to do this kind of job, get this kind of degree. Because there are other people telling you how to do it with your energy. When you get home, you will have total energy, and then you apply and you create your paradise. You fuel it. You have to fuel it. Because you got to keep giving fuel to it. Every day you got to keep giving fuel. Every time you get energy, you got to keep fueling it. Otherwise, it's going to dry up. You got to keep fueling it. You got to live the life of constantly. All the energy you get every day, convert it, and your paradise gets greater and greater and greater. You have to fuel it. That's what I'm talking about. Fuel your paradise. But right now, you're fueling their version of what they think your paradise should be. which is hell, actually. You're fueling their idea. You're fueling their mind. Because you don't have your mind, the mind they gave you. So actually, really, and what's that? That's back to capitalism again. Because what you're feeling is their paradise. See, we're part of the few. Okay, remember you got quality, right? You get so much energy of that's quantity, and the quality of it. So the quality is by going to the gym and or whatever. If you want to build muscle, you got to go to the gym, do it, whatever, right? Whatever. See? So we like the robots that's building theirs. We building that quality. They use us to build the quality. We build all this for them. You ain't building it for yourself. You're an employee. So what are you doing? You're taking energy to give it the way they want it. I want you to do this, boy. I want you to do this, nigga. I want you to work. You see what I'm saying? You're using your energy. They're taking the energy you have for yourself. They control the quality of it, right? To build their quality. Because you're building their quality. That's why I'm talking about building robots and stuff now, see? But now that's why I call it Negro butts. Because you're building the quality of theirs. You're not building the quality of yours. Quality of paradise. You know, that's okay. Let's move on, brothers. And now you got Farrakhan, right? Once you build the quality of Sunni stuff too. Oh, we're gonna be the Sunni. We're gonna go over them and worship them. That's what it said about the golden calf. You start worshiping, go take that for a god. No, you start using it to manage to build there. Because they don't give a damn about you. Everybody protesting about what's happening over there. When have they ever come to test about what happened to you over here? You suffered more than any civilization, any people in the world. You ever see them come here and protest anything about your situation? You see? So now you build a quality there. You come over here, you want to help build their little mosque and all that kind of stuff. We're a tool to build everybody's quality, their paradise, without energy, because they control our energy. So Farrakhan, you go there, we go over to Sunni land. We allowed Muhammad, we forbid them to even come to the temple. Forbid them to even come to the temple. They could not, Sunni Arabs could not come to the temple. They would stop them at the door. Farrakhan bring right in. Everybody's useless. So what Suleiman does, he's correcting all this. You start using quality yourself. Turn that around. Start using your energy for your quality yourself. Get you control of it. Okay? Elijah would give you enough to neutralize, right? So you wouldn't be oppressed anymore. You have your own house. You still had the quality of this. You just wasn't oppressed anymore. Because he made you still had quality. You still was under the quality here. You didn't have to control that yet, because you're still here. You had to get out of here. So that's why he said, do it yourself. Build a house, build your own store and all that kind of stuff. Still quality of this. Still quality of this, because we're still here. That's why I had to get out of here. But as long as you're here, but the point is you didn't have the discipline to keep them crushing you. So he was able to neutralize that. By giving discipline, they weren't able to crush you anymore. But they still had control of your quality. That's what Elijah's all about. So now, you was free. You wasn't being crushed anymore. But you still had under the authority of their quality, because we're still here. So you build a house, you go out and build a store. But he said the object was first to free us from being crushed, and then free us, right? Free us from being crushed, and then start increasing our power. So now our power will increase, and also we have control of our quality, and that would be up to the mission of the covenant to do. About spanning, right? Because right now, just stop being oppressed. If our pressure is equal to their pressures, they can't oppress us anymore. We can oppress them. But if yours greater, then they can't oppress anymore, and they resist it because we're oppressing them. If our oppression can grade there, they don't want that. Okay? So he was able to neutralize, so we wouldn't be oppressed anymore. Money, good homes, and friendships, all walk of life. That's why he was saying stuff like that. See? But they told you, all walks of life, but he was going to destroy most all walks of life. That means after. But while you're here, we're still in the winter, how to survive during the winter until the spring comes. Spring's on the way. He's come to tell you, spring's on the way, but you still got to be alive to enjoy it. So that's what that was all about. See? So they still had quality. They didn't have quantity. They didn't have control of quantity anymore. Was it? Right? So that's what happened. Okay, let's move on, but I just hope you understand. I'm talking about that in a more mathematical way in a minute. Oops, I keep doing that. Oh boy, a little technical. Oh boy, what's going on here? I know why. Oops, okay, it's not going to work. Hold on. Wait a minute, brothers and sisters. Oh, wait, something. Wait, something. Hold on. I did test this. I don't know why it's not working now. I don't know why it's not working now. Oh, yeah, let's see. Oh, I see. Okay, I added that and forgot. Okay. It should work now. Well, let's do it this way. Oops. Little things like that get you every time. That should work. Okay, 1 second here, brothers and sisters. Check on something. Okay, hopefully everything is okay now. Yeah, okay. See if this works now. No, let's see if it works this time. There you go. Yeah, well, that was my mistake that time. Nobody hijacked it. Okay, transition new season. Let's talk about that. Okay. Okay, now I'm going to talk the process, the mathematical process of, I just mentioned about Master Ramana, right? See, here, we had no discipline when he showed up. It was being crushed. He was fresh. In fact, it was being crushed. We had no discipline, so it was being crushed as a people. Because we didn't have no direction. We didn't know who we were. We had energy, but we was misusing it. It was out there, zoot suits, and he was still about Malcolm, how he was just a criminal, like, he was doing all kinds of, because we didn't know how to control our energy. Like, you have money, you don't know what to do with it. He's out there part. Right? So he had energy, you don't know what to do with it. Right? So he showed up. Master Muhammad showed that's the condition we was in. So no discipline. We had more energy now, so no power. 0 times energy is 0. That's when he showed up. Okay? So he was being crushed, see? When he showed up. Okay? If he hadn't showed when he did, would have been crushed out of existence. That was the aim. And then he said, Elijah. Now, he forced discipline on you. So he started, right? And enough to neutralize their force. So it neutralized, so it wasn't affecting us. The quality was, wasn't being crushed anymore. The ones that listened to him. Because he forced discipline. That's a very important point. Elijah forced discipline. Because usually Elijah, he forced you to go out there. He forced you to stop eating pork. He forced you to sell papers. He forced you to do all those things. You had to do it. You kick your butt out of here. Forced discipline. Forced discipline, well, it's just good as discipline. If you force somebody discipline, it's just good as discipline. It's still discipline. Maybe forced, but it's still discipline. He forced discipline. So therefore, the people were successful. They had money, homes, all that other stuff, right? But they wasn't doing it on their own. He was forcing them to do it. Still wasn't ready. They hadn't absorbed it yet. Still forced to do it. See? Because they weren't studying those lessons and all that kind of stuff. In fact, they actually looked down on people that did. Because he's called being scientists. In other words, all you do is study them lessons. They used to talk bad about brothers like that. They would go to the restaurant, like Elijah Muhammad he had a special restaurant on 75th Street, I believe it was. I worked there for a little while when I first came in the nation. It was his personal restaurant. We should probably be surprised restaurant. They'd come in there, boy, and they'd be sitting around and they're just talking about the lesson, all that kind of stuff. People laugh at me. Y'all being so scientists, y'all don't do anything. So they actually looked down on people that, and the ones that was doing, they was like, they were science. They was, well, I don't really call it studying, but that's what they talked about the lessons. Talking about and studying 2 different things. When talking about, hey man, I'm talking about the gym, all the equipment. That's not the same thing as actually lifting, is it? But either way, they was called basic scientists, right? And me, I was studying the lessons, and somebody would talk to them, and so they tried to call me basic scientist, but I was actually studying. But I was selling papers. I was doing all this stuff. Everything Elijah Muhammad said, I was doing it. But nobody had to force me to do it. That's no. I'm gonna get to that one day, another time, and explain that. But nobody asked me to do it because I came on my own. Nobody fished me in. I didn't know anything about it. I wouldn't look for Elijah. Nobody came. That's another story. But that's a forced discipline. So now the pressure was neutralized because he was giving discipline, but was neutralizing theirs. Right? So now you start doing good. Money good home because I tell you, after Elijah departed, I kept what he was doing. So I had in me. Nobody had to force me to do it. I was doing good. I said I had a mini mansion. I said 5 or 6 bathrooms there. I know it's a bunch of bedrooms. It was 3 stories. Nice piece of land. Detached garage with a apartment on top of that. The mayor, Orange, lived right down the street from me. Right? It was really nice. I was doing for, I ain't had no degrees in that stuff. I was following Elijah Muhammad, the discipline. I was following with his, and that'll say he baptized right? So when Jesus went to, he said, yeah, "You can." I ain't worried. He said, "No, I got to baptize and all store together." The point is, I was jamming, had my own business, rolling in dough, nice new cars, everything. Because I applied it after Elijah Muhammad departed. It wasn't forced on me. Okay, so what happened? Then Elijah departed. And since he wasn't forcing the discipline anymore, it went away. And Farrakhan missed that. So people would turn back. They went away. Some went crazy. Some went back in jail. Some, I don't know if it said suicide, but they said ran back to the devils and everything else. Yeah, because there was only discipline because Elijah Muhammad was forcing discipline. He wasn't here to force discipline anymore. Everything fell. He wasn't here to force it. As long as he forcing to do it, they stopped selling papers, stopped doing all kinds of stuff. But Wallace didn't make him do it anyway. He said, "You don't need this stuff anyways." He was right along with it. He was right along with telling me, "You don't need discipline." See, people don't know that. Wallace said things like, the only reason why the Quran said we don't eat pork because they didn't have the means to cook pork thoroughly back there. We got microwave and stuff, you can kill the germ. Yeah, he's saying stuff like that. He was making all quick because he all right to eat pork. People don't know this stuff. I was there. There's no secondhand conspiracy. See? So you have to do all that stuff anymore. Or you just pray. You have to go build. We don't need stores. We don't need this. We don't need that. No discipline. You went teaching ain't discipline. Eat 1 meal. Nobody eat no 1 meal a day. They throw all that stuff away. You know how Wallace died? Diabetes. Did that do anything for you? That's why he died. Diabetes. They took the discipline away. And I fell. I wasn't there for discipline anymore. Everybody was happy for it. Oh man, I ain't got to sell papers no more. I ain't got to do this no more. And one of the first things Wallace did, he has a big old picnic where everybody just go and party. Picnic, everybody, Then you have picnic, all this stuff, pies and all that. That's what he was doing. So I was there. And that's why I fell. No discipline. Said power. That's how he made a lack of stock and everything else to the world. It's a joke over there now. My daughter's married 3 of those clowns, and all of them just clowns. None of them worth anything. I told her, don't go over there. I told her, if you go over there, don't go over there and drink the Kool-Aid. She didn't listen. 3 failures. They don't do anything. They want her to do stuff. No discipline over there. You see? Okay, so he departed. Then what happens? So that's right. No discipline. Stop. Rolling up. And then you see, you can't see them right there, but those arrows, the black arrows, they point inward. So Farrakhan made it worse. Scientology and all that crap. What you need if you got the supreme wisdom? What you need Scientology for? L. Ron Hubbard. That's their worship of it. I know. When I was over there, I saw they used to have big conference things on the phone, with a network, whatever. Everybody get on there, and all they want to talk about L. Ron Hubbard. So I said, well, what about it like? And they muted me. They shut it down quick. They're not about discipline over there. And Farrakhan make it worse. They talk about how they don't obey that stuff. I remember when I went over there, right? I was in Florida and I went to what was it? I think it was in Tampa. 3 years back, right? And the captain, they had a little study group. They don't have temples anymore. Even in Tampa, I think they got one temple. They call it a mosque. I think it's in Miami, all of Florida. They're out here all over the country. A little study group, and this group where they took, and it was like somebody let them use the kindergarten room at night. Little kindergarten thing, let them use it at night. And little kindergarten chairs, that's what you sit in. And they give you some crap that Farrakhan wrote, and then they give it to you, and then you got to read part of it, give it to the next person. It's propaganda. That's what they was doing over there. And so the captain, he was suffering from gout, a young brother. He He had to be in his 20s. He suffered from gout. So I said, "What's wrong, brother?" He told me. I said, why don't you maybe 1 meal every other day? I assume he was doing 1 meal a day, right? That was his damn son. He wasn't even doing 1 meal a day. He said, "You mean that stuff really work?" He said, "You mean that stuff really work?" That's what he said to me. "You mean that stuff really work?" He's a captain. He suffered from gout. They don't believe in that stuff over there. Yeah, I tell you, Farrakhan said, "Yeah, he didn't mess with black man." They don't believe in that stuff. That mama said, "We'd be fools to stay here." And he said, "We ain't going nowhere." I said, "A wolf in sheep clothing, right? They look like a sheep." Yeah, see, Elijah. They don't believe in that stuff. Look, all these people are dying. They won't tell you the reason why Ava died. We know why she died. They hide it. Why? And all other ministers too. Because they died because of either one of them died for COVID and another one died because of diabetes and stuff. Because they don't believe in that stuff over there. They tell you, you write the books. No discipline. He makes it worse. That's why I make a laughing stock earn. See, that was the point. So they point, and then he point. He got his even making it worse. So he got the devil's putting pressure on us, and then he's taking a weaken the pressure you even already have. Weaker than that. So Native Islam that's why it says being consumed. We're long consumed with spirit's mouth. Is being consumed is getting weaker and weaker and weaker. No discipline over there. They don't sell any papers, anything. They don't own anything, they don't have any property, anything. Farrakhan's rich, but look at him. How you doing? Cancer? Why you get cancer? Was you eating how you live Farrakhan? You the curse with the curse, you rob nations, like it says in Malachi. It's all simple, clearly, bro. Since they try to cover it up. He wasn't doing no 1 meal a day either. Remember some of that mosaic? He's gonna be what you call those? Mason. He's gonna be a Mason. How do you be a Mason? How can you be a Mason? That secret. You're supposed to be the leader of the Nation of Islam, and you can be a Mason? How you square that circle? So I mean, you got secrets from your own people. You can't say you supposed to be telling everybody everything. So it means you got Mason. You got to keep secrets from your own people. Are you supposed to be a leader? Your loyalty. If you're a Mason, you got to be loyal to them. You understand? If you're a Mason, that means you got to be loyal to them, not to the Nation of Islam. We got to picture you Mason. You got to be loyal to them. Swear oaths to them. Why is he doing that? See, people don't pay attention to this stuff. Forget about the fact that his father was the devil. See, so that's what happened. That's what they doing right now. Then what happens? And then Suleiman comes along and started giving you discipline again. That's the ones that are listening. But he's going to do it to the whole nation. See? But right now, right? 5 pills, those ones are listening. Right? 5 pills. This has been the time of tribulation, which is about to happen soon. Okay? So that's what he's going to do to the Nation of Islam. Give their mind back. See? So they start growing again, but he's going to make them not just balanced, but greater pressure. 5 pillars. That's what overcome. And then that's, see? Oh, bring back, it's a little slower to slow that, brothers and sisters. So you understand this. See? Master Muhammad shows up. Bam! What does he do? Look at this carefully. He gets rid of... Oh, okay, I need to go back up a little more. He gets rid of the vectors that, by taking out the American dream, breaking their power. Gets rid of that. So there's no that resistance breaks that. That's root is here. Right? So he neutralized it. Somebody neutralize it. Right? He breaks this. That's what's about to happen. Right? And then what happens? See, that's gone. That's how I took care of that. Boom. Man, growing. Powerful. Because now you got your right mind and you're fueling your reality now. So you give your quality. Understand, brothers and sisters? And then boom, they're gone and you're home. With the pair. The messenger of the covenant and the God. Like I'm prepared to wait for them. See? Prepared to wait for that. Now you're home. And the devils are gone. Remember Amalek? Trying to get you to understand, brothers and sisters. Let's look at this. I think we're getting pretty close there. I told you it's going to be a while, brothers and sisters. I actually had this ready yesterday. I had two ready, but I worked hard to put both of them together, and then what happened? It takes a lot of time. That's why I can't be distracted. Don't have time for the BS, too much BS out there. People come here with BS and all that kind of stuff. Like I got to deal with them like children and carrying on. I don't have time for that. But Muhammad was told to go ahead and play patty cakes with you. I'm not. Right? So see this right here. Now I don't know if you can understand this. You see in the center there? That's the greatest pressure. Outside, the next ring is little less pressure, less pressure, right? So you get down to that white. This white one here, if you can see it. Then here you got a wall. So there's no more room, right? Like the earth is so large. So you say, this is center and maybe this is a continent. No, it's after a while. As far as you can go. Right? So this shows it's a limit. But the formula is 1 over r squared. That's how the pressure decreases. So 1 of r is the radius. So r is 1, 1 over 1 is 1. If r is 2, then you got 1 over 4, 1/4. If r is 3, 1/9. So you get smaller. That's the formula. Okay? So I'm hoping you can understand this, right? So in other words, what happens is this the maximum pressure? Say Suleiman, the angel is the maximum pressure for this time period. So right there. Right. So say for instance, he was living in Mecca. Then maybe Jerusalem, surrounding that, right? It'd be a lower pressure zone. It'd be high pressure, but lower than that. Right? So the people there, they couldn't live in Mecca. It'd be too much pressure for them. But they could live in Jerusalem. You understand? And then the next group, they might be able to live in Jerusalem, but they may be able to live in Egypt. They couldn't live in Jerusalem because there's too much pressure around it. See? So you got those different concentric circles until you get out here, right? And maybe this is South Africa or something, right? So you can live there. Because that's the way they said about kingdom. So the center was the highest pressure, people can be there. That's why it says the time will come and people say, this place is too straight for me. Because some place they couldn't go because the pressure was too great. The mindset, these people are talking super mathematics, super calculus, and you know calculus, you know the calculus, so you can't talk to them. The language, they talk a super mathematical language, and you better understand what they're talking about. The pressure's too great. But you go further, right? You see, if you understand that, until you get here and say, there's no more room. No room. In fact, you get here, there's no more room. You see? Our kingdom, that's the lowest pressure we allow. Lowest pressure we allow. And that pressure is still mathematical language. It's just low mathematical language, but still mathematical language. We won't allow anything less than mathematical language. Put that away. Right? So the highest mathematical language live here, the lowest mathematical language live out here. And they couldn't come in here because it'd be too much. These can go out there, But this could not come in here. Because the quality, the test to come here means you have to, maybe you have to know calculus. You only know trigonometry. Well, you won't be able to get here because you don't know calculus. I'm oversimplifying, but you understand? Okay. So that's as far as you go. Right? That's what we accept. Right? So we told there'd be a place called hell, and there'd be a place called the tyrant. That's outside. I'm gonna show you that in a minute. Well, I'm show it here in a second, but it says, because those outside the kingdom. That means, what do you mean outside the kingdom? That means they're still on the planet, but they're outside the kingdom. So the kingdom is limited, right? It's limited. The kingdom would come to a certain geographics. Then it says those outside the kingdom. So that means, if that's what I'm gonna show you that in a minute. So that means there must be a place on earth that's like desert, for instance, right? That'd be outside the city. So if you could live in the city, so you have to live in the desert. You see what I'm saying? Because it's desert out there. So you can't qualify to live in the city, so you got to live a desert life. You understand? So here is the limit. This checkered thing here, that pink thing right there. So that's the desert out there, right? So that way. So those that can't qualify to be in here, they'll be out here. And there'll be three groups. Now this first one right here, right? Okay, this is, remember those everlasting shame and appallment. See? They can't be in here because they, everlasting shame and appallment, they can't speak any mathematics at all. Everlasting shame and appallment. Remember that group? And then you got the tyrant, right? They still, right? It's still part of, right? That's it. The tyrant. They, like I said, they would be punished. A good part of their punishment because they was the ones that won the fish pump with the devil, and that kind of stuff. And that's part of the group because I'm just saying one of the reasons. Our ancestors suffered under the Holocaust to extremes. And these folks act like that stuff didn't mean anything. They don't care. Oh man, that's past, man. Does my fellow man with the devil, That's past, like it didn't mean anything. So now they got to be terror tyrant. Well, he's going to put them in the same. And Adam Muhammad said he's going to put them into, I don't think he said 400 years. He might have said 400 years. But he said they're going to put them into a hell. Like he didn't call it Holocaust, but he put it in a slave condition as bad as we had. So now they can feel it themselves, right? And they can be mocked because you disregard the sacrifice and everything out. So now you feel it, and they be mocked. So you're tattooed. So their children. Right? Because they have children, they'd be married and everything in there, but they'd be on the current tyrant. And they'd be in a similar situation like we went to the Holocaust. Forced to work and everything, hard labor. And they should be marked too, so it'd be everlasting. So that seed would always be marked for that. That's part of the group of people that's in there. And then you got out here, right? This is hell. These are those hell is where, I told you a long time, I met that what he calls Siberia, way up in those places where it's really cold. That's where the Quran told you about that. It says they're going to be thrown into hell in a place where there's refuse, garbage, and everything else. And it says there won't be no shade for the sun, no clean water. They'd be drinking like urine and stuff because they'd be placed with garbage and stuff. And it says, but it's be very healthy. Remember, because everybody be energized. Remember, it says energy management. They can have so much energy we have, but they ain't gonna know how to manage it, and we're not gonna teach them to do it. Plus, they don't have discipline anyway. But if they had discipline, we wouldn't teach them. So they're doing hell. So now they got all this energy, but they totally wicked. I mean, it says, right? It says there won't be any family ties, but they be scared to. Remember, they didn't know there's no food up there, so they eat each other. They be eating each other. And it says, It says if it'll be so healthy, it might have so much energy that if their skin says it, so if their skin is burnt, they get new skin, be renewed. That's how healthy they'll be because they have so much energy. But they won't. First, they don't have discipline. They don't have natural discipline. We won't teach them discipline, right? Because they say be abandoned. We won't teach them discipline. Plus, right? They won't know how to manage energy anyway. They don't know about fire cooking. They don't know all that stuff because they didn't listen to that stuff. See, the ones that didn't listen and applied some discipline, those are the ones that's going to be taken to captivity and they're going to be out of service forever. See? They applied that Christianity. It was weak, but it was enough to keep them from being crushed by the goat when he came in. See? So they'd be oppressed because their pressure would be lower than ours, right? So remember, higher pressure controls lower pressure. So we have total control of them forever. They'd be out of service. But these here, right? They had transgender and all this BS, right? So there's no discipline at all, none. So they're out there, and everybody's scared of everybody because they know they're the only food. The women be running from the men, and it says that worm will never die. That's what Jesus said. That's a nice way of saying it, right? And their reproductive parts will be on steroids constantly. That's what it says. They won't be satisfied. That's how much energy they have. We have to worry about ED anymore. What about Viagra? So it'd be total, all constant. So the desire for sex will be constant, 24/7. But ain't nobody to have it with. So they catch another guy. So man is trying, like little rabbits, trying to satisfy, and you can't. You just can't satisfy it. So you keep doing it. You do it, right? And it's still, can you even imagine that? And catch a woman, and she's running like hell. Because while he's doing it, he's also eating them, biting on them while he's doing it. Because he's hungry too. That's the only food he got. And he catches her, she gets away, he gets pregnant, just like the animal, drop him. The dog wouldn't have a baby. That's hell. And some black folks would be in there with them. You can throw them in there with them. That's the worst of the worst. You talking about demons, the worst of the worst, throwing you with them, the devils. You see? Understand that? That's what if you understand that graph, that's what it explains. See? So watch this, what it says here. See? Let me see, I make it bigger so you can see it. See what it says here? Happy to wash the robes of them, in order they will be authority of them upon the wood of life, and in case they might enter into the sea. Then again, this talking about the Levites, because they wash their robes in blood of the Lamb, right? But look at this here. Outside the city. So that means there's a place outside of the kingdom. Outside be the dogs, druggers, the fornicators, the murderers, adulterers, and everything lacking and doing the lie. In other words, the ones that have no discipline, they be outside. See, there's right there. That's chapter 22 of the angel. Why don't they talk about these verses? They don't talk about this stuff, do they? Moving and growing with the verses, right? So we give you all the scriptures here. You ain't talking. First of all, they don't talk about it because they're lying. Secondly, they don't know what it means anyway. They don't know what it means. They have no idea what it means anyway. You get all here, everything. Okay, let's start with the 4 winds. I'm gonna close, brothers and sisters. Now the 4 winds brings about the resurrection. But see, Angel Key, you have to understand Angel Key to really understand what's going on here. Because this tells you when all is supposed to happen, which is in any day now. It's based on this war that they're going to have. No, they're going to Rand in America and false Israel and UK, these guys make God for Antichrist. They're going to war with Iran. That's going to happen any day now. Trump already said, make agreement. They're not going to make an agreement. We just don't know how long. We know it's going to be any day now. And that's when so we're going to talk about this is exactly what's going on right now. So, well, let me go ahead and make this larger too. Well, I don't know. Well, we'll see. So it's talking about this. Talking about it be this. Doing this, what's happening here? You can read at your own leisure, right? See, it says Moses came. Moses didn't come down. He's talking about angel key. See, Moses represents this fourth wind right here. And that's one of the things the angel like Daniel. You got to be very careful with pronouns. They get you on those pronouns. You think you're talking about somebody else, talking about somebody else. And here, the fourth wind is actually Elijah. So it's telling you remember the fourth wind blow. That's when the resurrection takes place. So at this point, it's telling you that some of the things happening here is when actually the fourth wind actually happened. So what it says there was a sound of war in the camp. That means a war is going on. But he said it's not the sound of crown of victory, nor the sound of defeat. That means while the war is going on, that's about to happen. The war is going on, but it wasn't the sound of victory, the sound of defeat. And this is where we are right now. But see, at the point, no, we ain't here right now. I should have changed this, right? Let me do that. I didn't think to change that, but I should hold on for a second. It's going to take a second to do this. I didn't think to do that button. Because that's not, I want to show where we are actually right now. Oh, come on, there you go. No. Right here. Okay. Oops. That's good enough. Okay. And what's continue? Okay. Okay, I'll do it. Okay, I want to show where we are right now. Right now, Iran. See, I'm not going to the JCLP, all that explained, but anyway, at this point right now, America, Britain, and France are in control of the Middle East. But Iran and right there's conflict between the two. They're trying to regain their position, put that away. So when this happens, that's the war, which they will win. But it's not the sound of victory or defeat, so it's war is going on. War is going on, right? Okay. So talk about Moses. Moses is actually Elijah, and Moses is fourth wind. But see, they said Moses, they really send the fourth wind. So that means you know the time frame that all this is going to happen. And that's when the war, remember the war starts, the war is going on, that's when Suleiman takes control of the NOI. People in dark see in great light. He says some become black. That's why it says black, because you understand, right? And it says when Moses approached the camp, so we're going to say in a minute, because this fourth wind, that's actually Moses, right? So at that point in time, while the war is going on, that's when the winds start blowing. Go to the calf is, see this represents the calf. But each side here, see, each one of these is gold, but this actually represents gold too, of each nation. So this represents the calf, and that's the golden part, which is Sunni, Babylon alone. Let's move on. So what's going on? American Britain get kicked out, but the war's still going on because false Israel is still under siege. Okay? And that's when Moses comes and says, enter the camp, right? And now most of the people out of control, Aaron had got them out of control, they don't read that part. And point of hearing, and the point of being a real object among the enemies. So that's why I said they were being crushed, and everybody, they ain't what they used to be. And Moses stood at the gate of the camp, right? That means the four winds are blowing. And whoever is for the Lord, come with me. So the point is, remember, he at the gate of Aaron's camp, it means to come to the NOI. And he says, those with the Lord, remember, the one that's seeking the covenant, come with him. So in other words, that's the four winds are blowing, right? The war is going on, come with him. That means you have people over there that was with Farrakhan, they was just there. Because they were with the Lord, they left Farrakhan and came with the winds of separation. That's what it's talking about here. That's why I said when thrones are cast down, his day just set. So it was with that's that same man in Mark, right? He hadn't got his mind back yet, but he left Legion, Louis Eugene Grounds, NY backwards, right? Left him to run to Son of Man, or Joshua, or Jesus, what you call him. You understand? So that's what's happening here. While the war's going on. Okay? And so, remember, they got kicked out. And they started attacking all black people. Why? Because false Israel under siege, the war still, if they're under siege, the war's still going on. They're still under siege. And remember, the whole idea was to keep us from understanding the vision. But false Israel goes down, that means we default to the vision, because they was there to keep us thinking that they're the false true seed of Abraham. But if they go down, we realize they're not. Remember, if that wasn't a concern, they wouldn't have to put false. Remember, they put false Jews up, then they got to do all out to protect it. They said, everybody's asking the question, why are they so stuck with large and false Israel? They ain't doing it in America because they need it, because there's a force. It's a mental force to keep us, right? Remember, force, thought. It's a force to keep, neutralize our thoughts in that area. I'm talking about quality. So if we start thinking that way, you got to come with something to neutralize that. If we start thinking, Muhammad has thinking the message of the covenant. Remember? Because when Martin Luther King talked about it, they killed him the next day. He was talking about the promised land. That's the message of the covenant. He said, I don't know if you'll be there. I'll be with you or whatever. So he knew he was going to leave after he talked to Elijah Muhammad. And they killed him the next day. So the point is to keep you from that vision. That vision is a force. So they blocked that force with a lie. False Israel up there. So you have to keep it there to keep that force, neutralize that force. But if that goes away, that force, there's not stopping that force anymore. And that force is a unifying force. That's why they didn't want you to have it. That force, that which chooses Abraham, that's a unifying force. That's a rallying cry. And so to keep you disunited, we neutralize that. But if that force goes, there's nothing to restrain that vision anymore. And so there's nothing to restrain our unification. And that's exactly what happens. Because then they attack us, because once they're gone, then we have unified. So the attacks to keep us from happening. Right? When they lost the ability to stop us mentally, then they attacked us physically. Because that's a mental force. This is a mental force, they've been vector. But now use a physical vector. Mental is physical too, but you understand what I'm saying? It's force. Force is physical. So they come against fit. Because now, because they don't, we're going to have more power than them. So they're attacking us here. The war's still going on. Right? Because part of the war is attacking us. That's still the war. Right? Understand? It's trying to tell you exactly what's going to happen when, the time period. Okay, so then what happens? Okay? So they said, so this happened. It says, okay, here, right? All the blacks, they attack. Right? War's still going on. Right? And that's when Moses says, those with the Lord, because we says that, the war's still going on. So then he still have to, so they're together, they're all together now, unified. So they had to be unified for him to say that. He said, those with the Lord, because they wasn't mixed together, then why are you going to separate something that's not mixed together? So they're all mixed together, right? So he says, we're going to separate them out. So those with the Lord, come with me. So what it says here? It says, and backwards, previous. Okay, and so the gate, and it said, whoever is for the Lord, come with me, and measure the covenant who they were seeking. So what was blocking that is gone. See? Because they was blocking who was messing the covenant, partly false Israel, and then all these other clowns out there blocking. Because people, if you're seeking, that means you don't know where it is. So that's gone now. So that's why he says, whoever is with the Lord, come with me. That means the fourth wind is blowing now. The four winds are blowing. And when four winds blow, this happens. See? Four winds are blowing, and they happen at the same time. There's your key. Right? So all the sons of Levi came, right? And so where it says, every man said, okay, separate them. And so Levi separated from the demons. Right? Those with the Lord, who wasn't with the Lord? Aaron. It was Aaron's camp and all his followers. If they separated, he said the sons of Levi came. That means the rest of them weren't Levites. See? He said all the sons of Levites came. That means the rest of you, who were they? Who were they? They weren't Levites. Most of them was demons. He said all the sons of Levi came. What did it say? Let's go back and say what it says here. And the sons of Levi, and all the sons of Levites gathered to him. So what's left here? These are Levites here, NOI. These are not Levites, these are demons. And Aaron was one of them, but because he didn't come to me, he was with them. You see, you got the key to see this, right? And so then he says, he took and separated them out. He said, why 3,000? Because that's the 3 year. Each one represents 1,000 if you understand there's a key. And what happens? Boom. Cast them out. Throw them into the fire. Back to the swine daddies. Like it says in Mark. I hope you understand, brothers. It's clear enough. This is what's going to happen in the next few days. This is where we are right now. Nobody's telling you what's happening in the next few days as clear as this. In fact, nothing they say is clear. Everything they say is confusing out there. They have no idea what's going on. And Pharaoh guys, God told me to shut up. So he's supposed to be a watchman. He don't know. Now his preachers know. I'm telling you detailed information about what's happening. I told you these things before they happen anyway. I told you when Pharaoh come in and announced it, 3 years ago, Armageddon is going to start in Europe and spill over that. Where's it at? I said right then, it's on my station. Go out there, look at YouTube. I said, no, you're wrong. That was before so-called abomination happened, what happened over in Gaza. I said, no, the war's going to break out in the Middle East. That's where the war's going to be. But there will be a war in Europe. There'll be Armageddon, but it's going to be triggered by what's happening in the Middle East. Right? And not only that, but I've been told that for 30 years anyway. There war in heaven. But I was, anyway, let's move on. Okay, that's it, brothers and sisters. That's quite a bit. I don't know how long I've been here. But it's been a couple of hours, I think. So I took a long time preparing this. I covered a lot of stuff. Hope it wasn't too complicated. That's where we are right now. So if you understand any of this, you should have a clear vision. Like so on a clear day you see forever, clear vision of what's happening, what's about to happen. Okay? That right there increase your mind a little bit, not that much though, because you got to, getting in the gym is part of it, right? You know, the machine's part, but you got to do something with it. You got to start exercising it. You have no idea. I'm saying, my power's been tested. They threw me down out for 3 years, and boy, I kicked their ass over there. I was all by myself, had nothing, no man, nothing. They threw me in jail, everything else. I'm here. I beat them 100% everything in every category. They couldn't understand how the hell I got out of there. They threw me in jail. They did all kinds of stuff, right? And they didn't torment me. They didn't put their hands on me. They didn't do anything like that. I already been. The scripture tell me they do that, and the master would tear them to pieces. They never do anything like that. They didn't touch Elijah and Muhammad either. They didn't put a hand on them. No, nobody put anything. Nobody put anything physical on me. One person tried to poison me, but it wasn't them. 3 years. And they came at me every kind of way you could imagine, and I beat them 100%. They put me on a trial. Actually, a trial, jury and everything. I had no money, nothing. No lawyers, nothing. And I beat them. I walked out and they couldn't figure how I did it. Because I got the angel mind. There's no one on this earth can F with it. See, I knew this before I went there. But, you know, I knew it from nothing like experience. Experience these scars, but nothing like experience. You see something there and you experience it. What I experienced, what I saw there, they say, if you know I see God, if I was a Christian, boy, I'd been on my knees, God, thank you, Jesus, boy, because the stuff I saw was amazing. It's like an angel was right behind my shoulder, just kicking ass. But I knew it was the mathematics that was doing it. So they locked me up. Right away, I went on a 30-day fast. They tried to force me to eat. Third time, I went 30-day fast right away, bam. I don't want none of your food or anything. Right away. Immediately. I kicked the 5 pills into gear, high gear. You know? I admit I was a little nervous at first. I had no idea what that was going to happen. I should have knew. You know, like I said, sometimes it says the Son of Man, he'd be like someone who, how do you say that phrase? Seeing many things, he comprehend them not. I mean, he'd be so busy looking at everything else, he don't see how it affects him. You see, it'd be like that. He'd see all the stuff, everything affects everybody else, but he never thought about how it affects him. I should have saw that thing about Jonah. I didn't see how it affected me. It already affected me. About, you know, the hedge. They had that demon, my demon, right? Thing is that, like I said, I was rolling the door and everything else. Once I picked up the angel and devoted myself to that, everything dried up overnight. I lost everything, my mansion, my house, everything. Like overnight. In one day, it's like it says in Daniel, one day it's all gone. I didn't bat an eye. Because I understood, 100% angel was as well as life. I gave it up. I understood about energy then. So if I put total energy over here, I don't have an energy over here. By me putting total energy over here, I had no energy to maintain that anymore. I couldn't fuel both. If I try to fuel this, I won't have enough. If I try to fuel this, I don't have enough to fuel this. So I said, this needs 100% fuel. You understand that concept? I had to fuel it. To maintain that quality of life, I had to fuel it, my energy. You only got so much energy, but I got the same amount. But the energy required all my energy. I didn't see it coming, but once it happened, I realized what was happening. And so, boom, just dried up because I wasn't going to fuel it anymore. I got a lot of flack behind that, right? My children, everything got mad. But I put total fuel in the angel. That's what it took to break those seals and everything else. So I said, So like I said, I had some experience. Right? But like I said, seeing many things, see how it affected myself. So I knew about Daniel and all this stuff, right? I mean, Daniel about Jonah and all that. But it didn't dawn on me that how it affect me. I was going to how break the verses down, how it's going to affect on people and everything else, right? Because when I had a contract up in Indiana, right? And it was this company, and it was an Indian company, right? I had a contract with them, and I was on the child support system up there, whatever. And something went down, and they lost the contract or something. And so the Indian guy came to me because I said, I knew my stuff. Right, so that's why my name and everything else is mad too. But they knew if they want something done, I had a reputation, sharp. See, and like I said, these white boys, they don't know shit. 90% of my money I made, right, because they bring me in to clean up the programs and systems they wrote, didn't work. Can you fix this for us? I tell you, he's nowhere as smart as you think they are. Anyway, so, and the guy came up and said, hey man, I got a new contract out in Guam, Demon Island. He asked me to go and run the contract for him. They're going to give him some good money, right? When I run the contract for him, I was going there, I would run it. New contract they got, so they need somebody to make sure that they don't mess the contract up and everything else, right? I should know, man. Going out, that whole thing about Jonah, going out overseas and the place where it was right in the China region. That's North Strip, you understand, your key. I should have saw that one coming, boy. I just saw that one coming. And after that guy there hit me, right, just like I said, I was still stuck 3 years, stuck there. I could not leave. 3 years there, I was stuck. And all kinds of BS. They threw me in jail, everything, false charges, the whole 9 yards. And part of the reason why I was there, I took that contract, right? Because I had the information, but I made my mind, I wasn't going over there to talk to Farrakhan and those people over there. I was totally hating those folks what they did to Elijah. And that's what it said. Jonah was supposed to go and talk to them. And I said, man, I ain't going to talk to those folks. I didn't see it that way at the time, right? What I know is I wasn't going over there because I had the angel. One thing I did do, I sent Farrakhan a copy. I keep forgetting to put the book over here, but I got a screen book. I had published a whole bunch of them. In fact, I gave a lot of them away because over the years, I run into a brother that was say he was still with Elijah, right? And he told me, hey, one brother, what was that brother named Babatunde? Atlanta. I don't know if he's still around anymore. He was older than me. And he sent me a copy. I sent him a box of those books. And I started, right, so I got about 2 boxes left, right? And I was, stripping and stuff like that. I was just, because during those days I didn't have the internet. So I used to publish stuff, put flyers and stuff out, all that kind of stuff, trying to tell people, plus I had me like a temple, because I said that I told you I had a detached house. It was a garage with a room over it. I used it as a temple, right? And people come over and I try to tell them about the angel and stuff. I had a whole different approach then for the internet and all that kind of stuff. So, I forgot where I was going with that. Oh, and what I did was I sent a copy to Farrakhan in 1990. Registered mail, make sure you got it. Registered mail with a certified, whatever you call it. Right after that clown got that cancer. Right after that, he got that cancer. Check it out. So he must have looked at it and say, man, whatever. You got that cancer right after. It says, who the Lord will consume his spirit his mouth and destroy the brightness of his coming. That's when he got that cancer. Good for his ass, said, robbing the nation. So that's what, I'll get 100%. So like I said, and I just saw that thing coming and go, oh, but I said, I said things to Farrakhan. I said, man, I ain't going to tell, cause I had some deals with some of these people. That's a long story, but they was thieves and robbers. Let me say this quickly. At that time, what I was trying to do, I went into the angel. So I said, well, one way to do it is try to, I was mixing up with Elijah's program a little bit, right? So what I did was I said, well, okay, I was going to take, right, this before everything just collapsed. I said, everything just dried up overnight, right? Because it didn't happen as soon as I got the engine, I broke the seals, right? And it took me a while to understand what was going on in there. I didn't go intention to break the seals. That's a long story, but I said, I got hold of the book. I like solving most puzzles, so I went and said, well, let me try to figure this out. I didn't know I was breaking these seals. As I got in, I said, oh, what the hell I got myself into? The bottom line is that I wanted to tell people, right, I'm in New Jersey, right? And so there were these brothers, right? And I don't know how I guess they must have found a flyer. So I don't know how I got in touch with these people. I have not gone so long ago. It's like, 35 years ago? And so they came around, and so what I was going to do was, since I knew I was buying and selling real estate, all that kind of stuff, I was going to show them how to do this kind of stuff, right? Because remember, they lost discipline. They wasn't doing anything. They wasn't building anything. So I was going to, show them, because 20 years wasn't up yet, so I was going to show them how to realize the program. And so one thing we did was that there was like one group of them were like masons, not political masons, but you build houses and stuff, with your blocks, like I said, and doing that stuff. So I went out and I went and got a contract with people to help build their house. Because that's what I was doing. I had contract. I know how to deal with people contract. I was buying, selling houses, all that kind of stuff, right? So I got it. And so how I did was I was going to supply all the equipment and all that kind of stuff. But they knew how to do the block, all that stuff, right? I was supplying the equipment, all that stuff, right? And then at the end, right, then we split the money up, right? And the way it was, initially I was going to get the majority of the money because I had to buy the equipment that they're going to be using because it's the next project. So one of the ideas was, I told myself, let's build, once we got that contract going, so we worked together, and let's build lofts. Because I said, black folks ain't familiar with lofts, and we can build them cheaply, and they can have nice places and everything else. Because if you know how lofts would lie, because they could build lofts, we could build them cheaply. I said, black folks don't know about that, but it's a good, it's very inexpensive, but very nice. And the bottom line is, so that was the plan. But initially, I had to get the most, because I had to make the biggest investment, because I had to buy all the equipment they're going to be using to do all the stuff. So I had bought the equipment, plus I was helping them work and everything else. So once we finished the thing up, right, Zoe came in and gave me the check. I deposited the check. Next thing I know, the check bounced. And I went to check out, and I found out that it didn't bounce because there wasn't money in there. Because these clowns, they went to him, told him to cancel the check and write them a check because I wasn't giving them no money. So that's what he did. So he took all the money, got the equipment and everything else. These are Farrakhan's people. Ripped me off. Okay? Farrakhan's people. So that was the end of that. They got the money, so we never did business loss. Because if I showed up, they had followed through on that, I was trying to make a loss. They'd been millionaires, most millionaires, man, because that would have been a hell of a thing. If they knew how to, because all you do is follow through. That's Farrakhan's people. They ain't no goddamn good over there. Thieves and robbers. And one of them is a captain over there now. He's probably the regional captain. I catch up with his ass. Oh, I'm catch up with him one day. Catch his ass one day. They didn't hurt me because I had plenty of money at that time, right? But the point is, there's thieves and robbers over there. These like Farrakhan. He's a robber. He robbed the nation. Let me leave you there, brothers and sisters. Hope you understand. Hope you got something out of this. Okay, assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. So my right here, that's the covenant. Break our 7 seals. Give me a moment, brothers and sisters. A little technical issue again. Just give me a moment. Okay, well, let it be. There you go. One second, brothers and sisters. One second. Okay. I'll do it. Okay, problem solved. Okay. Okay, boss, this is problem solved. Okay. The Christian legacy. The Christian legacy. You know, they tell you, knowing by their works. So what's the Christian legacy for the last 500 years? See, we're taught that Christianity is only 500 years old. But most people think it's 2,000, but Catholicism and Christianity is not the same thing. The form that you call Christianity right now is Methodist, Baptist, well, that's 500 years old. That's the Protestant movement. That movement started 500 years ago, the Protestant movement, Methodist, Baptist, whatever, right? That's the Protestant movement, Protestant, that's where the word comes, because they protest against the Catholic Church. That's what I mean Christianity is 500 years old. And so what's the legacy of that? But see, you need to know the history. I'm not going to go into details here, brothers and sisters, but it says, Gog and Magog will deceive the whole world. But you understand, when is Gog and Magog? So they tell you that's the future. It says Jesus is going to come back. He's going to rule for 1,000 years. And then for some reason he's going to just disappear and get a kingdom over to Satan. And God can make out is going to take and rule and deceive everybody. That's the story they're telling you. So-called millennium. That's bull, total. That's the deception is that chapter itself. That's the major part of deception, because that has already occurred, because you would not be deceived if you understood that has already occurred. That was the Dark Ages. That was Europeans and the so-called Jews. They were thrown into the pit for 1,000 years, Europe. And it was locked down by this resurrected empire. Abraham's resurrected empire kept locked down for 1,000 years. And they broke out 500 years ago, exactly like it says. They tell you that's in the future. Because if you know it's the past, you say, oh, wait a minute. Then you know who Gog and Magog is. It'd be 2 European world powers. There's only been 2 world powers that you know of in history. And both of them European. Britain and America. Gog and Magog. And Gog will come out of Magog, because Magog means the mother of Gog. And they will both come out of the east and go and see the whole world they didn't know about during the Dark Ages. It's simple enough, brothers and sisters. But see, that's what I want to get into here. Part of what I want to get into is the mind war, because the mind war is about, for them, it's about deception. But either way, the mind war is about information. And war, right? War is about destroying resistance. The bottom line is simple. It's about destroying resistance. When the war, resistance is destroyed, the war is over. And so they've been at war with us as a nation for 1,500 years. Okay? But they haven't got rid of all the resistance. As long as there's any resistance standing, the war is not over. So we'll examine the Christian legacy, because they're known by their works. So what's the Christian legacy? Before I do that, let me explain a couple of things, brothers and sisters. This will be short today. Otherwise, I won't exist tomorrow, because my wife asked me to do something I haven't done it yet. Okay. See this right here? It says, you will not return to get thorough knowledge of stuff. You need to understand how things work. So what you have here is you got 2 different kinds. You got the Bible and you got the Quran. Now the Bible, it tells you it's sealed. So if it's sealed, unless you broke the seals, that means you have no idea what you're talking about. That's why all these people are in trouble. These preachers, these priests, all of them, they're all liars. Right? That's simple right there. If they tell you even Elijah Muhammad told you the book was under a veil. So if it's under a veil, if it's sealed, that means they don't know what they're talking about. That means they're deceiving people, because they tell you what they're talking about. That means they don't know what they're talking about. But then they tell you, you're supposed to depend on them and give them money and everything else. But by death, they don't know what they're talking about, because it says the book is sealed. Daniel is sealed. Revelation is sealed. But they still talk about it. And they don't know what it means. It means they're lying. They're part of deception. You see? But you got the books there. Now, the way this works is, I'm going to give you a short version. The universe keeps changing. The seasons change. Right? You got the weather seasons. Right? And you got the Earth transition seasons. Right? As the universe, transfers, as it expands and contracts, go in different phases, different seasons. And we know it takes 24,000 years for a complete cycle. So that's, you got 4 seasons there, each 6,000 years. That's why they talk about 6,000 years. So it's come out of a 6,000-year cycle. Anyway, you have these seasons. Some people call them cycles. You got these, or let's call cycles. You have these cycles of reality. And seasons that we know, summer, fall, winter, spring. Those are weather cycles, right? You also got like cycles in life, like when you being formed in the womb. That's a cycle. Then you're born, then you infant, and then then the next day you're a teenager, and then those cycles of life. So you got different cycles. So, but what scriptures deal with, right, is the earthly cycles with respect to the universe. So look at it from the point of view of just winter weather cycles. So you have winter, spring, summer, and fall. But those different cycles, and they require different levels of understanding, different modes of action to deal with them. A winter cycle, you have to have a different mentality for the summer. Okay? So they extend the book and say, okay, to define this cycle, right? And now thought is pressure. This environment we live in right now, it came from a mind. This is the reality we see right now came out of the mind of Gog and Magog. That's pressure, because thought is pressure. I'm not just saying it's fact. And this pressure is greater than any other pressure. So it's dominated Hinduism, Sunnism, and everything, because it's greater pressure. Greater pressure. And it was truth. Well, how make mystery shed blood? Because it was, remember, the winter truth is different from the summer truth. You might not like it, but some person, they won't like the winter. So God said, because that was the truth, that was the season for that. So that's the truth is, if it's in sync with the season. See, the idea of truth is, they got you so messed up. The idea of truth and everything else is totally messed up. It's mathematics. We think mathematics, you don't have those problems. So Adam was the truth. And Iblis, who said, no, I'm going to keep doing what you told, the old way that, make my prayers every day. He said, well, he was considered wicked, unrighteous. Because he didn't understand the seasonal change. And because of seasonal change, Adam was the truth for that period of time. Even though it make mystery, but he'd be the truth for it. So therefore, he's given a book, right, to show him how to be successful during that period of time. See, because I said, it's force. The whole reality is pressure, which is force spread out. You have to learn vectors. Vectors is the language of force. If you don't understand vectors, you don't understand anything. Because you understand the universe is based on force. Every act has opposite equal reaction, consequence. And vectors is language of force. So what happens is that you get a scripture. And where's the scripture? I said scripture's like a bomb. Well, the thing is scripture is like tells you how to manage your energy, right? Because you convert your energy to that form of pressure for that environment. Because this reality is different than the reality of 1,500 years ago. So this reality came out of the mind of Gog and Magog, and it's different than one 1,500 years ago. This is a new one. And it came out of the mind of Gog and Magog. And they was getting a sealed Bible. Now remember, a sealed Bible. So they don't understand what's in it, right? So they have to go what's on the top. They still got it. There's the depth of it, because it's sealed to them. Okay? So it's a book. It's a sealed version they're getting. So they're going to read the sealed aspect. It's still information. And it's designed, right? In other words, there's two sides to it. Like two sides of a coin. They only get one side. They can't see the other side. So this side say, okay, now this the way you manage your energy. Because everybody gets the same amount of energy. So if they manage their energy this particular way, they're going to create a high pressure system which will blow away all lower pressure systems. See? And the angel tells you that the Quran is just the moon of the sealed Bible. That's the sun of this period. That's the moon of it. So it reflects. The moon reflects. And the Quran reflects the same ideas as in the sealed Bible. Women are inferior, that kind of stuff. Because this is a time of Adam. I don't want to go too deep into that. But what I'm trying to say is that they get that, and then someone has to take and ignite it, and then you have to fuel it. See, you ignite a fire, but if you ignite it, it's no good if you don't have no fuel, or the fire just burn out. So they have to get it, but that's ignite it, accept it, right? And then have to, where do you get the fuel from? Well, it's them. The Prophet Muhammad he fueled the Quran. He was the fuel of the Quran. He was intimately connected with because it was his fuel, his energy that fueled it. That's what I'm saying. One person, high pressure overcomes low pressure. I don't care how much low pressure is. An ounce of high pressure will overcome tons and tons and tons of low pressure. It's just this way it is. It's infinite. High pressure overcomes low pressure, no matter how much low pressure there is. So when you see one person, and then you tell them, okay, here is the book. Your scripture, you follow the scripture here, and you apply you fuel it, and you're going to create a high pressure zone where it's going to blow away everything else, or everything that's there now. See? But someone has to fuel it. So Prophet Muhammad, he fueled it. Like Isa ibn Miriam, what you call Jesus, Moses, same thing. They had to fuel it. So in other words, the energy they get, everybody gets the same amount of energy, but they have to manage that way in that book. And then they create a high pressure situation, and it expands, eventually overtakes what the pressure system that just like the Quran took out the pressure system that existed before was the so-called Roman Empire. Took it out. Couldn't withstand the Islamic Empire. And then Gog and Magog came on scene 5 years ago and blew away the Islamic Empire. They took that book because they didn't have access to that book before. See, in Catholicism, only people had access to that book was the priests, the kings, the monks. Those say normal people didn't have access to it. The Protestant movement, I think it was Gutenberg Press, they started printing the books and they gave it, and then those people started reading the book and they started following what they thought was in it. Remember, it's a sealed book. So once they had the book, all of a sudden now, you're fueling based on what they get from that book, which it says, yeah, the lesser light and the greater light. The greater light was first, according to Genesis, and the lesser light was 500 years later. Everyone was 1,000 years and it was broken in 2 parts, day and night. If you look at it and you do the math, exactly when the angel was revealed, which is what Arabs call the angel, is called a gospel, and then 5 years later, right, the Quran. And the Quran blew away. But Prophet Muhammad had to fuel it. He had to live the life, follow what's in there, fuel it. So it depended on him. The Quran wasn't going to do anything by itself. He had to fuel it. Okay? So all these sects came about because after he left, right, they took their own interpretations and then they fueled their interpretations. They didn't fuel his interpretation. So you got all these different sects over there. That's another story. But it has to be fueled. And the energy you have, you take and manage that away. And same thing with the angel. It says nobody could ignite that book. Because it takes energy to ignite it. So it had to be something about you that allows you, it's something about you personally that allows you to ignite it. Because remember, that's still energy management itself. That's how two come together. It's like it's a magnet. They draw you together because you're on that same wavelength already. That's how you able to get the book. You come together. Then you ignite it, and then, but you got to put and the more energy you put in, right, 100%, routes start changing. And the thing is that, like toss the quality. I'm not going. I don't want to go into a lot of detail here, brothers and sisters. But like I said, you can't see the wind, but you can see the effect of the wind. So 1990, that's when the engine was ignited. And then take the message of the covenant and start fueling it. See, Elijah was given the supreme wisdom by Master Muhammad. He ignited. He came and said, I know who you are. Have you heard the story? Then he lived the life. Right? He applied his energy, focused energy on that. And he started changing things. He didn't have enough. That wasn't enough. It wouldn't create. It wasn't high enough. It wasn't able to overcome this system. It wasn't enough. That's why I say to prepare the way. Because remember, you got to keep fueling it. You take them out and stop. But once you stop fueling the pressure, then it settles back down again. You got to keep fueling it, fueling it, fueling it. You got to keep taking energy and putting into it. Keep it going. It's this explosion. So you keep that explosion getting stronger and stronger and stronger. But see, Elijah took it to a certain point, and then they'd take him out. They took him out of there. So when he took it out, right, he wasn't fueling anymore. So then it collapses. See, the master, brothers and sisters, it collapses because he wasn't fueling anymore. He wasn't putting his energy in anymore. It's not going to stay there by itself. It's got to be fueled. Then along comes Mr. Farrakhan. See, he's got a whole different idea. He's not fueling those books. He had the ability to do it anyway. Because remember, those books is the mind that you have to have. It tells you how to manage your mind, how to manage your energy. How to manage that's the mind. That's ignited. You get the mind, tell you how to manage. That scripture telling you it's your mind. Mind is like software. It feeds information, hardware, your brain. So that scripture is the mind. So he gave him that mind, and then mind tells how to manage his energy. And Elijah Muhammad did it, and he caused things to change. He had an impact on the world. Now, if he had stayed, but he wasn't able to stay. Plus, it was issues too, his age and everything else. He was just prepared away. Okay. Remember, the ignited, he has to have, his mind has to be on that same wavelength. That's what Master Muhammad teaching gives him on that wavelength. That frequency. They teach for 3.5 years. You're up there. And then now you ignite it. Now fuel it. That's why you're teaching to get them to be able to ignite it. Light them, let's understand what they mean, everything. Now fuel it. And he walked in and fueled it. So what happens? When he's not there anymore, it's not fueled, then the pressure collapses because he's not fueling anymore. Unless someone else steps in. But the point is, because Master Ram had to give him that new mind. Original mind. But Farrakhan doesn't have an original mind. He doesn't have, he can't do it. He only sees things from a grafted way. So he sees all this as from a graphic point of view, grafting point of view. So that's what he's fueling. That's what he's fueling. And that's on the same level as this reality is here. That's why he don't want to change it. We're going to stay here. We ain't going anywhere. Because on the same level. He fueled it. It's just to keep from being crushed on this level. Because if he can fuel it to the level, remember, you got so much pressure. If you feel it greater, then you blow away this. If it's less, you be crushed. But if it's equal, then you're okay. You walk in it. But it's equal. But you're not blown away. And that's what he's teaching. Because, hey, stay here. And those with him, if they listen to that stuff, right, they can make it here. Oh, Farrakhan, he helped me. I was being crushed. You see, I don't know if I try to, because some people get all messed up. He try to explain like this, but I tell you how it is, the mathematical way. Because it sounds like, hey, I'm helping him out. I'm just telling you how it is. I get actual facts so you can make the right decision. So the information he's giving them is how to survive on this level. Because the same pressure he's fueling, the same pressure the devil's fueling. So that's why he say things like he say. Devils ain't devils anymore. We got to stay here, right? See? We intimate with devil. You see what I'm saying? Because that's on the level his mind is. He can't do any better. That's what he's son of perdition. And says they're deceiving, he's deceiving, because that's the quality of it. Since they're deceivers, he's deceivers too. That's the quality of it. Let me move on, bro. Says that. I don't mean to get too deep, but let me move on. Oh yeah, definitely. Wow. I'm not gonna get this in, brothers and sisters. Time go by so fast. I can't believe that much happens. So what happens is that in 1990, right? It said the Lamb would ignite the angel, same wavelength, because life is living everything else, put him at wavelength, so he was the only one able to do it, and then start fueling it. And so now, since 1990, the world's changed dramatically. And the thing is, like I said, you may see the wind, but you see the effects of it. So right now, you see, this reality is getting more and more troubled ever since 1990. Isn't that getting more and more trouble, more and more trouble? You see what I'm saying? Because it's changing it. The pressure's greater, right? And it keeps fueling it. And the only way they can stop it is they have to stop what's fueling it. But they can't do that because high pressure, they low pressure. There's nothing they can do to stop, except if they can trick them into lowering this pressure. And if they trick them to lower this pressure, lowering this, then crush them real quick, and that's the end of it. Okay? So the book and the person, they like husband and wife. See? They're on the same wavelength, but one ignited, and then you got to fuel it. Your life, what you're doing. You can take all your energy, like I said, 100%, and put it into that. And then you create a high pressure zone, which starts blowing away the low pressure zone. Let me show you. I'm going to have to do it in two parts, brothers and sisters. Okay. See, like this. See? Because that's what the engine's doing. He's fueling it, and then you got the pressure waves going out. And the higher pressure waves than the pressure waves that, because they're putting pressure waves out all the time too. You hear the news media, that's pressure waves. The news media, the education, all that, that's pressure waves, that's thought waves. They call it thought waves, right? Brain waves? It's pressure waves. And this is greater than that. But you keep fueling it, and it gets stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. Keep fueling it. But if I stop fueling it, then it collapses. See? I've never explained to you that way, but a lot of things I didn't. I keep telling me I stop assuming. You got to fuel it. It's not going to just sit there by itself. If I go away, it stops. If I stop doing it, it stops. I'm not going to do that. And the only way they can't make me do it, they can deceive me into. I'm shutting myself down, and then once I do, they would high pressure. The high pressure got lower than theirs, crush me. That's the end of it. Angel and the Lamb are one and the same. Okay? It tells them how to manage your energy so you have a high pressure zone. And when you see it, then you also see things changing around you. The pressure, reality is starting to. That's why you're in trouble right now, economic in every form. It's not. It don't happen by itself. Somebody in trouble. They're in trouble just because of mystery God. In trouble because there's a force putting them in trouble. Every action has an opposite reaction. So if they're reacting, you got to say it must be a force that's causing their action. So if everything is declining, and economy and everything is in trouble and wars and all this kind of stuff, that means there must be a force that's causing that. I don't know if I get that through to you. So if America's in trouble and they got all these problems, that's why they vote Trump, to get them out of trouble, to make America great again. He said we're in trouble. If they was doing great and their system was greater, then they'd be doing great. They're comfortable, economy was great, good. Everybody's at peace, right, and wealth and if theirs was greater. But the fact is, they're getting worse every day, and the world's getting more troubled every day. That means there's got to be a force that's doing that. That means new realities coming in and crushing this reality. So the question, where's that reality coming from? Where is it? Who is it? It's not just global warming. Hope you understand that, brothers and sisters. I'm gonna have to close. Previous. Okay, good. I didn't realize. I tell you, brothers and sisters. I didn't realize. And so when you read the story, I'm not going to Mount, it tells you. See, these things are clear. Right? Well, this past reality was clear than the previous thought. That was clear. It doesn't matter. Look, just look at it like high pressure overcomes low pressure. Well, it's clear, dirty, or whatever. If it's higher pressure, will overcome lower pressure. Dirty water, high pressure air. Well, I shouldn't say high pressure. Well, I said it shouldn't. Well, that's not totally correct, right? I mean, you put water under pressure, right? Okay, use it that way. It could be dirty water. If it's high pressure, it's going to overcome clean water that's low pressure. This is the way it is. So maybe they make myths shed blood, but during this time, this season, and because of their nature, they had higher pressure. So therefore, it comes to blow away. Like that's why I said, why they let the wicked overcome the righteous? I think Abraham asked that. Some prophet asked that. So I think it was some prophet asked that, and so they couldn't understand. Well, how come the wicked? Because they don't understand how the universe works. It's high pressure, low pressure. Understand that, and then look at the quality, and look at the season, and then you start seeing stuff make sense. So when the season was in, that means that it was a negative season, and so negative people would rule in negative season. Move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, I'm part 2 tomorrow. I'm going to have to go into some more details. I had something to do today, and I haven't finished it. Right, but let me give a brief. See, God can make out here 5 years. And their pressure was higher than everybody's. They overcame all the nations. The world empires overcame Hinduism, Buddhism, Sunnism, all of it. Even the Catholic Church, all of it. Because high pressure. But now, the engine's on the scene, seal's broken, right? Messenger of the covenant, he broke those seals, ignited, and now he's fueling it. Because it's telling him how to fuel his energy, how to manage his energy, rather. How to manage your energy. So he's fueling based on the guidelines in the book. You understand? And he did that. Create a high pressure zone, but you got to keep fueling it. And the zone gets bigger and bigger and bigger and stronger and stronger and stronger. And no one can stand against it. So it means it's pushing, it's like you're in an elevator and it's crowded and you push a little bit, right? Everybody's getting tense. You push a little more, right? Push a little more. Everybody get, after a while, man, you're in a fight, right? Because everybody's against the wall, man, you're in a fight. You see what I'm saying? And that's what's happening now. Because it's going to be a war. That's why it's, right? You see, it's getting hotter. They know it's going to blow up in a minute. You understand, brothers and sisters? But the short version is, it said, known by the works. Now, what's the works of Christianity? See, they can't answer that question. Oh, Christianity good for the world. How was it good for the world? What has this world been like the last 5 years? Slavery, murder, genocide, theft. That's been characterized whole reality for the last 5 years. Okay. Well, see how evil and wicked they are? Yeah. They are now. When the judgment comes, but during that time, they weren't wicked. They were unrighteous. Because Adam was a righteous, as long as he didn't touch that tree, like I said, what he said, do not touch that tree, you become unjust. That means he wasn't unjust till he touched that tree. So his mission to shed blood was just for his period. But then it said judgment will take place after 40 years. So now that his time is over. So if those actions now out of sync, because during his time, the actions of the jinn, which are the Sunni Arabs, was sinful, out of sync. They was kind of getting their ass whooped. They had not one victory during that time. But they was righteous. No, see? Your thinking is all wrong. And that's what Suleiman's here to straighten out and give you mind. I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. I had a lot more to say, but I'll leave you with that. That's a lot right there to think about. You got to fuel it. And that's why I said the only thing they can do is trick me into lowering my pressure by not distracting. Remember, it takes energy. So I give 100% energy into this. If I start giving 50%, that means I'm going to lower my pressure. Is that enough for their pressure to come overtake mine? Because once it does, they eliminate me because they're high pressure, they're low pressure. That means they crush me, eat me, and nothing I can do about it. So how would they do that? They send people over for all kinds of ways to distract me. See? That's what it is. So whether they do it intentionally or unintentionally, it doesn't matter. The effect is the same. Right? So at this point, case closed on that. Nope. We'll not accept any more distraction on that level or just get rid of it. Because that's the purpose of it. Because in the end, it says, I talked about this, it says, Suleiman will be betrayed. Son of man be betrayed. Okay? And put to death. Okay? What does that mean? I know what it means. It's not going to work. But to say it was raised to life. Right? But the thing is that anybody's distraction is the enemy. I don't care what they say, they're the enemy. Because they're taking distraction and energy they're against the angel. Because this the angel is bringing a new, like, a woman pregnant, right? And she eats something that's wrong, it's going to mess the baby up. And the baby come out all messed up. That's not going to happen here. Anybody if you're not fueling this, you're an enemy to it. If you're not fire, you're fuel for the fire. So if you come in distracting, that means you're telling me, don't cause me not to focus on energy. And so therefore you're weakening the vibrations, the angel message, you're lowering the pressure. Anytime you lower the pressure, because this pressure is changes reality, but it's also helping my people. Because it's getting protection from them. Because this reality is getting weaker, so it has to just use more energy to try to stop this. So I don't have so much energy to mess with them that much anymore. Because now they're doing everything they can to stop. Like in an elevator, everybody's worrying about what happened and everything else. You stop putting, they ain't worried about it. The only thing worried about is you pushing, man. Man, you taking all the room, you pushing. So you have to focus on that. So if you a distraction and you out there talking about you over here coming in my house and with all your BS and you got attitude, you got to go. Because you're doing a purpose or unpurpose, it doesn't matter. The effect is still the same. I got to focus all my energy to make this happen. I have to fuel it with the energy I get. Now, I haven't really explained that to you that deeply, but I'm telling you right now. It has to be fueled by someone. That's why you pick one person, and that person has to live the life of it. They fuel it. If they don't fuel it, you hear about some prophets get killed or whatever? Because they got tricked into lowering their pressure. They try to trick Prophet Muhammad lowers pressure. He said they try to, why don't you be more pliant? It says in the Quran. They don't say lower pressure, but you understand what they're saying. They told him, why don't you ease up? See? So they come in, oh, this, you want to change things, oh, I don't like you said this, and Elijah said all that kind of stuff. Get the hell out of here. Because I'm throwing your ass out, and I'm letting you back in. I don't have time for that. It's a war. Resistance. That's what war is about, overcoming resistance. And you part of the resistance, so you're the enemy. Assalamu alaikum. The mission. My mission, brothers and sisters, let's be clear here. Perfectly clear. My mission, the mission of the Message of the Covenant, in the most simplest way to explain it, right, is to take and rid you of your enemies, right? Restore you. Thorough knowledge of self, restore you to yourself. Acting other than yourself, restore you to yourself, and get you home if you're willing. That's it. No one's here to tell you what to do. No one's here to control you. It has to be your decision. It's my mission. It's not to get followers. Now, one time since I've been on this mission for over 30 years, have I asked anybody to follow me anywhere? I never asked anyone to invite. I never invite anyone into. The mission. My mission, brothers and sisters, let's be clear here. Perfectly clear. My mission, the mission of the Message of the Covenant, in the most simplest way to explain it, right, is to take and rid you of your enemies, right? Restore you. Thorough knowledge of self, restore you to yourself. Acting other than yourself, restore you to yourself, and get you home if you're willing. That's it. No one's here to tell you what to do. No one's here to control you. It has to be your decision. It's my mission. It's not to get followers. Now, one time since I've been on this mission for over 30 years, have I asked anybody to follow me anywhere? I never asked anyone to invite. I never invited anyone into my house, so to speak. I never invited anybody to participate. Never asked anybody for any money. Not one time. That's not what it's about. That's not what it's about. So, use an analogy. If I have a house and you uninvited guests, and you come knock on the door, it has to be let in, right? Then if you have sense, then you respect the house. First of all, you wasn't invited, but you asked to be let in. Let in, you respect the house. You follow the rules of the house, right? But you gonna come in and then start wanting to change things around. This ain't right, that ain't right. It should be like this. Come with attitudes. Get the F out of my goddamn house. I didn't ask you to come in to begin with. You knocked on the door. There was no sign that say, please come in. There was no sign on the door like that. All you saw was information going out. A loudspeaker, pumping information out. But I asked you to come in. That's simple say. So if somebody came at your house and knocked on the door, first of all, who are you? Okay, and you nice enough to allow her in, what would you do? They're gonna start shitting on you, telling you what you do, and you shouldn't be doing this, and messing up your furniture, and marking your walls up, and pissing on your floor, and so forth, so on, making a mess. What would you do? Tell them to get the hell out. Get attitude and what the hell are you in here for? Nobody asked you to come here. No one asked you to come here. That's not my mission. Elijah's mission was to take and baptize you in water. In other words, take you and like your baby, take care of you and stick with you. And Master Ramon told him, said, you got a hard job because you got to be patient. Because he has to prepare these people for the message of the covenant. But that's not my mission at all. Not even close. Because once I accomplish my mission, right, then as it says, we come together because my mission is to remove that which is separating us. Because we're connected by nature. And the man of Mark, he came to Son of Man because by his nature, not by his mind. I often use the parable description of saying the Son of Man is like a body's comatose, and he's the brain, he's alert, he's awake, but the body's dead, the body's comatose, is paralyzed. He's trying to activate the body again, so the body is his. He's part of it. He's conscious of it. He's trying to revive it. You see? But it's paralyzed. So why is it paralyzed? You got to remove what's paralyzing it. And that's my mission. Because once I move what's paralyzing it, then the body comes alive, starts moving. That's my mission. That's it. Clean it up, inwardly and outwardly, and get them home. Restore you. It's my mission. So let me go a little further to this, bro. This is a special presentation, right? Not my normal one. Because I'm going to make this clear. Because over the years, I get people coming here with their bullshit. Get that father, drop the bomb on you, F-bomb on you. Hell out of here. If I ask you to come here, tell me what I should be doing, what some house did, and I don't need that. I didn't ask you to come here. My mission is not to do what Elijah did. It says Elijah had a mission, a preparation mission. He had two different missions. It's not me to do his mission. His mission was prepare the way for this. His job was prepare the way for this mission. So I'll make this very clear. Zero tolerance. Like I said, if you fire, you will not be burnt by fire. You'll be invigorated by fire, inspired by fire. But if you're not fired, then you fuel for fire. And how you know? Because as soon as you come into contact with the fire, two things happen. You get brighter, your flame gets brighter because now you're adding fire to fire. Or you say, ooh, you get all, because you've been burnt. That means you ain't fire. You're fuel for fire. Either way, we'll use you. It's like a child. If you analyze these things, you have a child and you want them to do something, right? And then man start pouting. Well, see, that's their way of controlling you. What they're telling you is they're only going to be happy if you do it they want you to do. You see? And we got people like that falls in that category, and get on. We don't care about, get out of here. Take your pouting and bullshit someplace else. Take your bad attitude someplace else. I ask you to come here. You're being warned because you got some bad road coming to you. You're gonna be going down some bad road in a minute. Get the hell out of here. I don't care about your attitudes, your wants and dislikes. You come here. If you don't like what you see here, get the hell out. I ain't asking anybody to come here to change anything. If you don't like what it is here, get the hell out. Get away as fast as you can, because you're going to get burnt. That's why you act like that, because it's burning you. That's how you know they shouldn't be there, because it's upset and it's burning them. They're not fire. And this is all about fire. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Let me just point out a few things here. Okay? That's why you have soap and fire. Soap to clean you up outwardly. Fire inwardly. What does that mean? What does that mean? Okay, let's look a little further here. See, outwardly. See, they're cleaning shit off of you. It's causing you to stink and smell and everything, right? Well, that's the demons, the devil, Satan. See? They're the ones act you, because, right? If you stink and smelling stuff, and now people acting like they're acting, that's what it says. Because of these things. It ain't their fault. That's what Farrakhan said, oh no, it's them. They're the vectors that's causing the problem. Outwardly. And so that's his job, to remove the outward soap. The demon, the devils, Satan, false Israel. See? Clean off outwardly. That's what's causing you act, because those vectors there. Remove those vectors. Now you clean outwardly. That's why it says soap. It comes with soap and fire. You don't use soap and fire together. Okay? Then once that happens, right, separate them out away from you, because they're all over. You can't recognize. Look, Look how filthy they are. Because they're covered with demons and devils and Satan. Hollywood and all this, and demons who pretending to look like you, but they ain't you. Setting the false examples and carrying on. Remove all that. That's the soap part. And then the fire comes. That's the inwardly. Now you get your mind, your vision, and get your home. And this gets into tribulation. That's the fire. Got to get your mind. After you clean the other stuff off, now you got to get the fire. It's a true vision. So they had a bad vision for you. Or they had no vision at all. Setting false examples and carrying. That's why it says fire and soap. And this is directed towards the Levites. See, when you understand angel key, the elect, they're still gold. They're pure. They didn't get corrupt. So you don't have to go through this process. The Levites had to. Okay? See, the gold, they got it. They had 30 years to, if there was any problems, they got it. They wasn't affected. That's why it was out. It was clean. It was pure. They had to, we didn't require any soap or fire. See? So they couldn't be deceived. But the Levites they were. And so they had to be clean up like gold. See, he says, like the gold. But that means, right, they had to be original. So in the process of cleaning, right, that's where you're going to separate the demons out, because now it look like you can mix, they all mix together, and he has to separate them. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. That process. Now we have I can't go into much detail because it's still too late. It's still too early, right? But we got demons and the Nephilim. I think I'm saying it right. Nephilim. Who's the Nephilim? And devils, and hypocrites, sellouts. But who's the Nephilim? See, the opposite of the demons. That's what the Bible called them, Nephilim. I always think that's from Muhammad said Nephilim. The Shia are Nephilim. Original, but white skin. See? Now, original, that's why we have to be careful to use the words, because it's my job to get the original black people. And the Nephilim, we have a lot of those here too. I talked about that, but I said I would not reveal exactly all the details about that. I'm about to do it, but not quite yet. Because they have to be separated differently from the demons. See, you know, I talk about centrifuge. If you understand how centrifuge work, see, most of us have no idea about it. He's saying we don't look into it and say, because when I hear something I haven't heard before, I try to look into it and understand what it is. Instead of just say, oh, that's a centrifuge, and you don't know what a centrifuge is and what it does. I guarantee 90% of our people have no idea what a centrifuge is. They may know the word, they don't know what it does. So when you put pressure on something, everything responds to pressure differently, depends on their structure. Right? They may look alike, but that's just on the surface. It's the structure that is affected by, or the nature that's affected by the pressure. And what centrifuges do, and I need to look that up actually, but the way I understand it, I mean, I understand how centrifuges work, but the reason why they need it, because when you get uranium or whatever they're trying to separate, it's mixed with something that's similar to it, but it's not it. You see? So the uranium has a certain property, certain nature, and and you could use that to make a bomb. But there's other stuff, right? It just looks like it, but it doesn't have effect. Like, well, I guess salt and sugar looks alike, right? But they have two different natures. If you mix them together, how would you separate them? Okay? You could separate them because they both respond to different pressures too. So what happens is you put and the centrifuge spins it around fast and fast, and when it spins it around, right, that means that's putting pressure on it. If you understand, we put centrifugal force. Remember, pressure is force. When you spin around, you create a force called centrifugal force, circular force. That's why I call it centrifugal, circular force. But force is pressure. So what happens is that you spin it fast enough, and then one's going to respond one way, one's respond up. So one will move more towards the surface, and one will stay closer to the center because they respond differently. And so when that happens, then you move the uranium out. Because if you store it back down, they're going to mix back together again and pull it out. And that's one way of doing it. And so Elijah was told, right, because the demons in the original, they look alike. So how do you separate them? He told Elijah, you can't do it. The pressure's not good. You don't have enough wisdom to do it. You don't have enough. You can't create the pressure that's needed to cause that separation. So he was told, if you understand Angel Key, to preach to both of them. They said, well, we got chaff amongst the wheat. He said, no, don't try to separate them. Don't you try to do it. Mr. Covenant would do it. Suleiman would do it. Because the pressure has to be tense enough. You know, it says, when the four winds blow, see, you know, why it says wind? Wind is pressure. See? Intense pressure. That's no. I don't want to go there, brothers and sisters. But the point is that it's telling you that at that time the pressure is great enough. Because when you put centrifuges in, it has to go fast enough. If it goes slowly, you ain't gonna get separation. You have to find how much pressure you have to be before you get the separation. So therefore, you know how fast you got to spin to get the thing to spinning. Lower than that, it won't do it. Right? So how much pressure is it going to take to separate the demons from the saints, so to speak? See? And that pressure comes when the war starts. Because then they're able to separate them. Because you see in the Exodus, where Moses is able to say, those with the Lord come with me, and the sons of Levi came with him. See, you got to understand what they're saying there. Because they was during the war, it says there was a time of war, but there was no victory or defeat. So during the war, that became possible. Because they was all mixed in together. He said, those with the Lord come with me. See, you don't understand these things. But that was at that time, that was the force became enough to make that separation. But before, they was all mixed in. Okay? And when he came, him and Moses but see, Moses, that represents the fourth wind. So he's one of the winds. And Joshua's with him. See, I don't really want to talk to Angel Key balances. I'm going to keep this as simple as possible. Because the Lord, that means those with Joshua. Mention of the covenant, come with me. See? So I'm putting enough force to allow you to separate and go with Joshua. You get it? Because he's one of the winds. He's the fourth wind. So now that fourth wind was enough force to separate him. That's why I said, I tell you don't understand the angel. I said so much more that you don't see. He's the fourth wind. So he's saying he's the one that those with the Lord. So in other words, that wind was powerful. The pressure was great enough for that fourth wind to separate him. Give it to Joshua. That's what it's saying mathematically. I said so much I can't talk to you because you don't know the math, you know, and stuff. So I say it, and you probably don't understand that either. That's why it's the fourth wind. He's the fourth wind that does it. And now the pressure was great enough to him, the fourth wind, to separate and give it to Joshua. The Levites, separate from the demons. Mm-hmm. But see, the thing about that is, as I told you, at that point, right, that's when the attack and then the winds blow. So the pressure's great at times. But it says they attack all blacks, and that caused all the pressure on the blacks. See? Because they attack all blacks. Right? So they come together, but then the pressure's great enough to separate them. They're all together. However, you can't separate the Nephilim like that, because they're not black. Because they're going to attack all blacks, black skin. So that means the demons, and then they come together, then you can separate them. But Nephilim, they're not affected by that. But we still got to get them, they're our people. And it gets complicated because some of the Nephilim don't know, like some of the demons don't know they're demons, and some of the Nephilim don't know they're original. But it don't matter when you put it in a centrifuge, like I said, right? You get speed high enough, it doesn't matter what they know and what you don't know. The force will cause you separate. So it's going to take a different procedure to separate the Nephilim from the devils, because they're going to attack all the devils. See, I said so much I haven't told you, brothers and sisters. The Nephilim won't be, they'll be have to separate it, but not separate like that. And actually, I mentioned that earlier, a while back. I said, you got a lot of people out there that's really rich and they don't know it. Some of them know it, and some of them don't know it. But they won't be separated in that manner because they're going to attack all blacks, the precious on them. And so they don't look like whites. And some of them know they're Nephilim, and some don't know they're Nephilim. Like some demons don't know they're demons, and some do know they're demons. Let's look at the psychology of the demons. See, that's what I'm saying. I don't have time to be monitored because I got a lot of work to do. I'm the one who has to figure all this out. No one else. Right? No one in heaven or earth, no one else could do it. Not even the God. He's the one. That's why he has to do it and then give it to. And he said, then give it to him. So I don't have time for all this stuff. And look at this demon situation. Now, a demon it can be more complicated than you know. Because a demon is someone who has, like Farrakhan, follows the devil. So he's really a devil by nature. But you got some demons, right, that follows black. Black. That's why I say you have to use the right terminology. That follows black, but not original. So they think they're original because their father was black, but their father was a demon, and his father may not know their father may not even know he was a demon. Because see, his great grandfather was, on his parental side, slave master's son, right? But now he's still a slave, but he's slave master's son. He may be light, he might be white complected. But he may be dark, but still, he got that devil gene in him. So maybe, right? So, whether light or dark, right, so he married, so he ended up with a black woman. So now the next child is black skin, but they may not know that his grandfather was a devil. And how many generations that go down? On the male side. So now I say, my father was black. Yeah, he might be black, but he still may have been a demon. You see what I'm saying? So you think you're black. You think you're, and you're not. You don't know it. You got to trace all the way back, trace our lineage. Oh man, my great grandfather. What's this guy? What's that star? The guy played Batman. What's his name? I can't think what his name is. He thought it was really liberal and everything else. I can't think his name. I think it started with N or something. And he went to the background check, found his grandfather was a slave master. He shut it down real fast. He's a big star. I can't think his name is. I think he played an accountant or something. Anyway, I don't know if you heard that story. He said, he's going to go back. So, because I ain't had nothing to do with slavery and that kind of stuff. He looked back, found his grandfather. They were slavers. Then he shut that down real fast. You see the problem there? So now, When you go back to the civil rights movement, then you start understanding it better. Because now you got this person here, their nature, they want to be around, they want to be around devils because that's their nature. But they're black. And the devils don't want to be around because they don't want a nigga around me because they look at skin color. So the person, they don't know that they're original. I mean, they don't know they're devils. They think they're original because they're black. So, but they want to be around. They want to be around devils, but devils reject them. So then they go around black people, original black people, because they look the same as them, and they can't find peace with them either because they don't agree with them. They don't like what they're talking about. They got in conflict with them all the time. They like ghosts. They're trying to find a home. They can't find one. Because they go to the white people, they don't want them. Because they're black skin, they go around to the rich people, they don't want them. Because their nature conflict, man, they talking stuff. They don't hear that stuff they're talking about. So they get kicked out of almost every place they go. Because they can't find peace over here with them. Because they don't want them. And they can't find peace over these because they ain't talking. Man, oh man, y'all don't look. How come y'all love America? Let's go fight. They don't hear that shit. See what I'm saying? So they're like lost. You see? They can't find their place because they don't know who they are. They can't find their place in the world. See? So we have demons like that. The demons don't know it. They can't find their place. They can't find a place around devils who they want to be around. And they're around these black folks they don't want to be around. But they look like them. So they go, see what I'm saying? So you got a problem. Now those are the ones don't know. But some demons do know. Now what's their attitude going to be? They know they want to be around, they know they're devils, but they like being around devils, but devils be around them. So they want to force it. Let's march. Let's have immigration, civil rights movement. We're going to force daddy to love us. We want to be around daddy. You see what I'm saying? See the attitude? So they know they're demons, and because they want to be around them, they're going to stand for it. See, they know they're demons. They know that that's what they want to be around, and they're going to fight. They're going to fight their way in. The other ones, they don't know. So they don't know. Should I be over here? Should I be over here? I'm black, but I ain't like them. I'm like them, but I'm black. You know what I'm saying? I'm like the devils, but I'm black. Right? But I ain't like these. Right? But I'm black. I'm like black like them. But I ain't like them. See? I don't like being around them. I like being around them. They don't want me. See, I'm lost. But the other ones, they're going to fight their way in. Immigration, I'm going to live next door to you and everything else. Because they know they say what they want to be with. They don't want to be with you. It may look like you don't be with you. I'm a married white girl. I'm a married white man. I don't be with you. You see, it's like, that's what somebody got to deal with. He got to separate all that out. And Nephilim got similar problems. Here they are. They're white skinned, but they want to be around black people, original people. You see? And when they're around white people, they don't like being around them. So they have conflict with white people. And they're the same thing. If they know the Nephilim, or if they don't know, they got the same problem. They don't know the Nephilim. Right? So they vagabonds too, man. Okay? They can't find their place. I look like them, but man, I can't get along with them. I don't look like them, but I want to be with them, and they don't want to be with me because I don't look like them. That's why high time is bullshit. That's all things have to deal with. See? And see, I know these things. You don't know these things, so I know what I'm dealing with here. I see what I'm dealing with, how people act, reacting. That's why I try to make it simple to you, saying, if I say something and you act all, that means you ain't one of us. You feel for the fire, because you're not fire. You feel for the fire. See, it's like this thing about females. See, the devil's idea, because that's what it tells you right in the scripture. Their idea that females is inferior. It's right there in this whole story of Adam. She was told to be his helpmate. He was superior. And remember, the Quan is the, when you see, they don't understand these things. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. The angel tells you that the Quan is the moon of the sun, which is still scripture. So the moon, if it's the moon, it just reflects what the sun does. So you're going to see the same ideas in the Quran that reflects what that is, because that was posted, that's part of Adam's rule. So it's going to reflect what's in the sun. And the sun is still Bible. So they say, well, a man is a degree above the women. But when you get to the real sun, that's replacing that. It tells you, no, they're equal. Male and female gods. Right? So that's one thing, because the devil mind, remember that's their mind, that's their nature. See, they gave us they gave us their mind, right? But the mind we have is really reflecting their mind. This whole reality came out of their mind, and our reality is coming out of our mind. And the angel is a nuclear bomb, because it's one reality. It's like the spring reality is going to destroy the winter reality. So the angel is the mind, the new mind, that's going to destroy the old mind. It's more powerful. So the angel is like a mind, a bomb that was set there and nobody knew how to ignite it. It was a new reality. The angel is the new reality that was sitting there, and nobody knew how to explode it. And soon my coming, he ignited, and so now it's exploding. And now you got the conflict between the old reality. That's why this reality is in trouble, because that new reality is exploding and it has greater pressure. So it's exploding, and now this, right, it's pushing this old reality, the old reality out of, it's crushing it. That's why it's in trouble. Angel's causing that. So why exploded? He don't need anybody's help. He didn't ask for anybody's help. He know what he's doing. High pressure overcomes low pressure. Only thing low pressure can do is try to resist the expansion of the high pressure, but it cannot do it. But it's going to try. And it's just like the sun. You know, actually the sun is exploding. I don't know, but see, you say explosion like instantly. What if something takes 1,000 years to explode? The sun's exploding. We think energy explosion means something expand. Energy is being released. But how fast is it? It's just how fast it does it. The sun's doing it on a real slow method. It takes billion years, but it's doing it. Energy's coming out of it, ain't it? That means exploding. The light coming out of energy is exploding. It just takes a long time to do it. So the energy exploding. Information's coming out. You see? It's blowing away everything in its path. It's high pressure. And so he keep on, that's what I'm saying. He keep on, because he got plenty of energy, because long as Suleiman right? He's taking energy and converting it into angel power, angel energy. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. It's good how you can manage your energy. So he's taking his energy that he gets and converting it into angel energy, which is explosive. It's higher pressure than their mind is. So it's blowing away their mind. See? And when it does that, that makes blowing away their mind is part of the soap process. The things that's keeping you all messed up. American dream, the demons, all that stuff. Blowing away that. Outwardly. Now, after outwardly is gone, then inwardly, now burn up all get the cancer out of you, all right? The inwardly stuff. Get your mind. That's inwardly stuff. After you clean like a diamond, right? It's a diamond, you gotta, when you first find a diamond, it's in the dirt, it's got dirt and shit all over it, so you clean all that off of it. And then, but it's raw. And now you gotta cut it, make it, give it form. You don't find a diamond that look like a triangle like you see in the store. No, that's gotta be cut. Look like that. It's just like, it looks like a piece of coal. It's just a diamond. You can't. It look like a rock or something. But it's just right. You see the diamond. You see the light and everything in it. But it's raw. You got to chill and put it back in it. Put it in, give it form. And that's what tribulation does. Give your own mind. Give it the right mind and everything else. You understand, brother and sister? That's right. And see, so that's what I'm doing. Okay. Then you got the hypocrites. Well, those original people, they're so corrupt. You can't do anything with them. But the demons also fall in that. The demons are hypocritical by nature. Because they got two natures they're struggling against. And hypocrite what? You're saying one thing, doing another? You see? So you say, like if you say, they come around, you say, okay, remember, the original mind says, once you got your mind, but the unoriginal mind knows that the male and female are equal. But demon mind, the devil mind don't see that. They see the males is superior. So you get the demon mind come around you, remember they conflicted, hypocritical by nature. And so you can identify them right away because you say the male's, his nature going to tell him that's not right. He's going to get third-degree burns. Man, you can't go. Because nature tells him that's wrong. Because his nature says the male is superior. It's right there. That's the way it was built. They tell you Adam and Eve story. They tell you the nature of the two. Male was first. Female was afterthought. She's supposed to be a helpmeet to him. She's supposed to submit to this. What the Seal Bible say? Submit to your husband. Why? Because that's the grafted mind sees it. They're recessive. It's in their nature. So if you tell them, hey, they're equal, they rebel against that because their nature, that goes against their nature. So they got three to get burned. Amen. See, because they burn his fires, burn them up. They're getting bruised. See, it's going to bother them because it's burning them. That fire is burning them. But the original mind won't have that response. At first, it's going to be a little uncomfortable because they still got that devil mind. It's kind of like go against that devil mind, but that ain't their mind. Their nature will accept it. It's their mind that got the problem with. But their nature will accept it. See? But with that demon, it's the other way around. His nature will not accept it. His mind says, but his nature will go against it. That's where he get the burns from. Because it's going against his nature. They're going to say, nah, man. Then I'm saying, once you get your mind back, you start seeing these things clearly. See, I see these things totally clear, but you don't because you still have, how can you see it? You still, it's just lens of the devil mind. You're still looking from the lens of the false, of the sealed Bible. See things that are revealing to you now. If you think about it, that you see it. You see it. Original mind won't have a problem with it at all. It's like I said, it's going to be a conflict with their mind, but his nature's not going to rebel against it. So he's not going to get burnt. But demon will burn. You got to. Oh man, look, you got to burn me. I got burn marks. Because nature's going to rebel against that. Because he's the devil. And devil's nature tells you right in Genesis, the female is inferior. And the Quran, which is the moon of that, says the same thing. Remember, that's why you got to understand what the Quran is. And I'm saying the Quran's not wrong, but it's for the season. It's for that season. Made the sun and the greater light and the lesser light, and it was 500 years apart, because every period was 1,000 years, and it was a day and a night, and each one 5 years apart, and the Quran came exactly 500 years after the sealed Bible seal angel was revealed. Exactly like it says in Genesis. See, so they don't know, like I said, they don't know a goddamn thing. They can't touch this because this pressure is so powerful. And you can't touch any of this stuff because when you understand this, look at that, say they don't know anything. That means their pressure is very low compared to this. That means they can't stand against it. So if you want to, all he needs, he got high pressure, he don't need any help. So if you come in the house and you say, well, that means, okay, if you're going to help, you want to increase the pressure, that means you come in to help, that means you're going to be positive, you're not a pushmobile that's trying to slow down the pressure, weaken the pressure of the angel. That's what you're trying to do by getting in the way, lowering it, causing disruption. Because remember, the pressure, he's taking his energy and converting it to pressure, convert to the angel pressure. But here you got to convert some of his energy to dealing with you. You see? Mess with your mess, having to battle with you, waste time talking to you. That means you're slowing the pressure, you're weakening the pressure that's like you throw a rock in the sea. Okay, you got the waves going out. You keep throwing a rock. But also so the waves, you keep that pressure going, building up. But then you'll come in, we'll throw a rock today, or get in the way of the rock, or throw a lesser rock. Okay? That's what you're doing. So you weaken the pressure of the angel. Because you're diverting the energy to you. And so no more of that. So I made my final move on that. I gave it to someone who could deal with that, so I don't have to be distracted anymore. If they can't do it, just shut down. Because you're not helping. If that doesn't work, just shut down. Period. If you understand what I just explained to you. Okay? Because he's converting, that's the energy. Remember, if you have centrifuge, you got to get that centrifuge up to a certain speed to make that separation happen. But if you slow down, then the separation won't happen or you shut it off. If you get up to speed and shut off, it comes back together. No, once you get up that speed, you got to remove it. Otherwise, if you slow it down, they come back together again. Can't have that. Right? And that's where he's converting the energy he gets to high pressure, because he's the only one who can do that, to the high pressure of the angel. So if he stops, now I know they'll come and try. See, the thing is, they can't stop. Low pressure cannot defeat high pressure. Only thing they can do is to trick the high pressure to lower this pressure. I've talked about this before. So when they come in, they either sent in by low pressure, turn low pressure, turn heat down. Because remember, it depends on me converting my energy to angel energy, the quality. But if I'm out here scratching my ass, playing pity pat, and with your bum, dumb ass, all that bullshit, then that's not happening, is it? It's not energy come from nowhere. The bomb was there. Somebody had to come and convert their energy into that energy, but first had to unlock that energy. So energy you need to convert it to. So he came along and said, okay, broke the seals, That's okay. That's the level of pressure you need. So now you have to feed it. So now you got to take your energy, who is worthy, that you have, and convert it to that energy. Now you got the high pressure system going. And that, as long as you keep feeding it, that energy keeps growing, stronger, get bigger, and it's defeated the lower energy. Because they're also converting their energy to that lower energy, but that's the only energy they convert it to. They don't have any model to convert it higher. They convert, remember, they're going, both of us going, they convert the energy to that level, they don't convert it to this level. So you got the war going between the two. It's a mind war. So they're feeding that, and I'm feeding this. But then they say, hey, can we slow it down? Send Farrakhan in there. Slow the energy down. Make it weaker. Lower the pressure. Because, Jesus or some spirit out there doing it, he has to convert his energy to that. As long as he converts his energy to higher pressure, there's nothing they can do to him because they can't overcome high pressure. All they can do is try to slow it down, send people in with their bullshit to have me distract my energy to something else so I don't convert to angel energy. And if I'm fool enough to do it enough, my energy gets low enough, then they can get me. If my energy drops lower than theirs, then they can take me out. And I ain't going to let that happen. Because it says, that's something I haven't talked about. Because they're going to make a very serious attempt in a minute. See, it says, some are betrayed. The Son of Man will be betrayed in the hands of men and put to death. Oh boy, if you understood the injury, you'd understand what that means. It said, woe to that one that betrayed him. See? But he'd be raised, he'd come out of it and destroy that one that betrayed him. See, I understand what that means exactly. And they're trying to set me up for that. Because the only way it would work is my energy level has to drop low enough. And at one moment, it's low enough, then it's done. I have to drop lower than theirs. And that's not going to happen. And they got people sitting in to do that. And I'm not supposed to know it. I see it. I'm not going to be distracted anymore. I said the fire's on. It's up. I'm not going to be distracted anymore. Like I said, I put it over there. So if they're part of that, they can't touch me. If that don't work, I'm shut down. That's the alternative. That's what I came with. You'll handle it, but you better be handling it right. Otherwise, shut it down. Because I'm not going to be distracted anymore. Because I'm distracted. Right? And those are people out there that's blocking everything. Hey, I'm not having a problem with that. Because this pressure's crushing them. They resist. Remember, this is a war. When you have war, the idea about war is resistance. Overcome resistance. So they're part of resistance. But they could only win if my lower the pressure. My pressure. But I keep my pressure going, it's resonance. Keep going out there, resonance, building, keep going against theirs. And then if they're distracted, it means they're lowering their pressure. Because they ain't putting all the energy into maintaining their level. Their lipper is lower, but they can lower it even more. That means their disaster comes faster. And so if they distracted and they got to put all the energy into stopping this. That's what's going with Farrakhan and them. That's why they're being defeated. That's why he said he will consume the spirit of his mouth. Keep putting information out there. So they got to do all the information they got to do to try to block, to keep their pressure up enough to keep my pressure overcoming them. But it's not working. Their pressure is dropping fast. That means they're overcome. Soon they'll be crushed. He's thrown out. And the separation comes. You understand, bro? I'm making it as simple as possible for you. So you're not going to defeat me. Only way you can defeat me is I'm foolish enough to drop my pressure, to let you distract me. and comes your bullshit now. Oh, he feels so bad. He don't like what I'm saying, so I'm gonna stop saying it. You know, because he feels so bad. I don't give a goddamn whether you like it or not. I ain't asked you to come here. I ain't asked anyone to come here. I'm winning. I'm on the battlefield. I'm kicking ass. A demon slayer. As long as I keep on putting this pressure in, my energy into this, 100%. Keep putting it out there. It's not a goddamn thing they can do to me. Nothing. They've already tried. There's nothing they can do. Unless I'm foolish enough to listen to your dumb ass, because some people are just dumb. Some of our people are just dumb. They was dumb before they came here, and they're dumb now. But they won't make it. That's why I said in the wilderness to wipe them out. Got hippies, got sellouts. The whole job of Farrakhan is to get me to, and to keep our rest of our people from hearing this, so their pressure stay low, so they can be eliminated. Keep that pressure low, so the devils can handle them. And that's why our people are going to this situation right now, because their pressure is low, because they ain't getting this message. So they the pressure diverted into NFL and all this bullshit. When they got enough energy to overcome them, but they're mismanaging. And my job is to show them how to manage their pressure properly. And part of the problem is destroy those people that's blocking it. Hope you understand, brothers. I'm gonna leave it there. I know they can't touch me long as because high pressure cannot destroy low pressure unless they trick me and lowering it, and then they send people in. And I got to deal with this and deal with that. No, it's not going to happen. That's the end of it. Because we get to the point right now where they're trying to really spring the trap. I said the Son of Man will be betrayed. He's a handsome man. If you understand your key, you'll see exactly what they talked about there. And put to death. Okay? But then he survived it because he kept his pressure up. But that's the point where they think they can do it and shut me down. Because if their pressure's higher than mine, they crush me. And I'm not going to let that happen. That's why I came to the decision that people around me, whatever their reason is, whether they hear for purposely or it doesn't matter whether they're doing it on purpose or unintentional. It doesn't matter. It's not going to happen. So I said, okay, if you don't apply your energy 100% to helping this, you go over there. Like I said, you have to be 100%. All your energy has to be applied like I'm doing it. I'm taking all my energy and turning it energy. And I've been doing it for 30-some years. See what's happening in the world around. It says every time I open broke world seals, these things begin to happen. Everything started changing. What, in 1990? They tell you that. Why? Because angel was released. That bomb was exploded. And I'm still exploding. Like the sun's exploding. I'm still exploding because I keep feeding it. Keep putting energy in it every day. 24/7. They tried to put me out a couple of years ago. I couldn't even move. Try to stop me from putting the energy out there. Convert my energy into, I get energy every day like you do. But see, they can't, their brains are not powerful enough to convert to higher level. So they have to get me to lower my level. Enough they can think their pressure become greater than mine. It's not going to happen. So I keep mine higher. I keep putting it, feeding it. That's how it works. Because it's exploding. I'm exploding that angel. Keep feeding, putting energy into it. It's like the sun. The sun runs out of energy. No more energy. It doesn't explode anymore. Stop exploding. Runs out of energy. But as long as you got energy, you got fuel in it. What? All that energy, all the energy in there. Keep converting it to light and everything else. That's exploding. But if it runs out of that, then it stops. Then you have a supernova. It just comes apart. And so this thing, if angel requires, it was sitting there. It requires someone to feed it. Feed it energy. It was sitting there for 2,000 years. Someone had to feed it energy. So they had to go and break those and feed it energy. Someone had to break those seals and feed it energy. For the Lamb had to do. Who is worthy? No one could. Somebody had to breast and feed it energy. Not just break seals, but actually feed it energy. Where did energy come from? He had to take the energy he gets and keep giving it, converting it to angel energy. That's the explosion. That's the power. Who make war with the beast? Who is like them? Who can make war with the beast? Whoever counted 10 horns? Whoever did these things? Because they keep burning this energy, energy. High pressure kept this. And that's what we're trying to stop from doing. And it's not going to happen. Give the Lord's pressure. So like I said, those demons come around, they got to go. I'm handling them. Hypocrites, sellouts. Fire across the whole thing. Try to slow it down. So if people come around here, they bullshit. I own it. We identify them out. They don't want to put the energy into injury. That means they're going to be low pressure. They're going to be crushed. If you're not fire, you're going to be burnt. You're fuel for fire. So they're not putting that in. Because first of all, they can't do it anyway if they're a demon. So they ain't put all the energy on. Well, I got myself worried. I'm sweating, carrying on. Let me close out, brothers and sisters. You understand the process now? That's why I say, what are you doing with your energy? Are you managing energy, converting energy? Or you out there BSing around? Because if you BSing around, you're going to get burned, you're going to be crushed. If you're not putting your energy into energy, you're going to be crushed, period. There's no way about it. So if you're playing games and everything else, you're going to be crushed. You're not going to be fire. And you're going to get burned. And, oh, man, why are you doing this? Why are you saying this, man? And you're lying. You're saying stuff that ain't true. Because when you're lying, that means that's right there. Tell you right there, you're being crushed. Because you don't have anything else to get out of, so you got to lie. Try to defend yourself with a lie. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I'm going to leave it there. Oh, well, let me see what I got here. I have anything else here before I go? There's a mission of covenant. That's what he says. Pure fire. First he got soap and he got fire. I told you what the soap was. Get the demon, all this stuff. I clean the shit off here. And then take the tribulation, get your mind back. Huh? 5 pillars. And then get you home. It's the Levites. But that's not required for elect. See? Because that's why they gold. They was pure already. See? And that's my mission. Not to come in, because like I said, my people already. It says those with the Lord, they're already with me by nature. Already got all the followers I need. My people are with me. The problem is that they, like I said, you got this house was filthy and dirty now. You got to clean it up. They with me by nature. The problem is they got this filth on this keeping away from me. They don't know they're with me. But they are with me. That's why I clean them up. Once I clean them up and get all the vectors that's keeping away from me, then we're together. It says, once the 4 winds blow, they came together. Can these bones live? They came together. Once the 4 winds blew, what's the winds? As the fire that burnt, took all that stuff that's separated us, then we came together. Nothing wrong with my people. So they're my people. The point is, what's keeping us apart is about to be moved. It's about to be blown away. The vectors that's keeping us apart is about to be blown away. You understand, brothers and sisters? So I'm not here saying, please come help me. I don't need your money. As like I said, it's like a body that's comatose. Once I removed it was paralyzed in the body comes together. So I'm not worried about that. It says, the sheep know their master's voice. I don't have to go out and ask people to help me and say, no, my people are with me. It says, when you're ready, your people will be ready. That's what it says, oh son of man, when you're ready, your people be ready. I already got my people. It's just the point is, what's keeping them away from me? Them. That's why the soap was coming. To get them out the way. So now we come together. And then put them through the tribulation. clean them, they're finished, burn all that stuff out of the way, get their mind and everything. So now we good. Get their mind and everything, and now we good. That's just the Levites. The other was already got them. So I got followers. I got millions. By nature. He said they can't eat by nature. Did you read Mark? They didn't come back because of mine. And then I gave them their mind. That's the soap. And the mind. The nature brought them to me. Because we got the same nature. The demons don't. When you put that centrifuge on, demons going away, they're going to come to me. The demons going to go over to the devils. Ain't that what happened in Mark? Ain't that what happened in Mark? They can't eat by nature. And the demons went to the devils by nature. Oh, I want to go over to swine. He says right there. The separation took place right there. Centrifuge got high enough, and boom, they came to me and they went there. To them direct. I don't want to go home. I want to make me leave the country. I want to go with the swine. And Satan said, I don't know, I want to go with you. Help me. You can get his mind back. It's right there. But I ain't worried about this bullshit. And if you ain't with this, get the fuck away from me. I'm saying so one last time. Is that clear enough? Get the hell out of here. I ain't asked you to come here. I don't need you. I'm in command. I'm in control. Look at the world around. I'm in control. I'm in control. And the goddamn thing they can do to me, nothing. And Master Muhammad's with me. He's my backup. He says anything, he said, no one will prevail against you. He says, he's my Air Force. It's right there. Let's read Joshua. I got you. So I'm not worried about a goddamn thing. I don't need you. Get the fuck away from me. Last time I tell you. Get away. I don't need you. You're a distraction. And you're not going to give me low amount of pressure. You're not going to give me low my force, the engine pressure. You're trying, it's not going to work. So is that clear enough for you? And pretty soon I'm going to explain to you about the Nephilim. We're going to get them too. But that's going on right now, but you don't know, you can't recognize it. I'm actually doing that right now, but you don't recognize it. You understand? You got it? So get away from me. Now, if you want to go and help us something like that, okay, I got a little over here, a group over here. I told them, y'all go handle it. You better do it right. Because I don't have time I'm not be distracted anymore. Go and handle it. You want to work? That's it. And if anybody ain't, get rid of them. But I can't be distracted by anymore. I got too much to do right now. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Things that it. God came, it's pretty, Malachi is straightforward. Then came raised up Elijah. Then you got the son of perdition. He destroyed everything Elijah was doing. It says right there in Exodus. Destroyed everything Elijah was doing in Elijah's absence. And then Joshua came with the same name as Jesus. Joshua, I keep that wrong. I think I spelled that wrong. Joshua is the way you say it in Hebrew. The way you say it in the Greek is Jesus. Messenger of the covenant. Who you seek. That means they're seeking them. They want, that's what they want. They don't want Farrakhan. They're seeking Messenger of the covenant. The purification. The return home. Get their nature back. They had a nature, right? What it says, we their own knowledge of self. Because the universe is ours. We get home. The next 6,000 years, where I said, Master Muhammad, they and child, we explain that. But still, no. We're still the gods. Nobody's going to tell us what to do. We can make our own cream of the planet Earth, God, the universe. We're going to traverse the universe. Anywhere in the use we're going to go. We hit like these. And we ain't going to take 10 years to go from one star to another. We can get there in hours. Depends on how far a star away is. When you say gods, that's once you get home and you got their own knowledge of self, that's it. Future off the page. Female and male. Beautiful. Unlimited. Unlimited. But first, we got a little work to do. I'm handling it. I ain't asking anybody to help. I'm handling it. My people out there, you don't worry about anything. I just trying to keep you from messing around, hurting yourself. But I got you. I don't need help. Okay. See here? This is where I got people right now. Okay? But we're going to take care of it, see? There you go. Gotcha. Nothing wrong with our people. So it's my job to get mission. Now, we're not going to force you. We're just going to get information and get the means to go. Now, you have to decide whether you want to do it or not. That's your choice. Promised land. Should land right there. This is start. But the whole plan is ours. But that's where we're going here. It says when you go home to build houses you have not built. Oh, they think your house is start. They building. All the stuff they're building right now is for you. Right? That's just take a break for 6,000 years. See? And then you get then take the whole thing. See? So we're going to take a break for 6,000 years. We have 6,000 years of hell. Now we're coming out of it. So we're going to take a break for 6,000 years in paradise. Brothers and sisters, we got you. These assholes with this bullshit. We're going to test them. We're going to we're going to take a break. But first, we're going to kick some ass. And we're going to kick ass till we're thoroughly satisfied. Or we're going to kick some ass. Nothing they can do, brothers. I explain this. Nothing they can do. Their time is up. But you either fire or you fuel for fire. Let's go, brothers. Okay, assalamu alaikum. Okay, brothers and sisters, I have a little bit of a technical problem. Bear with me for a minute. Okay, problem is resolved, I believe. I believe it's resolved. 1 more second here. And okay, the problem resolved. Okay, brothers and sisters, the mind war. This is a redux from yesterday. Need to understand this, brothers and sisters, because this explains to you what's happening in the world today. Okay. We need to know what's going on right now. You can't ask Farrakhan, because his answer is watch the weather. Oh, he says he's been told to shut up. Yet, his sycophants keeps saying they speak for him. So, I mean, if you're a ventriloquist, you're told to shut up. Shouldn't your dummy shut up too? Move on, brothers and sisters. So we want to talk about pressure. Now, see, most of you understand pressure. You heard about it, some type of pressure, and if you don't understand the mass of pressure, and actually, the only way you're going to understand this universe, life, how the thing works, you have to understand pressure, because pressure is the nature of our existence. Even your body, right? It's all about pressure, blood pressure, lungs, right? Even your reproductive system, all that's pressure. So if part of your body's pressure, the whole thing has to be pressure. That's another scientific concept. And it's whole reality. You're under air pressure. Sound is pressure, pressure waves. It's all pressure. Right? Water, pressure. So we're going to talk about the quality. See, because you understand the basis of pressure, but to get to the wisdom of it, that's the quality of pressure. What do I mean by the quality of pressure? Well, pressure comes in many forms. You see? It's like heart pressure and lung pressure. That's two different tastes. Pressure has a different quality to it, right? One is taking in air from the outside and pumping it in, and one's pumping blood from one side of the body to another. Anyway, quality. So the thing is that thought is pressure. Thought is pressure. Thought is vectors. Vectors are forces spread out. Thought is pressure. The more powerful your thought is, the more pressure. Greater pressure forces lower pressure into submission. Forces it. It can't resist. Lower pressure cannot resist greater pressure. Cannot do it. Lower pressure has to submit to greater pressure. That's where it is. There's no exception to that. Lower pressure has to submit to higher pressure. We think of, to the extent that we think of God, He has greater wisdom than us, so His mind is much powerful than ours, so we have to submit to that. Because our minds are weaker and it's lower pressure. Right? So let me show you something. Let me make a short change here. I want to show you something because I want to make this very clear. Hold on, brother, for a minute. 1 second for a minute. One second for a minute. This one will take but a minute. Because I'm not sure if you understand this concept, so I'm going to give you a short graphic of it. Okay, about right here. Oh, okay. Okay, this way. Okay, it's going to take a couple seconds here, brothers and sisters. Things that are helpful in understanding this. Where is this at? Oh, there it is. Something else here. All right, take a minute, brothers and sisters. There you go, use this. Almost there, brothers and sisters. Give me a couple more seconds here. Okay, there you go. Now do it. You know, do it. Okay. I think you'll need this. You know, I'm showing here, brothers and sisters. See this right here? In the center, it's like you throw a rock in the ocean, right? Then you get waves going out. You also look at this like, but each wave is less pressure. The greatest pressure is the center. The next, it gets weaker, and the formula is 1 over r squared. 1 over r squared. That's how weak they get. The greater r gets, that's mean the further out it gets, the weaker the pressure is, right? So you can look at this as a people. Say you have people that's very powerful minds, then they would be in the center. Then next outside them would be the next level, so forth, until out here be the weaker minds. See, so they're comfortable out here. They can't make it here. But here, the pressure is fine for them because at this level, remember R, 1 over r squared, the pressure out here is lower than the pressure here, so they're comfortable as long as they stay out here. They move into here, they're going to be crushed because this pressure is greater than them. So this is the greatest pressure, so it can't survive. It has to go out here where it's lower pressure. So the weaker people, the weaker minds will be out here. They'll still be part of this, they'll be out here. And they'll be happy there. They wouldn't be happy in here because the pressure's too great for them. They're happy here. You understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? That's why I did the graphics to understand that. So pressure is weaker and weaker. So wisest would be in the center. The least wise would be out on the perimeter. It's weaker and weaker and weaker. So understand that. So when a prophet or messenger comes, right, they have high pressure and they start changing the reality around them like this. See? So the greatest minds come, right? They'll be those believers and go further and further out. And eventually all the believers, the belief is just not as strong. They're not as wise. They don't understand that well. And in some cases, they become sects. Like you see in Australia, got different sects. Well, that's because of different levels. See? So they're not crushed, right? You're not crushing, you're pushing them away. You're pushing them out into their own bracket. See, I never explained to you before. I say greater pressure will crush you. It crush you, right? Or it crush you if you have no place to go. But if you have a place to go, it push you out until your pressure zone, where there's no pressure there. The pressure is equal to you, so you don't feel any pressure. But if you came in here, you feel pressure. Hope you understand that, brothers and sisters. The more you've been here, so therefore in the hereafter, right? I told you, I said there'd be one throne in Mecca, another throne in Jerusalem. The God would be in Jerusalem. The high priest would be in Mecca, and then we have, I show you in that ark, surrounding and further, right? Depends on your level where you are. Right? But the earth is finite, so eventually there's no more other room. So if you get out of here, there's no other place out here. So if you get out here, you can't go into that. Let's do it this way. Give me 1 second, but I'll say this again. I need you to understand this. Well, you need to understand that. Put it that way. Let's do it this way. Let's see if I can get here. Do it, huh? I'm going to do it a different way then. Okay, it worked. Okay, do it that way. I shared this earlier, but I didn't think to do it. Didn't think to do it, so. Okay. Oh boy. Oh man. Okay. Oh, let's shoot. One more try and let it go. Okay, I'll do. Let it go. Okay, do that. Okay, this is what I want to show. Okay, say for instance, there's a brick wall here. Can't go any further. Right? So therefore, how did it happen? 1 second, brothers and sisters. Oh boy, I tell you. And they must have fun playing with my systems here. Must be really fun. Here you go. Yeah, I do. I do. Okay, what I want to show here is what's going on now? What I want to show is if there's a wall here, like you said, you have a pond, right? And you throw it in, well, at the edge, you can't go any further, right? See? So this is like the edge. You can't go any further. Okay. Right? So I'm saying, so these survive. Anything less than that would be destroyed because there's no other place for them. See? It just has a place for this much weakness, this much low pressure. Low pressure can survive out here, but there's no room out here for any lower pressure. So that's crushed. You understand what I'm saying? Okay, you put this here, the pressure. You have lower pressure people, it gets lower and lower and lower out here. This is the lowest pressure. Any lower than this here, there's no place for it. So it gets crushed. There's no place for it because this is the wall here. See? It's the wall here. So there's no place for it. You understand that concept? So if you're talking about our people, right? You say, okay, you got the wisest in the center, and the most that's the greatest pressure, and it extends outward. That's male and female. You have male and females in here. Understand? Male and female in here. High pressure. The high pressure needs. You have male and females out here. And male and female out here. These here have, right? The highest pressure females will be here. That's the highest pressure males. They have to, you see what I'm saying? So that's why this shows you equality. Because if you say all men are high pressure women, then all the women would be out here, and all the men would be in here. How would that work? The high pressure women in here with high pressure men. They're compatible. Low pressure women be out here with low pressure, right? And anything lower cannot survive. There's no place for it. They get crushed against the wall. You understand that concept? Okay. Now that's just raw pressure. But pressure has quality to it. See, this whole reality is pressure. This whole reality is pressure. Oh, my sisters. I just messed up today. I have to tell you, I just messed up. Well, I'm not going to say anything. I just messed up. I just messed up. That's all there's to it. That'll work. Let's try it. Okay. Try it one more time. Okay. One more thing here. Okay. Hopefully I'm off around this time. Okay. So what I want to show you is this. Now see, this is showing quality. This is the reality. It's the reality we're in right now. But the reality has quality to it, right? It has economic side to it, has religious side to it. All those are pressure. All that's pressure. Weather. Any reality has to have favorable weather for that reality to continue. Right? That's the atmospheres. The atmospheres has to be, right? See, that's another thing I never talked about too much. But see, I said, we actually control the atmosphere. We just don't realize it yet. It tells you in the lessons that we do. But there's a social aspect to it, media. Because say for instance, you're in a reality and there's total tornadoes and constantly, it couldn't survive. The weather, because they couldn't build, they couldn't do anything. The weather has to be favorable to that reality. And this reality, these Gog and Magog, who is American Britain, had favorable weather during this 500-year run. Because look at their military right now. You may understand this, but their military depends on good weather. It depends on good weather. Their planes will not fly if there's hurricanes or tornadoes, right? The Quran tells you that. They could not be able to pass through without our permission. They wouldn't be able to fly. The boats wouldn't be able to fly if there are tidal waves and stuff in the ocean. They wouldn't be able to float. You understand what I'm saying, brothers? Armies wouldn't be able to march if it was hurricanes or tornadoes. They totally depend on weather. You understand? So every time I got my mighty military, but they leave out, yeah. But if the weather's no good, that military is worthless. Who controls the weather? See, we don't pay attention to that. I don't care what military, what they have. It depends on weather. Much of it depends on weather. Weather is very important to any reality. You breathe in weather. You breathe in the atmosphere. Social, media, communications. All those are vectors, right? Government, without that would be in social. See? Actually, give me a second. Let me change that. Change that bus. Let me change that for a second. I should have been doing this than what I was doing. I put it that away. Oh boy. Instead of saying social, I'm going to say government. Because it makes more, it's more govern. It's okay, that's good. The government, all those things depend on reality, like the economic system here, capitalism, is based on this type of reality. Another reality will have a different type of economic system, a different type of government, different type of media, different type of military, different type of religion. Religions try to get you to understand how reality works. So all these things, right, is the quality of their pressure system. It's like your body is a pressure system, but it's the quality. Your heart uses pressure a certain way, your lungs use pressure a certain way. All use pressure, reproductive system, but they all use pressure, but they're different, they have different quality of pressure. You understand? So all these are pressure, but like I said, in regular pressure, you see pressure, air and water, or you put in the air, you see, all you see is air upon air, and if you put on a tire, you put higher pressure than it's, right? It forces the tire to expand because it's higher pressure. It has to be higher pressure than the air around it. So now it can expand because it's higher pressure in there than the air around it. You understand, brothers and sisters? So it's the quality. Understand that. So that's the other. Now you had also the quality of the pressure that's coming in. So let's look at another side of this, right? Okay. Here we go again, brothers and sisters. I'm gonna do a redux, but just bear with me, because I'm not gonna say anything. Not gonna say anything because I don't get into blame and almost miss my form anyway. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna show you something here. Okay. Do it this way. Okay. That'll do. That'll do. That'll do. Oops. Okay, so we'll find this. Okay, that way. We do this like this. Okay, and like this. Oh. Okay, that'll work. Think that'll work. Oops. Okay, that'll work. It's important you understand this process, so I'm taking a little time to, I should have did this earlier, and I meant to, and I allowed myself to just get distracted. Okay, go back here. There you go. There you go. Okay, we talked about the different qualities. Okay? And we're talking about the different levels. Right? Pressure, the organization. That's how the new world will be organized. What's like that organized like that too? See? Because we was on the bottom because we was the lowest pressure because of energy deprivation. See? They was at the center and we was at the bottom because energy deprivation. So we was lowest pressure. Okay? But we had the capability to be higher pressure. We just lowered that pressure because of energy deprivation, which I explained. I'm not going to go into details, but those who know, maybe they can take time to explain to you, or I'm going to have a redux. And so I said the quality of the pressure. So this is the quality of reality. Economics, religious, that tries to define how things work. Economics, in this reality, That's capitalism, which is exploitation. That's another story. And the weather is important in every reality, right? But it has to be favorable. Like if you have a winter reality, you should have winter weather. A hot spell in the winter would be disastrous. It'll melt igloos, it'll melt icebergs. You know, things that you depend on to be frozen, because you need weather to be consistent with the season. But you don't want a freezing spell, ice spell in the summer. And so the weather was favorable to Adam, who made Mishra shed blood for 500 years. It was favorable. So he always had, because they would say, oh man, look, the weather. You know that thing about Patton? He prayed for good weather, and good weather came when he was fighting in World War II. You see, they had favorable weather for them to do what they did, because the weather was unfair. They wouldn't be able to rule as they was missioned to do. The media, that's propaganda, the so-called news, the information they provide, right? That's well. Then the military. Okay, the kind of military have, okay. So what happens is that got a bug problem, brother and sister. They did some street pavement in the neighborhood, and it riled up all the insects. So all of a sudden, everybody's being infested with roaches and ants and everything. So got caught in exterminators. I guess they was on the streets or whatever, but now they come to everybody's house. That means like a plague. Yeah, I'm talking about plagues, right? At any rate, so remember, and those are vectors. See, that's pressure, but it's the quality of pressure. See, so their pressure, their reality, their pressure, because this whole reality is pressure. It came out of their mind. Mind is pressure. Thought is pressure. And it's the form it took. That's the quality it has. So we have an economic system, a religious system, whether it's, a government. That's quality it has, right? The quality the system has to have. So what happens if this system is being removed, right? Then the removal reflects the quality of the system itself. Because that's how they would, right, experience it. So the economic system would be hit. The religious system would be hit. The weather would go bad. The government would break down. The media would be fail. The military would fail. You see what I'm saying? Because that's the it was just plain pressure. Then it would just be crushed, collapse. But no, it would take that form. You need to understand that. See, so the plagues would take. So you'll see what kind of plagues they would have by the structure of their reality. This is structure. This reality here. See, we won't need a military. Because once you have one nation, we need a military. It's not going to fight. Once we get home, once we take total control, right? See? And our government totally won't need we don't need a government, if you understand it. But because it depends on what you call a government. We won't need a religion, because we know how the universe works. We won't have to guess at it. You understand what I'm saying? And we'll have weather that's consistent with that reality. Anyway, the problem is that that's coming in, just going out. So they're going to experience trouble in all these areas. See? And so when you're looking at it, you say, man, look, the military's having problems. The economic system have problems. Now you're here. But you got to understand, if you're a spring person, then you're part of the reason why those things are happening. Because the spring is what's causing the winter to fail. That's what I'm showing here in this picture here. See, what I'm showing here is previous. Oh, what happened here? Okay, bro. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. I'm going to have to redux because this is do a redux, brothers and sisters. Right here. Here you go. Okay, that'll work. That's what this picture is all about. See, this is the winner, right? And these are winner people. I'm sure on the stage they're developing, so AI age, they're really developing, right? But this is coming out of a winter mind. Robots. So we don't need robots. Really, that a robot is an extension of slavery. See, maximum profit, minimum overhead, right? So they enslaved us. But if you can find someone, see, in other words, the whole idea is to find something that will do the work for you, and you don't have to pay it. Get it? Do work, maximum profit, minimum overhead. So what's the next stage? A robot. They use us as robots. That's why I use the word Negro, but use us as robots. But when you have a real robot, you don't need us anymore. So what you do with us? So I say, maximum profit, no overhead. I said, just think these things through. That's what a robot is. Maximum, now you have to pay it. It's going to do everything it tells it to do. No feed, but nothing. You have to feed it. You have to give power, electricity, whatever. You don't have to get out of bed. You don't have to marry. You don't have to do any of that stuff. You have to argue with it. You can't maximize your profit any more than that. And no overhead. Zero overhead. Right? That's the ultimate slave, a robot. But they don't need us anymore at that point, would they? See what I'm saying? So the point is that they're at that stage right there. See, it's very dangerous. This stage is very dangerous for you, brothers and sisters. Like the Industrial Revolution was dangerous for you. But they say they did it because they freed you because, they got tired. No, they didn't need you anymore. The Industrial Revolution means they have machines and things to do these things, so they need you anymore. So they threw you in a ditch. That's exactly what they did. See? And the plan was to get rid. They did send a lot of you back over to Africa called Liberia. All the idea is to get rid of you. So it's Jim Crow law, everything. But the idea was to get rid of you. See? But it was hard for them to do that because you still have natural pressure that they couldn't overcome. See, our nature was, we didn't have our minds, but your nature has pressure. And it was low, but it was strong enough to stand up against their pressure to survive. And that gets the quality of the feet. Well, I'm not going to that. You understand that? So in other words, because that whole idea, they would have gotten rid of us. But our nature had enough pressure, vector pressure, right? Because the mind was gone. And they couldn't totally crush out existence. Okay. That's why we're still here. And there's more to it. Maybe tomorrow I go to all the details about its momentous heaven and earth every 50 years. It's a lot there. Maybe I can connect that together, brothers and sisters, because it's a whole puzzle here. But anyway, you're growing now. Your energy is increasing. The problem is that you don't know how to turn it into power. You have pressure, but they're controlling the quality of it. You have to get disciplined. And the only way to get disciplined, you got to get your mind back. And then you have control of your pressure, which is power, which you don't have yet. Okay? You don't have yet. Okay? But what is showing here is this one, and the cross represents, right, their idea how things work. Their so-called wisdom. So here's the robot, and that's the wisdom that gave him AI, Christianity. That's all together, right? And they have us over here, right? The media keep us, vectors keeping our brains, bad information, keep us under control. That's why I have a wreath around it, rather like a crucifix. Because they got us, our minds, right, controlled by this false reality called Christianity. Sealed Bible. See, I'm just trying to get the idea. I created this myself. No one did this for me. I created this myself, right? I'm give you a picture of what's going on. So you see the sun rising right on the horizon. That means that's going to destroy all of this. That spring sun. It's a mind war. The spring sun is coming up. Remember, this whole reality is based on their mind. But now a new mind is coming. And its pressure is increasing. So it's displacing their pressure. It's putting their minds under pressure. Their mind under pressure. That means they're putting this reality under pressure. And so they're fighting back with their understanding of how things work. That's what they got across his hand. Right? And their technology, that's the robot. Because I just leave it there, bro. So let's try to get some idea of what that bitch is all about. So I talked about, I said, this is the structure. It's the structure they have too, right? The higher pressure is not, right? So right there, their minds were stronger than ours, because doing energy deprivation, doing Holocaust, because we had low energy. It takes energy to think. And the only thing they had so much pressure on us, they wouldn't allow us to think at all. The only thing we would think of was what they want us to think. That means they had control over our minds, control of our thoughts, because we had to only think what they want us to think. And the only thing they want us to think is helping them, do for them, work for them. But now it's changing as we start energizing, right? Then it's hard for them to control. They was controlling our nature. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. It's a lot of concepts there. I'm trying to keep them separated so you can understand each one of them. And so this is the quality there. So the pressure that's being imposed upon them, they're going to experience it this way. They're going to experience it in collapsing economic system, right? Religious failure. Always their religion is not working. They said people would fall away from the church. Always the idea of how things work is not working, right? He said their wisdom will be destroyed. The weather's not working and not favorable anymore. They get adverse weather like never saw before. And the government, conflicts in the government, and the media just lying and all everybody sees, and the military, failures everywhere. You see, that's just showing. All that's showing is that they're under pressure and they can't withstand it. And that's the way they experience. So you see what's going on with them. They're crumbling under pressure, and they cannot stop it. Let's move on, bro. So let me show you something else here. Another aspect of this. So here, now you have seasons. Right? The universe has seasons because everything in a circle goes seasons, right? So like we have these seasons, and also, right? You said that there's a 24,000 year cycle. Earth's axis. That's each one 6,000 years. 4 times 6 is 6,000 is 24,000 years, and we just come to it. That's why I say 6,000 years for Yakub. They actually had 12,000 to get the next 6,000, but we have a surprise for them on that one. That's why I had to have a maker. I'm not good at kind of detail here, brothers and sisters. Maybe I sit down one day and take 3 hours and walk this piece by piece by piece to put the whole thing together. But you got a season, and so one season, when the season, it displaces other seasons, destroys other season. Spring destroys winter. Spring destroys winter. Summer destroys spring, and fall destroys summer. When fall comes in, Stuff start dying and stuff because the summer stuff start dying because it's fall now. When the winter comes, right, this destroys the fall. Right? Because you got different seasons, so you got new reality. And the wisdom of that reality is different than wisdom of another reality. The wisdom of the summer, how you get through the summer, what you have to do to survive in the summer, is different from in the winter or spring. But during the winter, that wisdom works, and if you apply that winter, you're going to be successful. Right? You got ice hockey, man. You got snowballs and ice skating and and skiing and right, and you got icebergs. You can make ice spears and right. The ice spear was just as deadly as a regular spear. But you don't have any wood, so you make ice spears, snowballs, whatever, and that's good. And so during the winter, the more you control that, the more powerful you're going to be. The more powerful you're going to be in the winter. Right? But your whole wisdom and everything depends on the winter. Now you may have never experienced. You may have grew up in the winter. You may your whole life in the winter. You don't even realize there's spring coming. But then spring comes, all of a sudden your winter's in jeopardy, and you start feeling this difference. Oh man, things are melting. Oh, what's this heat from? I never felt. It's not as cold as it was. They ain't gonna say heat. It's not as cold as it was before. Oh, my icicles are melting. My igloo is melting. My house is melting. You see, what's going on? And you're gonna try to figure out how to preserve that, because that's where your power is. That's where your life is. That's everything you know. Your reality is. You have everything to preserve that. Let's say there's spring people in there. Well, they're under your control. Because their reality, their ideas, the only way they can survive is they have to have your mind to survive. They have to have a winner mind to survive, but that's not their mind. That's your mind. That means you control them because that's your natural mind. That's not theirs. But they have to adapt, accept your mind, survive in the winter. You see how simple that is, brothers and sisters? But you control them because that's not natural to them. They're trying it on. Like, animals have a natural coat. We have to, see, so that's natural mind use. So you have control of them because you know how that mind works and they don't. They just got to hold on to it. They got to respond to it to survive during the winter. That's not a natural mind for them. So you have to have your mind survive. You see what's going on, brothers and sisters here? So what happens? But spring is coming in. All of a sudden, their mind's not working too well. And those people, that spring people, they see the mind they have is it was working before for them. Now it's not working too well at all. And they see, and when they experience the weather's not so cold anymore, hey man, that's good. See? They like that. But the winter people don't. Man, oh man, it's getting warm. It was 20 degrees, now it's getting 30 degrees. What's going on, man? It's getting 40 degrees. Something wrong, man. We can't handle that. It's above freezing, man. If it gets above freezing, everything's gonna melt. We gotta keep it below 32 degrees. But they can't. And you walking around with a mind that's 20, 30 degrees, right? But that's not a mind that's go against your nature, because you don't like it. Remember, your nature is spring. But you got a cold mind. So there's a conflict there. So when things start warming up, you start questioning that mind. Because that mind's telling you how to deal. But and they're fighting to keep the winter. And you hope the winter goes. You hope the temperature keep rising. So now you got a conflict between their mind and them. Because they want you to help them fight to keep it cold, and you're saying, no, man, you might not say it to them, but you're saying, no, you praying that it keeps getting warmer. Because your nature tells you, man, that's where I want to be. You still have that mind, but your nature's telling you, man, I like that warm. So then you start questioning your mind, because your mind says you should work to be successful in the winter, but now you don't want to be successful because in that cold weather, you like the new weather. This warmer weather's coming in, but they're fighting against this warmer weather, and they want you to do it too. And some of you might do it. You say, man, you don't want to do it because you want the opposite. So now you got a conflict between you and them. See? So when they started seeing that start getting close to 32 degrees, and you ain't helping them keep them at that 32 degrees, they can't keep it 32 degrees anyway. They expect you, everybody to help. Let's keep it staying down 32 degrees. And you ain't doing that. And then you start feeling happy and excited because it's getting warmer. Then now they attack you because you're the enemy. You ain't helping them. Maybe you're the one that's causing it to get warmer. You see, brothers and sisters, that's a simple way of looking at this. You understand what I'm saying? So you start warming up. It gets better and better for you. It gets worse and worse for them. But they trying to hold on to that winter, and they try to hold, and they see you not helping them. In fact, you preparing for the spring. Right? You doing things because you expect the spring to come in, so you getting ready for it. And they get angry with you because, hey man, you probably helping, so maybe you're the reason why everything's warming up. Remember, they look for all kinds of how to keep this thing from warming up. And they try everything else to work, and they see you, and you going, so maybe you're the one that's causing it. So they attack you. So that's why they're going to attack us. Why? Well, they think, we choose Abraham, we're the one causing their destruction. You see the same thing, just simple way of saying it, simple mathematics. Same thing. They destroy us because they come after us because they think because they see pharmaceutical, that means that temperatures rose. Temperatures rose, rising. And you're going to be the beneficiary of that. So you might be the one that's causing that. So they get rid of you, maybe they keep it cold. You understand, brothers and sisters? I don't know what happened. It was that why this thing is doing this. I tell you that my assistant thing shouldn't be doing what it's doing. It's just going on. I haven't moved anything. You understand, brothers and sisters? So when you're sitting here and you see, all the negative things happening, remember, according to its quality, well, it's good for you. Because you got some people, oh man, look, this hurricane, America's going bad. We lost the war. We. See, because they still got their devil's mind. They think but they're part of the reason why that's happening, and it's happening in their favor. So we see the bad weather, that's telling, just heralding the fact that your season's coming in. Because it's destroying this system. It's economic failure. That's not affecting you. It means this failure, this system is going down. It's being destroyed. Your system is causing it because you bring in a new system. I make all things new. That means you have to destroy all that's old. It just don't happen by itself. So it's the new pressure. The new pressure is new. It's destroying the old pressure. But you got to look at the quality of it and see the quality. The military is being destroyed. The economic system is being destroyed. The weather's turning bad. Well, that's them. That's just telling you, that's a sign telling you that your well is coming in. And that's the weapons, your mental weapons. Remember, it's all pressure, mind. It's your mind, right? Let me put it this way. It's not your mind yet. Once you get your mind, once you get your mind, it's full blast. See, that's why it says, soon as the resurrection takes place, boom, whole thing. It's like an atomic bomb. Because now you got one mind. I don't know why it's doing this. I have no idea. This thing's going back and forth, back and forth. Anyway, let's do it. I'm just anyway. I'm not touching anything. I told you they're in my system. So you got one man. That's why he said everything else was dead. It said Superman, but that one it's high pressure, and you see what its effect is having to the world. Just him. But once the four winds blow, so they come together as a single great army. That means now that pressure low is high pressure, right? But it's like you throw one stone into the river, and you see the ripples, right? Well, you throw 1,000 stones into the same spot. Whoa, you got like a flood. You got a big tidal wave. That's what's going to happen. Because once they say great light, and they get their mind back, shock waves through the whole planet. It's going to shock the entire planet. I know you understand. It's going to shock the entire unprecedented trouble. Because the resistance is going to be so great. Because that's why it's unprecedented. Because the resistance is going to cause it to be unprecedented. This resistance is going to be so great because your power is going to be so great. The resistance is going to be so great. That's why it's unprecedented. But it's not going to affect you. You get it? It's going to affect them because they resisted. They're trying to stop it. That's why no hair on your head be harmed if you part of that pressure. Untie pressure trouble for who? Not for you, for them. You see how easy when you think about it, bosses? Under pressure trouble for them, not you. Because you're going to walk through unharmed. No weapon they make prevail against you. So that means not unpressed trouble for you unless you fail and you don't do what you need to do to develop your pressure level. You understand? Am I clear enough for you, brothers and sisters? So when you see this stuff, that's not affecting you. That's why it's Passover. These plagues and everything is not affecting you. But if you, as long as you got their mind, you're going to think, oh man, you worry, oh man, it's going to be economic failure. It's going to be, that's why I tell you, a lot of people are going to panic. They don't need to. You're up through that angel and you it's not going to, it says, no hand here be harmed. It says, no weapon will prosper against you. Because you'll see this, it won't affect you. It won't bother you. It's unprecedented for them. It's trouble for them. So it's time of Jacob's trouble be delivered out of it. So, right? It's time of his, but if he's delivered out of it, he don't experience it. See? Because resistance is to destroy him. That's the time of his trouble, but he be delivered out of it. So I mean, he don't experience the trouble. He is there. The trouble's coming to him, but it didn't affect him. See, he said again? He was in the furnace, in the fire, but it didn't affect him. Time of Jacob's trouble, but he was delivered out of it. That means he won't experience it. But it was meant to destroy him. You got to read these things carefully, brothers and sisters. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. So when you see these things happening, those things, it said, lift your head up because your redemption draws nigh. It says, when you see things, you should lift your head up. Don't say, oh, start wearing, old man, run hide. It does tell you to flee, but you got to understand that. And I'm going to explain it to you in a few more days. Once things close enough, I'm going to explain to you what that really means. You understand? Yeah. Well, somebody, I talked about that before. See? Unprecedented. But it doesn't affect you. It says, hold your head up because you're... So in other words, if it's unprecedented, then why tell you to hold your... It says, tell you to run high? No. It says, hold your head up. And it says, woe to those who are pregnant. Right? It says, because wrath upon them. Wrath upon them. They have their wrath. Who are able to stand? It's wrath upon them, not you. And you'll be able to stand if you upload the angel and you activate it, then you will stand. That's why who is able to stand, it tells you what you need to do to stand. You understand, brothers? I want you to understand. Because the shock of the hour going to be a shock to you if you're still in their mentality, because you're like, oh man, it's economic problem, man, and we're going to have this, man, the military, we're going to be invaded, because you got their mind, you think it's happened to you. No, it's happened to them. It's not going to happen to you. You're the one that's causing it to happen to them. So I'm trying to avoid you. I told you, my job is to give you information. And I'm trying to keep you from the shock. The shock of the hour. From the panic. Because that's great and dreadful days. A great day for you, a dreadful day for them. See, when you say flee, another way of looking at it, right, is mean you get out the way. so you don't get hit. That's like, come out of here, my people. Is that part of the flee? Is that another way of looking at the flee? So come out of my people. So you don't, what's say? So think about it. Come out of here, my people. So if you're fleeing, then you should be already out, right? I mean, if that's, so flee to the mountain, so it means you're out. But it says come out of people, so can you add that? Can you add subtract there? Get out the way so you don't get the plagues. But how you get out the way? That's the resurrection. Got your mind back. Now, you walk through the furnace and you don't get burned, you don't worry. But you see it, you're right in it, you see it. You see the hurricanes, you see the weather, you see the earthquakes, you see the plagues, like in COVID, you see all these things, and you don't even worry about it. Because they're just telling you their reality is being crushed, destroyed by what? By your reality coming in. No Jesus, no spook God, anybody doing that. Is your reality that's that's bringing in. And now, because now you got your mind back, 6 million or whatever, got your mind back. Well, damn! You turn that pressure that the Master Covenant put on. You turn it to a tsunami. I just said it right. He was like that stone in the water, ripple waves. Now, boom, you got a tidal wave. Unprecedented. The pressure you put on suddenly, that says coming suddenly. Pressure, it says momentous in heaven and earth will come of a sudden. So pressure, they suddenly come together. When you suddenly come together, it means it creates all this super pressure. Because all they get their mind back on super pressure. All of a sudden. That means you got super resistance like you've never seen before. Unprecedented trouble. You get it now, brothers and sisters? Not for you, for them. Not for you, for them. Unprecedented resistance, because you got the whole world resisting. Because it's going to affect the whole world. Whole world's resisting. Your mind coming in. Unprecedented. And they're going to fight against you, do everything they can to try to stop it. Unprecedented. Fight with each other and everything else. They're trying to figure out how to get off this pressure. You understand what I'm saying, bro, sisters? Does that make sense? Hope I didn't have too many distractions fixing this, fixing that. But I'm trying to get you to understand so you don't be in shock when this happens. Because it's going to happen any day now. And some of you are going to be in shock and panic. And some of you may have heart attacks and everything else. Because you're still identifying with Master. I'm trying to keep you avoid. This is in your favor. This is in your favor. See, it makes you wonder why Elijah Muhammad told that brother, don't pray for that day because you don't know what you're up against. Well, if you don't know what you're up against, that you shouldn't pray for it because you're going to be in shock. You see what I'm saying? Because you ain't going to be in shock. It's going to destroy you because you think you're helping Master. You stand on Master's side. You're worried about Master. You want to defend Master. And this is destruction because you don't. Remember, you're beating against yourself. Only way to destroy you is you. Only way to destroy the original nation is the original nation. You understand, brothers and sisters? Am I making it clear for you? Upload that engine, activate it. Turn into, ignite into fire. But some of us still, we still, you haven't ignited fire yet. So when you come in contact with me, I say something that burns you. No, I just say, we have this conflict between the male and the female. And that was because of energy deprivation. Even the Quran says the male is 1 degree. But when you look at the injury and understand the injury, it tells you no. They make man out of likeness and image, and male and female equal. Gods. That means you're God, you're equal. Nobody can tell you what to do if you're God. Male and female. Okay? Because it was energy deprivation that caused us to act like we was acting, to lose control of everything else, the male domination of the female, because the energy deprivation, right, strength was more important. I mean, when you're hungry, you ain't worried about the way the food look. You just worry about the food, something to eat. See? You don't care how it look, as long as you can eat it. So energy deprivation, strength, what matters. So everybody, and then the point is, like, we was put down. Things on top was on the bottom. So you come out, why we put down? We was put down as a people. You got the same process. Because of energy deprivation, we got put down, and then the women got put down too. The males put down the females, and the devils put us down there, because it was a power shift. And like I said, the greater power overcame the lower power, and they have greater power because they have more energy to work with. They require less energy, so they have energy, disposable energy. We had none. And he required all the energy to maintain ourselves. So therefore, we had lower power, energy times discipline, or pressure times equal power. But we had low because that means external, which you only take care of yourself. Whatever energy you have left, we had none left. So it had zero disposable energy. So 0 times discipline is 0. Okay? But they didn't require that much energy and discipline because they have low discipline, low structure. So they was the most powerful because they had some energy in. We had 0 disposable energy. They had some times this, so they had power, and so therefore, right? And so we was put down as people, women's put down. But remember, just like they say, see, you pay attention to this? If you listen to the Bible, they say we're supposed to be slaves forever. So they say, from that point of view, the woman is supposed to be submitted to us forever. But when I say in your kingdom, it doesn't mean forever. It means as long as reality exists. Then I should have got this quote. There's a quote, maybe I'll show it next time, I'm not sure right now. It said that, I forgot who, it took a slave, it says, I forget how it goes. The bottom line was, this person, I don't know, whatever, and it says, this person was told that he did whatever, and the slave master marked him, and that he'd be that person's slave forever. But he said, well, how can it be forever? He ain't gonna live forever, because they meant as long as that season lasts. See, when the Bible says forever, right? You got to look at the context. They don't mean to go without limit. They mean to end of that particular cycle, the end of the season, right? So we're supposed to be a slave forever. That's the entire season, which we were. And they say, women, but during that time, right? We're supposed to be. That's what the Bible says. We're supposed to be slaves. And the men were supposed to be a degree above the women. See, during that time frame. Now the season's over. But some of us still will hold on, like the devil, and hold on to their power to keep us slaves forever. Passing to their season, until the next season forever. Continuing. And some of us want to keep the women under us forever, to continuation. It was only supposed to be for that season. only for that season. They say, oh man, we want to let a woman. Okay, well, if you hold that, that means you're not going to make it to the next. Because it's all about fire. And if you either fire or you fuel for the fire. So if you're going to hold on to those winter ideas, then you fuel for the fire. That should be easy. So if you're an angel mind, that should even be a Christian. But you don't have it because you're still emotional, because that's the emotional reaction. Why are you going to put a woman on? That's the emotional reaction. Because the mental reaction wouldn't be. I said, well, hold it. You think it through mathematically. Well, is any woman in the world wiser than me? I'm wiser than every woman in the world. Well, if you have to think that way, right? I don't think I'm wiser than any woman in the world, and I know a lot. How could I possibly be wiser than any woman in the world? Because the whole level of wisdom, I don't know anything about. That's female wisdom. So how to be wiser than everybody in the world? When I don't have that perspective. I don't have inroads into. You see how stupid that is? I couldn't possibly be the wisest person on the planet. Maybe from the mental male side, but there's two sides. So what about the other side? So there's some woman, maybe the wisest woman on the planet on that side, but now if I accept what she say, right, I have to respect that, her knowledge, and then I increase my knowledge, and still make me the wisest person on the planet because I still don't have access to her side. And she don't have access to my side. So I have to work together. But some people, oh man, well, then that means you fuel for the fire. And we thank you for being fuel for the fire. We get mad at you. We thank for the fuel, and and when you reduce the ashes, dust to dust. Because still, some people still, they fuel fire. They can't adjust to the summer. They can't adjust to the spring. Right? Like some devils, right? they can't. Well, they don't have no choice. Because we rise, that's their destruction. Right? But you got other people, like other nations, like the Arabs or the Asians. What about them? Right? They can't stand and say I rise. Because they superior to us. Them niggas, see? And we ain't gonna submit to them. You see, as soon as I don't want that Islam, y'all know what y'all doing. Okay, hold on to that. That means you're a fuel for fire. So either way, you become fire, fuel, fire. Either way, you're gonna benefit us. And this is people that claim to pay attention. If you understood anything I've been saying, right now, you're being exposed to fire. Now, for a while, the fire was cloaked. But now the cloak is removed. And so he's exposed to fire. See? To give you time to ignite. Because the exposure initially, you've been burned up by now. So put a barrier between you, like, in a fire chimney, put a thing, get it, something, whatever. I think put something to block the flames will come out. Put a shield. But that's over now. Not exposed. If you find yourself getting scorches and burns, that means that you haven't turned the fire. You're not even, and you ain't trying to turn the fire. Oh man, okay. Angry and everything else. Okay, that's because you're burning. So keep burning. We don't care. Fuel fire or fire. It's up to you. Because that's the new world coming in. If you're still on the emotional level, on the mathematical level, that wouldn't have been none I said would have been a problem for you. But you're emotional, oh man, what you talking about with me? You better never. Oh man, oh God, my job is going over comments. You want America to go, but you don't want to lose your job. I tell you, I don't mean to laugh. I'm not laughing at my people, but the devil said, boy, they turned us into clowns. I tell you. You see people over there, oh, America's going down. But they don't want to lose their job. Work for the devil. They don't want to lose their house. They tell me, man, America's going down, I'm going to destroy it. They don't want to lose their house. In fact, they're trying to buy a house. They want to lose their job. All those evidence of fuel for fire, a mind that can't turn to a flame. Because fire gives light and warmth. Okay? And that's Jesus giving you light and warmth. Give you a vision, give you light and warmth, comforting you. Right? See? Protection. 5 pillars. But wood, nothing, just you get heat from it when it burns up. What's the heat? It's not going to be bothering anymore because it burns some ashes in a while. Have to worry about it anymore. I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. I'll leave it there. I don't know why this never did this before. Just going on his own. I don't know why. It just took all life of his own. Back and forth, back and forth. How I was doing that. Anyway, hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Hope I made this clear enough. Maybe I'll do a second one, right? I'm trying to avoid you because it's going to happen in any day now, maybe in any hour now. I'm trying to get you to avoid our people from being the shock of the hour because it's in your favor. It's against them. But if they trick you into thinking it's them and you go out there and fight for them, then you're going to be destroyed. So people are lost for lack of knowledge. So if you're going to hold their mind, then you're going to suffer. That's it. Come out of her, my people. So you're going to suffer her. So you're going to suffer her plagues. You stay in here with that mind. You stay with that mind, then you're going to destroy yourself because you're going to think this is, oh man, the weather's bad, man, and economics, and you feel bad about it, because that's in your favor. That's their destruction, not yours. But if you identify with it, you can go down with it. Hold on. I hope you understand, bro. So I'm going to let it go. Is there anything else here? I don't know why it keeps doing this. Going back and forth, back and forth. Never say anything like it. Remember, you got seasons. And that's what Scripture. The new season come in, and Scriptures come to give you the mind for that season. Those accepted, they're the believers. They're successful. Those who don't accept it, they're disbelievers. They fail. Because they hold on to the old mind. I don't want a problem, Muhammad. I don't give me Jesus. I don't want that. I don't want Jesus. I want Moses. I don't want Mr. Coming on Elijah. Be careful with that. I had a little thing today, right? My brain, what Elijah did, well, then go back to Elijah. I don't represent Elijah. Elijah didn't represent Master Prophet Muhammad. Excuse me, he did. He didn't represent Prophet Muhammad. He covered a different season. This thing, a different season than Prophet Muhammad. Prophet Muhammad had a different season altogether than this. If we had a different season than this, then that was. And if Master come to bring Elijah Muhammad came to prepare you for the spring. Prepare the way for the Mr. Covenant. Mr. Covenant takes you into the spring. Here's the spring. Bring you into the spring. New world. Understand? Assalamu alaikum.
show up at your job. That's what I do. I love it. I don't do. I still show up. That's if I need you, I show up. That's what I do. I don't do all that. All that calling up. I don't do that. Shit, that ain't me. I will show up on your ass. That's about it. Shit, I ain't doing all that calling and shit. I don't do all that shit anyway. I don't show up on your ass. That's what I do. Shit, I just do me. Shit, I ain't nobody else. Shit, I ain't trying to be nobody else.
that no more. I'm not doing that no more. I'm not chasing that shit no more. I know. So, why you ain't? I don't like to do that no more. So then, everything that I got, I start doing myself. I do it myself. And then it's like, okay. I don't have to worry about it no more. I don't trip on it no more. I just let it in. And start doing it myself.
motherfucker, you get stuck on the step, them little bitty ass wheels. That's the problem. The motherfucker can't even go over a step. They ain't even bigger than a step. Motherfuckers in the plane like you get stuck. That is, it is getting stuck. That sit down to the hard, this motherfucker coming in goddamn. I'm taking this shit back.